That's the big
Yeah.
thing for today. Um, really quickly, I'm going to pull up the radar. We'll talk about that just for a second. This is kind of how the view's looking currently on the radar is starting to see some thunderstorms develop really west of Highway 65. They're in their infancy right now, and that's as expected. These storms will get stronger as they progress off into the east. If you live further off into the east, you have a better chance of seeing some really nasty weather coming your way. So, um, Jamie, let's get some of your initial thoughts on
Um,
storm chances for today.
well, first off, this microphone is giving me some headaches right now.
Fight you.
Yeah, it is fighting me a little bit. No, I think really for areas west of Highway 65, I think we are going to see some severe weather. I mean, we've already had one severe thunderstorm up in the Henry County area. I think west of 65, this is mainly going to be a hail threat. But I don't want to minimize that because, I mean, we had some monster hail yesterday up to tennis ball size. And that's I think we're going to have storms that produce that this afternoon, even some of the activity that's west of 65. The bigger tornado risk, and I mean, if you want to show folks the watches that we have in place right now,
Yeah, I'll start getting that pulled up.
the bigger tornado risk is exactly where the Storm Prediction Center has the current tornado watch, and that's along and east of Highway 65. And the reason why that is going to be an area more prone for tornadoes with these storms this afternoon into this evening is because the overall environment's just better. You are going to have a little bit more in the way of turning of winds with height near the surface, and especially closer to and east of Highway 63, gobs of instability, and the types of winds that you need to really organize severe storms. It all kind of lines up more perfectly east of Highway 65, and especially along and east of Highway 63. In fact, the Storm Prediction Center did something they rarely do, and they went ahead and issued a PDS tornado watch for southeast Missouri, northeast Arkansas, western Tennessee, and western Kentucky. I think also in southernmost Illinois as well. A PDS watch, what that means is a particularly dangerous situation, and those aren't just handed out all the
No,
time.
we have not gotten one all this year. So
Right.
the term that we've been using is this is looking like kind of the best chance for severe weather that we've seen this year. Let's get the watches loaded up. I think the graphics.
You guys mentioned that during our news meeting today about how this isn't going to be like what we've seen so far this year with, just a few trees blown down, which, I mean, that could be part of this as well. But, this is a step above anything we've seen this year. And Jamie, you kind of compared it to something from last spring.
Yeah, I think for me, what's weird, and Matt, you can jump in on this, but for me, this round of severe weather has the same vibe as a round of severe weather that we had back on Memorial Day weekend of 2024.
Not 2
So
years
not
ago,
last
okay.
spring, the spring before that. I mean, we had a lot of severe weather clearly last spring as well, and I know I was talking about March 14th in the news meeting, but in terms of like just how these, Matt, you remember how that one went? It was
Yeah.
it was a Saturday night. We had supercells that moved into the area overnight. They did produce tornadoes along with large hail. And then the next afternoon, it was a Sunday afternoon, the next afternoon, the setup looked almost exactly like what we've got right now. And with that one, there were a lot of storms that produced large hail. And then the storms over our eastern counties in that event produced a few tornadoes. Some were significant. So I think that's kind of what we're looking at. It has that same feel.
Just from my perspective, looking at the radar, I mean, I'm used to, from a news side of things, watching you guys do the work you do. I'm used to seeing things fire up in Oklahoma and Kansas and move this way. Like you can usually kind of see them coming, but it almost looks like from a radar perspective for people like me, it looks like it's kind of just going to come up out of nowhere.
Well, and that's a good point. A lot of times the reason why we have these squall line events so commonly here is because the storms have already fired up on the dry line in Oklahoma and Kansas. They produce a lot of severe weather there, and then by the time they get to us, they've organized into a line. Well, in this case, the dry line / cold front, which is moving in our area, that focal point for initial development is right on top of us, and that first few to several hours when a thunderstorm, especially in this environment, gets going, a lot of times that's when you see some of the most significant severe weather. You see the very large hail. You see that tornado risk. This is before the storms start to interact with one another. You form clusters or form lines of storms. So that's oftentimes why like you said, I mean, you see them off to the west and then they come in as a squall line. But in this case, they're just kind of developing on top of us and then moving east.
The kind of looking on what that means on radar view is, we see this pretty line and it goes from west to east. And normally the last couple times we've had EF zeros, we've had EF ones, quick spin ups. It's the type of stuff that knocks down a tree or maybe knock down power or maybe you lost some shingles. But everything's really sporadic on radar. Let me flip this back. And what you're seeing is whenever these storms have some elbow room to grow, they're going to grow. And you can see that where we have a storm right here along the state line in Oklahoma, Missouri. That one's starting to grow some elbow room. We have another storm that's just now developing in Neosho, another one getting closer to Mount Vernon, another storm on top of that, another storm on top of that. And all of these storms are starting to have that elbow room. Generally, when you're forecasting, you want to see the storm that's to the south. That one's going to kind of have the most unimpeded path of fuel. So, but there's a term that we have in weather called like a string of pearls, where you'll see a bunch of different supercells where it's just boom, 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 one after another. That actually, wow, this is our first severe thunderstorm warning. So, National Weather Service issuing a severe thunderstorm warning. This is right on top of I-44. I'm going to try to pull up cameras in this area.
Golf ball sized hail.
Golf ball sized hail, 60 mile per hour winds, considerable damage threat. This is the first one that we've seen of this evening. The National Weather Service is already saying, hey, first one of the night, it's going to be considerable. I'm going to see if I can get some cameras. That's not quite in Mount Vernon, but that's where it's headed.
Yeah, right now, that storm, and it's already kind of taken on that supercellular look. It's over there centered near Sarcoxy, east of Fidelity. The warning has it moving northeast at 40. I would say it's more of an east-northeast movement at 40 miles per hour. So it looks like that one's going to kind of move down I-44. Mount Vernon area, certainly. I mean, you guys, I'd be on the lookout for some hail to come into your area over the next half an hour to 45 minutes. And you can see, Matt, the trajectory of that thing. I mean, it looks like that's going to be one that could threaten Springfield. And there's really no reason to think that storm, I mean, it's already severe. There's no reason to think that storm won't be severe when it gets into Greene County and when it gets close to Springfield.
Springfield last night kind of spared from a lot of this activity. It was just 15 miles, 20 miles to the north of us where people are getting that tennis ball, golf ball, baseball-sized hail. Quiet in Springfield. This is the first one, and looking at kind of those thunderstorms, give it, man, not even an hour. I'd say about an hour. I don't know the movement on this just yet, but
that particular storm, the severe warning, 40 miles per hour.
Okay, that's going 40. So, yeah, I'd say about an hour, and we'll start getting that activity in Springfield. I do want to check. Let me go back to the radar view, and
I mean, looking at the ground that thing's going to cover. If it's moving 40, it should be into western Greene County in an hour. So I think shortly after 5 o'clock, I mean, we're probably going to have a severe weather threat moving into western or southwestern Greene County. But before that, it looks like we're going to see that storm plowing across the Mount Vernon area. And Matt, I think you can pull up hail. I mean, it looks like we've already got a pretty good hail core with it. Of course, the warning does call for hail up to golf ball size. And what did we see last night? I mean, we saw a lot of these, these storms on our hail tracker, underestimating the size of these of the hail with these storms. So,
looking, if there was rotation, it would be here. That's not enough for me to be like, well, that's a tornado. But that's where, if there was something trying to form, it would be. You already see it's trying to do this hook shape already.
Yeah, there's a little bit of very, very weak rotation southwest of Sarcoxy. Looks like that's about, I'd put it maybe 3 to 4 miles to the southwest of Sarcoxy. Again, Matt, if you look at the overall environment, though, let me see if I can pull something up. Maybe we can kind of talk about it this way. I'm going to the SPC site.
We're going to show your feed, Jamie. So your camera's up. Also, I want to say we have about 500 people watching on Facebook right now. If you guys are commenting, I should be able to show your comments off on screen. I want to try to do that as well as answer some questions before things get a little too wild. But Jamie is going to be breaking down the forecast and hopefully answer some of those questions for you.
So right now what we're looking at something called helicity. And what helicity does is it measures the amount of available spin in the low levels of the atmosphere to be ingested into a thunderstorm and turned into a tornado. So the higher the value, the higher level of that rotation that would be conducive for tornado development. Now, notice our numbers here. You can see, and I'll use, thank you, Matt, for adding this. You can see right back here, we've got helicity values of around 100 to 200. 150 is roughly that sort of cutoff. Like anything under 150, we're not terribly concerned about tornado development. But when you have a supercell, I mean, anything goes. But over 150, you start going, okay, we've got enough for tornadoes. And then once you can see off to the west here, and I'll clear that out, off to the west, this is where we have that PDS watch. We've got values of 300 to 500 in that area. And that is a lot of helicity. And that's why there's a concern that as these storms progress east of Highway 65, they get into a more and more conducive environment for tornadoes. The environment is already highly conducive for large hail and very large hail, what you like to call gorilla-sized hail, Matt. That goes for western Missouri and northwest Arkansas. I mean, the tornado threat isn't as high in southwest Missouri, northwest Arkansas, but the hail threat is still very high. There's another product that here on the SPC site, if anybody ever uses this, let's see, and I gotta let's see if I can clear that.
Jamie, while you load that up, this cell over Socoxy is growing quickly. Look at the reflectivity values on this. This is already getting to those purples. Anytime you do that, that's where that hail core is going to be. This is just south of I-44. This is the first warning, and in the last 5 minutes, we've started to watch this thing very quickly grow. Still not seeing anything that looks tornadic at this time, but Jamie, you're looking at a different product. It's saying, what, 2-inch size hail?
No, Matt. Right now, I mean, I'm looking at GR2 right now. Which
what is that?
Which is a radar product that we use kind of outside of our on-air product. It's got it up to over 3 inches. I mean, it's estimating hail sizes of 3 1/4. So it's already estimating hail sizes approaching tennis ball size with that thunderstorm.
We saw some damage that could do last night. I mean, in some of the viewer pictures, just puncturing holes in windshields and car. I mean, you don't need me to tell you that to know what a tennis ball sized hail can do, but just the beginning tonight here, guys, on this.
Yeah.
Matt, now it's up to 4 inches being estimated.
Let's
Matt,
this
can you
is the
tell,
first one. Why are we at 4-inch hail on the first one?
can you tell people how to submit pictures tonight, Matt?
Yes.
What the easiest way for people is to do that?
Here, let me go over to the web. Best way to do it, here, you can see my screen over here. Just go to ozarksfirst.com, your #1 place, the only website you ever need in your life. Under this weather tab, there'll be a section where you can submit your weather photos. You can go in here, you can submit them there. Also, we're on Facebook. We're trying to live stream on Facebook as well. We got 500 people watching on Facebook. There's also people watching on our website. There's people that are watching on CTV as well. The comments, I want to get it in a way where if you guys comment on Facebook, we can show that off. But that is incredibly helpful, especially when you have people that are in these areas that we're talking about and kind of get eyes on the ground. They're saying like, hey, we're seeing this type of hail, or no, we're not seeing this hail, or it's worse than what expected. Do you want to switch back to this camera on I-44? We have a camera.
This is the Mount Vernon camera?
Trying to get it to load. Yeah, just west of Mount Vernon on I-44. And, of course, whenever you click on it, it doesn't want to load. Had a good shot earlier. Here we go. Pull this up for you guys. So, I'm not seeing too much in this camera shot. You know, it's not, this camera is in Mount Vernon and the storm hasn't reached Mount Vernon yet.
Right.
You give it 5 minutes, 10 minutes is going to be a very different view, especially if that hail core continues to be producing, what did you say, Jamie, up to 4-inch size hail?
And it's an estimate, but radar is estimating hail in excess of 4 inches, which, I mean, you're talking softball size. You're talking baseball to softball size. Now, that, you know, we've seen the hail sizes with that storm quickly ramp up, so maybe those are just starting to reach the surface, and that hail core right now is between Sarcoxy and Wentworth, and that will. So for folks that are watching this right now, we're looking at maybe the Stotts City area, Mount Vernon, Freistadt. They're near I-44, Hoburg. That's going to be the general area that this storm and the hail core is going to be tracking through. So we could see some very large hail getting into western sections, west central sections of Lawrence County here very soon. In fact, it looks like we're already probably getting some hail across the county line, and it's only going to get worse.
Yeah, I don't want to lose I don't want to lose the sight too much of what's going on. I do want to take a step back. Other areas, because here we go. We got this thunderstorm that's just right straddling that state line. Another one trying to form behind it as well, where you're seeing very quickly the atmosphere is getting to the point. And we talked about this, Jamie, earlier today. We said we don't know exactly when this go button was. We didn't know if it was going to be 3, if it's going to be at 4, if it's going to be 5. But it seems like the atmosphere is hitting that go button. The cap's starting to break, and all of this thunderstorm activity is beginning to develop right now. There was nothing over really west of Highway 65 an hour ago.
Oh,
nothing.
yeah.
Now we're seeing
Well-
thunderstorms getting quickly created. A second severe thunderstorm warning as well. This one's for Benton County, Hickory County. Warsaw has been getting hammered with storms over the last week, and this is another area that's getting impacted as well.
Matt, I want to show you something that we don't often see in our area, and that is, okay, so the Storm Prediction Center has different algorithms that they can run and
Yep.
kind of produce ideas about what a storm is how it's going to behave and what level of hail size we're looking at. This graphic that's up right now, you see that big bright area of white over southern Missouri and Arkansas? It's saying with the conditions that are in place right now, the instability, the wind energy that's in place right now, these storms are going to be capable of producing hail up to 4 inches or larger. That's what it's saying.
That is maxed
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
I mean, that is.
And here's another thing I'm showing this is instability, and I know it's a little. So the higher the number, basically, the higher the instability, and you've got, along and east of Highway 65, you've got 3,000 to 5,000 joules. West of Highway 65, you got 2,000 to 4,000. I mean, that's a lot of instability. That's a lot of storm fuel, and that's why Matt was talking about these things are going up fast. So the temperatures have gotten hot enough. The instability levels are high enough. These storms are blowing up. They're developing explosively, and now we are starting to see severe weather out of them. And my concern is this storm that's moving into Lawrence County right now. That storm is going to impact Greene County. Now, is it going to impact Greene County in the same form that it's in right now? I can't say that it will. Sometimes things happen and storms will fall apart, but there's no reason for this storm that I can see to fall apart before it gets into the Springfield area.
No, I mean, everything I've been seeing, these storms are going to be getting stronger. They're going to be picking up steam. Have not seen any signs of weakening. In fact, man, this is starting to get a little bit more of that hook shape on that leading thunderstorm. And I said earlier, it's like you typically expect the one that's furthest to the south. Typically, the trailing thunderstorm is the one you want to keep your eye out for becoming the strongest. But this one is ahead of the pack. Still has it's getting all this air that's coming over Berry County and rushing across Dade County. That's where all this fuel is starting to rush in. And the part that we really need to watch is this hook shape going to get more well defined. If we do, I think people already know what that's going to be. Another severe thunderstorm warning in the wake of that. National Weather Service, Jamie, they had this earlier for golf ball sized hail. This has now been upgraded to tennis ball sized hail, and I think even that may be underestimating the amount of hail that can drop in this area. I do want to go back to kind of this I-44 camera once again. So we are in Mount Vernon on I-44 mile marker, about 47, looking west towards this storm. So
And
not
Matt,
Mount Vernon yet.
We're going to have to stay on that camera because this storm looks like it's headed right for Mount Vernon. So this hail core that, again, radar is estimating hail sizes up to 4 inches. And you just got a new warning update that said up to at least tennis ball size. That hail core is heading right down 44 for the Mount Vernon area.
I do want to answer some questions real quick. I normally have a way where I can show this off on the screen, but it's not working for me right now. Miriam's asking, does Mount Vernon need to prep for this? Yes. You're about to get some large hail that's going to go into Mount Vernon. What it's looking like for Springfield, some people are wondering about the Springfield area as well. Springfield, we're basically waiting for these thunderstorms that are not too far from us. Here's this big old pack of thunderstorms with the hail that's been doing about baseball to maybe tennis ball sized hail. This will impact Springfield. And I want to say probably I want to say an hour, but at this point I'm kind of shooting from the hip because most of these storms are going more northeast than directly east, so it'll take a little bit longer to get to our area. But
Yeah, I'm trying to draw this out. Let's see. Well, I ran out of room on my radar here, so let's see if I can take that off. So I'm trying to draw out like the path of this thing. Looks like it's going to cut right through the Mount Vernon area, and it looks like it's going 40. That's going to be if you want to pull up what I've got, Matt. This is the rough path that I think that this storm is going to take. Again, it looks like it's going to be in the Mount Vernon area.
Can you zoom in a little bit more, Jamie? Or
Yeah.
Can you put down
Yeah.
the split screen and zoom in? Just really simplify it for people.
Yeah. So so we've taken the split off, but so that's going to be the path that this storm is going to want to take. Looks like that's going to cut. I mean, right over the top of Mount Vernon, and it looks like now sometimes these storms will start to deviate a little bit, so it could become more of a right mover, but generally it looks like it's going to move up the I-44 corridor into the Mount Vernon area, and then I would say anywhere from I-44 south down to Highway 60 here in the Springfield area. Watch out for this storm. It looks like it will be getting into the Springfield area in roughly an hour from now. I would say anywhere from, say, 5:10 to 5:20. I think that storm will be impacting the Springfield area.
Okay, we are getting other thunderstorms right now. We're at this time where things are really starting to get active. We went from nothing to essentially everything. Look at this line of thunderstorms that has developed where it's going from basically out of Oklahoma and splitting Missouri. And in here, we have multiple supercells that are starting to fire up. There was nothing, a half hour ago?
Yeah.
Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 severe thunderstorm warnings, a couple confirmed tornadoes. Looks like both of those confirmed tornadoes are to the northeast of Columbia, not quite to Hannibal. So north of I-70 is where those kind of 2 tornado warnings are at this time. But getting active.
Yeah, and
getting active.
That storm that's approaching Mount Vernon, I mean, we know that this is a supercell, not only because of the hail sizes that we're seeing out of the thing, but Matt, you and I were talking about this last night. I mean, it's got that V notch on it. And what's happening is if you pull the GR2 radar up, what's
the Screaming Eagle? It's got
That's
the Screaming Eagle,
That's right.
Jamie?
So yeah, I mean, what you're looking at is you're looking at this storm. The updraft of that thing is so strong, it's causing precipitation to kind of deviate around each side, like a kind of like a rock in a stream. That updraft's like a rock in a stream, and you've got flow around both sides of that rock, the updraft, and it's generating that V shape or that Screaming Eagle shape that Matt said. Just another indication that this is a powerful, this is a supercell thunderstorm, and this is a dangerous thunderstorm that will likely produce very large, damaging hail. That hail core is now into Lawrence County, probably getting a little bit of hail in places like Stott City and Freistadt. Should be getting into Hoburg here shortly, and then after that, Mount Vernon.
Okay. Jamie, can you give me one more check on what the latest hail estimate is? I can't do that from where I am.
Right now, I mean, it's estimating the hail size has dropped a little bit down to 2.5 inches, which is roughly not quite tennis ball size. But like last night, I mean, we saw this last night. How you'll see kind of a cycling of the hail sizes that are being estimated. I mean, this is just an estimate from what radar is sensing. It doesn't mean that we don't have tennis ball size right now falling, even though it says it's 2 inches in size. So every expectation that we've got, again, very large destructive hail between Stott City and Freistadt. And looks like that's going to come into Hoburg and it's going to come into Mount Vernon.
And I'm not seeing any pictures yet. I mean, I'm very early on into this, but looking for people in that area who have been able to see anything. I know it's right now it's falling right on their heads, so not safe to be out doing that at the moment. But
I got one picture. This was sent in at I-44 mile marker 34. So I think this is going to be closer to Sarcoxy. Here's my one picture that I have. So that looks like quarter, maybe golf ball size hail, but this was in Sarcoxy, and this was not when we were saying, hey, this is at the worst of this system. This was when we were saying, oh, look, we got a thunderstorm warning, and then it quickly started to balloon up New word from the National Weather Service. They're saying the newest models are really starting to ramp up on tornado potential once these storms get east of Highway 65. Okay, we got a big old hail picture.
Where's the SATO map?
Let me see. It says Joplin Fire got a picture. Let me show this off. Which kind of doesn't, a little confusing, but there's that picture. This was from Joplin Fire sent this in. And that's easily golf ball. Guys, I guess we get to play the game. Which sports ball size is that? We got the expert.
Yeah.
Put me in, Coach.
Right.
Jesse Inman.
Yeah. I think you're looking between golf ball and small racket ball, perhaps. Where,
It's a racquetball.
yeah.
I always liked racquetball.
Right.
I just love Americans. They're like, should we use the metric system? No, we're going to name hail size
using-
after different sports
That's
ball
exactly
sizes.
right. That's how things are done.
That is
here,
the
so.
last thing we're going to do.
Yeah, so you guys were saying it could be about an hour before people in Springfield are, really in the path of this right now. At this point, could you guys talk about what people east of 65 need to be doing, with them potentially being an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours away from this approaching them?
I mean, right now right
Making
now
their
there's
plans.
nothing. Yeah, right now they just need to be vigilant and very weather aware going into the evening hours, ready to take action if needed. These storms are going to be scattered, so not everybody is going to get a thunderstorm, but the places that do, very large hail and tornadoes are going to be a possibility.
Yeah, and I ask that just to, to have you echo that now is the time to prepare, not when it's right over the top of you and you hear the name of your town come out of Jamie or Matt's mouth. So ahead of time here.
Yeah, someone's asking, was that hail size from now? Yeah, that hail size was from the latest picture that just got sent in. Amanda saying Buffalo got it good last night. What are we looking at today? Yeah, I think Buffalo, Jamie, we were talking about it when we got done with coverage at 1 a.m. last night. We're like, what place was hit the hardest? And it looked like Buffalo.
I mean, there were some areas, that got hit multiple times by supercells. Got hit like El Dorado Springs was one of those areas.
Yeah.
Had 2 instances of hail come through.
Angela, I'm in Halltown, and the wind and thunder is fierce. Okay. Let us know, Angela, if you start seeing some hail. That's definitely something that we want to know. Tom Schmidt saying, looking good, guys. Fingers crossed. Tom, you should be going to sleep. you came in at midnight. I don't know why he's still up.
Yeah, he was just a trooper this morning. We were talking this morning, and he was in here about midnight last night. So surprised to see him being awake, but I get it. Love of the game. Tom Schmidt, loving the game here.
Jamie, I do want to dig back into radar.
Yeah.
Do a quick check. Let's make sure we're not missing any. I'm not seeing anything that looks tornadic.
No.
So
No,
at least that's on I-44. Let's do a look with the other supercells. Nothing jumps out at me that's screaming, hey, we got a tornado, but it is the threat right now is just monster hail. National Weather Service saying about tennis ball sized hail, and it could be larger.
Yeah. So, and there are a couple of cells also to the north. For our friends up in Benton County, there's a severe warned storm over southern Benton County. It's south of Warsaw. Hail sizes don't look particularly large with it, but it might still be producing hail up to at least quarter size. Also, a storm in northern Morgan County, north of Versailles. That one has a little bit more of a hook on it, and the hail sizes with that probably are approaching golf ball size, I would guess. That storm should exit into Monato.
That storm, Jamie, just got a tornado warning.
In Morgan?
In Morgan. No, not Morgan, across the county line from Morgan.
Oh, into...
As soon as it crosses, so I think the St. Louis office,
Okay.
looking at this right here, so we're all the way up, we're east of Benton County right now. We're north of Versailles right now. So this includes Jefferson City. This includes Ashland. There was someone in this comment section saying, what about Columbia? Looks like you got a tornado threat about Ashland. So that break time in Ashland and south of there, that's where that tornado threat is. I imagine the Springfield office is going to match this, and this is going to be a red tornado warning very soon. So this is the first tornado warning that we've had, not technically into our viewing area. So we're not rushing to break into live programming at this time. Morgan and Millers County is technically St. Louis's jurisdiction. We'd be stepping on their toes if we hopped in to do their tornado warning. So,
And Matt, they've got that storm moving east at 65 miles per hour. So, the Springfield office may just say, let that thing go ahead and cross the county line. And the St. Louis office may be going, hey, this thing has the look. And
Yep.
it does. I mean, you can see the hook on it. That's going to quickly exit Morgan County into Monotone County. So, looks like that one's going to head, especially areas south of California down toward Russellville. Looks like that's going to be generally the corridor that storm is going to take.
Ooh. Got another hail picture, and this is from that area. So the area that just got a tornado warning
In Morgan?
in Morgan.
Yeah.
This is the area that just got that tornado warning in Morgan County that's about to go north of Versailles, about to go towards Jefferson City, towards Ashland. Hail picture on that.
And that matches pretty well. I mean, golf ball size. I mean, that's
Yeah.
kind of what we were estimating. That's what's in the warning, golf ball size for that storm. So that looks about right.
I do want to go back. The thing is, I feel like I'm trying to do 7 things at once. I don't want to lose sight of this storm on I-44.
Let's take a look at what the MoDOT camera looks like, because that storm
Yeah.
is moving through Mount Vernon right now. It looks like the hail core is just getting into Mount Vernon. Should be raining right now in Mount Vernon. And that storm continues to push east-northeast down I-44. Hail core right now kind of centered over the Hoburg area. Still looks like hail close to tennis ball size.
Yeah, good call on that. Mount Vernon right now. The hail core is on top of Mount Vernon from Hoburg. This is what it looks like right now. Yeah, have someone from Mount Vernon in the chat right now saying hail in Mount Vernon.
Matt, you can see the hail.
Do not go
You
outside
can
right
see
now,
the
but
hail
let us
bouncing.
know how big it is.
Matt, you can see it bouncing off
Oh my
around the camera.
gosh. There's a lightning strikes as well too. Cars are still driving through this. The strongest core of this storm, the largest hail right now, is directly on top of Mount Vernon, maybe to the southwest of Mount Vernon, but about to move right on top of the city. We have some people in Mount Vernon watching right now. If you guys are watching in the comment section, let us know if you lose power. Let us know if you see kind of hail damages as well. This was, what a camera. It looks like this is starting to back up, like kind of that the heaviest, most intense part of the storm starting to get on the other side of this I-44 camera, but still, yeah, we were seeing the hail, Jamie.
Bouncing off, yeah.
I'm going to try to hunt for another camera.
Hard
in
to
the
tell
area.
like how big that hail was, but it looked like it was at least quarter size, if not a little larger.
I mean, really hard to tell from that.
Yeah, that storm, kind of, for folks that are kind of worried, is this thing going to go tornadic? No signs that this is becoming tornadic. Some of the structure, it looks like it's kind of lost some of the impressive structure that it had maybe 20 minutes ago, but it is still producing large. This is still a dangerous storm. Heavy rain, lots of lightning, and maybe, Matt, you can pull up like the lightning strikes with this thing, because I'm
Yeah.
sure they're like last night where, it was nonstop lightning with some of these storms last night.
Matt, that camera you just had pulled up, that would be Halltown, if I'm not mistaken.
I had Halltown, so I kind of moved up 44.
You can see on that camera, I've got it pulled up on my tablet right
me go
now,
back
that it's
to
it's
that.
pretty clear in the foreground, but off in the distance, you can get a sense of
Yep.
what's coming. And as we sit here and look at this, there are raindrops starting to accumulate there onto the lens just a bit. So this kind of gives you hey, it's out there, it's coming.
If you look at that horizon, kind of where it goes up the hill on 44,
Mm-hmm.
that's where this storm is, because you can't really see anything past that. And this is what's going to march back in. So we'll keep an eye on this camera. We're at Halltown right now. We're looking west on I-44. This storm is going to move back in. So, Jesse, if you can, just let me know when
Yeah.
things start to get a little bit more.
I'm going to keep this one up here.
Jamie, what did you ask for me to pull up before? Did you say lightning strikes?
Yeah, lightning strikes. I mean, because that's another factor. I mean, the intensity of the lightning that we're probably finding. A lot of times when you have, especially supercell thunderstorms, when you have these storms that start producing hail, start producing a lot of hail, they tend to produce also a lot of lightning. Last night, it was a light show with these storms that were moving across the area. And last night we were watching some of these different MoDOT cameras where it was just nonstop flash, 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 flash. And I think we're going to see that with some of these storms this afternoon into this evening that move across the area.
Let's do a quick radar check, because people in the comment section are asking, hey, what about this? What about this? A lot of people wondering about Springfield. Springfield, we dodged the activity yesterday, going to be a lot harder. You can see these storms. They are, I mean, how far is Halltown from Springfield? What, 30 miles?
Yeah,
So
20 minutes west.
this is going to really impact Springfield. I think, especially northern Greene County has a better chance to get clipped with this activity as well. This is the largest kind of thunderstorm we have, the one that just went over Mount Vernon. We have that camera up in Halltown. You can see that leading edge of thunderstorms going up I-44 right now, getting closer into Halltown. More thunderstorms are on the backside of this, and we're still in its infancy of this system.
And Matt, on that storm in Mount Vernon, hail size is now back up. Estimated hail size is now back up to 4 inches.
It's a 4-inch estimated hail size. Please let us know. Okay, so we do have someone in Mount Vernon. They said they got about 1-inch size hail. So that doesn't mean that larger hail isn't happening. That's kind of the first report that we've gotten.
The hail core is, the core of it, where the biggest hailstones are right now, is almost right on top of Hoburg, which is southwest of Mount Vernon. So that kind of makes sense. I mean, if they're getting quarter-size hail in the Mount Vernon area, they're kind of on the outer edge of that hail core. So south of I-44, down in the Hoburg area, that's where the monster-size hail is likely falling. Just got a new scan in. Looks like that hail core is now east of Hoburg, to the southeast of Mount Vernon. This is east of Highway 39, southwest of Chesapeake, and it looks like it's going to continue to kind of parallel I-44 roughly. It looks like the next stop, for a bigger town is going to be the Chesapeake area.
I've got a good friend of mine who lives in Halltown, he's watching, so he's going to send me some pictures if he can get anything out hail-wise his way. So we'll have something from Spencer and Halltown here pretty soon.
There we go.
So just putting out the feelers out there.
Thanks. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, on radar, I noticed there was some things changing north toward the lake. That you mentioned earlier was just out of our viewing area, but
Yes.
Just questions of what they were seeing up there.
Yeah. Let's go back to the lake, Jamie.
What may have changed?
So that's that severe warning storm that was in Morgan County, and there's a report that they got 2-inch size hail, so approximately a little larger than golf ball maybe, north of Versailles. That supercell has now exited Morgan County, and it's now located just southwest of California. So it's exited the severe warned area, and it's now in the tornado warned area in Montague County. And that one will stay to the north of Miller and Marys County. Should continue to track east-northeast again. They've still got it moving east at 65 miles per hour, which is, that's kind of the tippity top of when you're talking about thunderstorms and how fast they can move. That's about as fast as you're going to tend to see them move.
Flipping back to this Halltown camera, getting closer.
Yeah.
Getting closer.
A little more rain on the lens there than there was last time. For folks in Warsaw right now, or south of Warsaw, I should say, in Benton County. Can you talk about what they would be seeing? Are they going to be seeing right now the same kind of hail that we're seeing out in the Lawrence County, approaching Greene County area?
No, that storm is not as intense. It's still severe warned. It looks like maybe hail up to quarter size. That hail core is located on top of Highway 7, running west out of Climax Springs. So southeast of Warsaw, west-northwest of Climax Springs, looks like just north of the Fristo area. Yeah, maybe quarter-size hail.
Guys, a couple more hail pictures. Let's just try to show these off. This is in Versailles.
That's a big one.
What was that, 2.5?
Yeah, at least. It looks at least 2.5 inches.
2.5 inches on that. Try to get another one pulled up. There's a couple starting to come back in, and I think right now the main threat is going to be the hail. And then once we get to the other side of 65, the threat's going to be still hail, but hail and tornadoes. So that's going to shift. It's going to evolve. And for the people watching, I know we said this about 30, 40 minutes ago. Let's say it again. As these thunderstorms move to the east, they will grow. They will get stronger. As powerful as these storms are right now, they're still infancy. They're still in their baby stages. We're expecting them to continue to develop, to continue to grow. And so areas really east of 65, That's where we have the largest concern of tornadoes. And this isn't a tornado that's going to knock a tree down. These are tornadoes that can knock down some homes. So,
Matt, you mentioned to me something earlier that made a lot of sense from maybe from a viewer's perspective here, and you got something else. Jump right in there. if
yeah,
you're seeing
new
something
severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be directly on top of Springfield.
Yeah.
New severe thunderstorm warning going directly on top of Springfield. This is for 2-inch size hail. People who are watching from Springfield, I know we have a lot of people watching from Nixa and Ozark and Willard and Republic. This warning is right on top of you. It looks like this system wanted to go to the northeast. Now it's starting to move a little bit more east, and it's going to put that hail core on top of Springfield. So if you're watching from Springfield, car in the garage right now.
Yeah.
Car in the garage right now.
Little bit more of a right mover. So when these storms start to turn a little bit more right, that's a sign that they're getting a little stronger. And if they're getting a little stronger, then those hail sizes can come up as well. So for folks, especially Republic, Brookline, Battlefield, these are communities that look to be kind of in the general path of where this storm and where this hail core is going to go. Billings. So yeah, I mean, this is going to be one of those. If this storm holds together, and it looks like it will, this is going to be one of those storms that can be very destructive and can cause a lot of damage, hail damage.
Wanting to pull up our Ozark camera. Ozark's well ahead of all the storms right now. But look how ominous that looks. And this is Ozark's well ahead of all the activity. A lot of times people say when you have some big hailers, like what we're expecting for today, the sky will start to look green. I wonder if that's going to be happening in some places. Let me know if anyone has seen that. Angela's saying, wish I had a garage. Yeah. If you get really concerned about your car and we have these hailstones that are going to move on, I've heard people put blankets over their windshields. It seems to do a little bit better, adding an extra layer of protection. I don't know if you want to park under a tree, because then you may have a tree on your car rather than just hailstones.
Yeah. Trying to time this thing out. Looks like we could see hail into the Republic area, Brookline, Battlefield, kind of southwest of Springfield. Looks like we could see hail there in about 15 minutes. Looks like it's probably to get to the south side of Springfield, it's going to be closer to maybe 25 minutes or so to get into the south side of Springfield. And right now, I mean, there's no reason to believe that the storm's not going to maintain itself as it approaches. So this looks like it could be a destructive hailstorm for at least a portion of the Springfield area.
What is it going to take for these storms, guys, to turn from severe thunderstorms with a lot of hail to tornado warnings here? Like, at what point? What do we need for that to happen?
Really, so the low level environment, Jesse, just isn't the same over western Missouri as it is over eastern Missouri. So the low level environment east of Highway 65 is just more conducive for tornado development. And that's why so far, and as Matt said too, I mean, these storms they're some of them are just now organizing. Now the one coming into the Springfield area, it's a supercell. But that low level environment just isn't what it needs to be, generally speaking, to produce tornadoes west of Highway 65. Winds are generally out of the southwest. We got some pictures coming in.
Yeah, I got another picture of hail. This is Mount Vernon hailstone. I mean, I had one person in chat say like, hey, I only got a 1/4 inch size hail in Mount Vernon. You are lucky. Easily golf ball size hail.
Oh, that's
easily.
Yeah, it looks like
if not even larger.
The old ping pong ball or the racket ball.
Yep. That's
and that looks more like a lacrosse ball size, if you ask me. That doesn't quite look like. But this was in Mount Vernon. That core has now moved out of Mount Vernon. This hail core has shifted. It has slided, and now rather than going to the northeast, it looks like it's going to be going more east. And of course, that means it's going on top of Greene County. Want to zoom back in? I'm hoping we don't see a hook.
The hail core is going to clip like areas down toward Billings, like so northwestern, that old Panhandle area, Christian County. I mean, they're going to get hail down there, but it looks like the worst of it may actually move across areas just north of Billings and into Republic. So, I mean, I would really look for areas in and around Republic to get some large hail here shortly.
I'm not seeing anything tornadic.
I don't either. It's
Let me look to the north as well. I'm not seeing anything jumping out saying, hey, tornado. Not seeing anything like that at this time. It's a hail threat right now. It's a big hail threat.
While you have that radar image up, Matt, I mean, let's go ahead and point out we do have other storms developing down in McDonald County and in Benton County in northwest Arkansas. So these storms, they could organize quickly, just like the one that's moving into the Springfield area right now. So for places like Cassville and Eureka Springs, I mean, you guys may be under the gun for some severe weather here over the next 45 minutes.
Guys, I do have a damage picture. This is in Sarcoxy. Looks like a telephone pole that was snapped off. And Jamie, we've been talking about hail. We've been talking about the thunderstorm threat. This looks like it was just winds that caused that pole to kind of snap. And you're also seeing, obviously, the one that's leaning very far. If you look up the pole just further to the left on the picture, that one is also looks like it's swaying a little bit to the right as well. So
already nice and clear out there too.
Yeah.
Pretty fast.
I mean, these are, this is like one of those, a lot of times when we have these storms roll through, it gets cloudy and you don't see the sky. But yeah, this is one of those where the storms they're not all, you don't have this big line of storms. I mean, these are scattered. And so, I mean, you can go from, hey, it's really pretty outside to, oh, we're getting hail to back to, hey, it's pretty outside again.
A little more activity now on your Halltown camera, Matt, on the
Okay.
58-mile marker there on I-44. That what we saw on the horizon earlier has come into the foreground on that camera. So
it loaded for 1 second, then it said, we don't want to load anymore. Let's see if we can go to the one in Republic.
they are a little finicky. Yeah, and you can kind of see rain firing up a little bit at US 60 and 174 out in Republic as well, which I believe is about one of the only cameras out there in Republic that we have access to here, but not quite as extreme. This is a bit south of that Halltown camera we were looking at just a bit ago. If you could turn this to the right, you would definitely notice.
And the worst, Jesse, the worst of the storm is south of Halltown. So we're not even seeing like the bad part of this storm that's coming in. That at this stage is really the worst of it is right along and to the south of Highway 174. There that runs kind of west east through the Chesapeake area into Republic from the west. So I mean, that's a pretty good ways from the Halltown area where they're getting rain right now, but looks like the big hailstones are off to the south.
Yeah, Matt, your other camera there in Republic would be James River Freeway in 360, and it's a nice crisp picture there. If you can get that one pulled up here, that is a nice high quality camera, but. Camera shot, I should say. But you can see a little bit of sheen coming off the road. Rain has started there, of course, but not able to see a ton of the hail though that we were looking at earlier. This would be coming towards Springfield. This traffic, I believe, the traffic coming toward you, Springfield, would be to the back of this camera.
The hail core right now, not on top of Republic, getting closer into Springfield. Jamie, if you can you pull up your hail estimate on GR2?
Yeah.
And let's show that off.
GR2,
If you get,
of course.
Yeah. So
get it,
kind of zoomed in.
can you make that
right
a
there.
one panel rather than four panel? I think people are probably being like, oh my gosh, what's all this information?
It's all this information, man.
I'm here for you, the
got
layman's
it.
term,
You got
folks.
it. You
That's
got
why
it.
I'm here.
Okay, so that's kind of zoomed in on the Chesapeake area. That's where the hail core is. You see Mount Vernon off to the west, Halltown to the north of that hail core. Looks like it's kind of passing Marionville to the north. Maybe getting some small hail into the Billings area right now. It still looks like, and I can kind of back this image up a little bit, just so folks kind of get an idea of the progression of this thing. Looks like it's maybe heading just a little north of east. And on that trajectory, I mean, it looks like it's going to be heading right for the Republic area, and then beyond that, we're going to have to, Battlefield across the south side of Springfield. I mean, it looks like this hail core, it's a little weaker now, but the storm's kind of been cycling a little bit. But it looks like this hail core is going to be headed generally toward Republic, Battlefield, and then maybe the south side of Springfield.
The bad news on that, a lot more people in those areas, but the good news is we'll have a lot more cameras we can access to show you what's going on in those areas. Just no shortage of them in the Springfield area.
And as Matt said earlier, I mean, there's a lot of lead time. I mean, so folks, if you live in Republic, Battlefield, south side of Springfield, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. Go ahead, maybe you go ahead and get that car, your truck in the garage. Make
got
sure
time
that it's
in
not just
Springfield.
sitting out in the driveway.
You got time in Springfield.
Yeah.
Republic, you're really starting to run out of time. Robin saying she's watching from Southwest Springfield, nonstop thunder. Getting even more hail pictures. Let's send one more in of Mount Vernon. So I kind of want to stress this of what has happened so people can understand what you can expect to come your way. This is Mount Vernon. Hail picture there. Let's go zoom in on that. Another larger than, I wouldn't go quite baseball size hail, but that's golf ball, you know?
Yeah.
Every bit of that. Every bit of that is a golf ball size hail. So this is what just moved through Mount Vernon. And if anything, it looks like this system has started to grow a little bit from where it was.
How fast, miles per hour wise, would you say this storm is moving?
It's
guys?
moving. It's moving in east northeast at about 50.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's maybe not moving as fast as that Morgan County storm was, but I mean that's still. That's a fast moving storm. It doesn't give you a whole lot of time to get ready for it. Now, of course, it's a big warning. I mean, it covers all of southern Greene County and most of northern Christian County. So areas, especially on the east end of that warning, have plenty of time to get ready for this. But yeah, kind of timing this out. Let me go to a different radar view.
You guys, talking about timing stuff out, you guys have to do a 5 o'clock newscast in 9 minutes. So
That's
I
Mike.
want you to...
Mike Landis will be
Mike's
your
on.
5 o'clock anchor tonight, 5, 6, 6:30.
Okay.
And I think it may be useful for folks to let them know kind of what our plan is coverage-wise. And if anything pops up, please cut me off. But at this point, if a tornado warning does come, well, I guess Jamie needs to go no matter what. So it'll be you and I, Matt. But if a tornado warning does pop up in the middle of this, outside of newscast time, Jamie will go, Matt will go, and that's who you'll be seeing. And they'll come to me and Mike Landis as we see more information that they aren't able to access, pictures, whatever it may be.
For folks that are wondering like how fast is this going to come in the Republic area, I would say in under 10 minutes we're going to see that risk of hail moving in. South side of Springfield, I'd say more along the lines of around 15 to 20 minutes. So we'll put it at maybe 5:05 to 5:10 this afternoon. That risk of large hail is going to be coming across the South Springfield area with that particular thunderstorm.
Jesse, if you are going to hang around with me for the
Yeah.
next little bit, if you could do me a favor, load up the stream, and then
Okay.
you can keep an eye on Facebook comments. And if people start screaming like, "What's going on in Springfield?" or "What's going on here?" you keep me honest.
Oh, yeah.
I had a program where I could like show the comments off on air, and then of course not working.
Famous
So
last words. And you know what, folks, I mean, it's no secret that I'm not a meteorologist here, but my role here is to try and find pictures that you're sending in, that government agencies are posting, and really try to ask the weather experts here the questions that you may be wondering. So that's a role I'm happy to fulfill.
yeah, Matt, keep people honest. So if you start yelling at Jesse, Jesse will yell at me. We'll do it that way. We'll pass that down.
Whatever's in the prompter. What are we seeing north of Springfield? Looks like there's some color popping up on radar north of Springfield.
You got up in the Pleasant Hope area. There's a developing thunderstorm. It's not severe yet, but it's popping up. It's growing pretty quickly. And then north of there, you've got one up near Lewisburg, kind of straddling the county line between Polk and Dallas. And we've got storms still impacting areas from Hickory County, southeast Benton, into Morgan County. It looks like another storm coming across. It's not severe, but another storm coming across southern Morgan.
I'm hearing from the Christian County Emergency Services. They're saying sirens may sound in Billings and Clever, and that is purely for hail. I don't love that idea because if I hear a siren, I don't think, oh, we got a lot of hail coming. I'm thinking we got a tornado coming. So if sirens go off in, Billings and Clever, that's because of hail. That is not because of a tornado threat, and that is going to scare a whole lot of people. Also, new severe thunderstorm warning just issued right now. Jamie, step out whenever you have to. Some people have been asking about Springfield. They're wondering, is this going to hit the north part of Springfield? Is this going to hit the south part of Springfield? Is this going to hit the west part of Springfield? It's going to hit all of it.
Yes to everything.
So
Reply all, yes.
if you got,
But
if
the
you-
worst of it does look like it's going to go across the south side of Springfield.
I do think the worst, yeah. The worst looks like, man, the south. Here, let me try to plot this out. It's wanting to go generally. That's that largest hail core.
Yeah.
Very messy on that arrow that I've drawn for you. But also don't want to lose sight of this. Another severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Dallas and Polk County. I had someone in the comment section earlier who were watching from Buffalo, and they said, we got hit really good last night. Well, here comes another thunderstorm. And the big consistent thing is more storms are starting to develop. We got one here, and here, and here, and here, and here, and here. And these are going to continue to grow. And as they get to the east of Highway 65, expecting them to continue to pick up and to be a little bit more devastating.
All right, fellas, I'm going to go do the news.
All right,
Sliding
Jamie.
out.
All right. Now, once the 5 o'clock news starts,
Yeah.
then what, Matt?
I think it's just us in here, me and you.
Okay. We'll stay here for you.
Let me,
And at any point there's a tornado warning, Jamie will break into whatever's going on. So if you're watching, maybe you've got us pulled up on your phone and you've got the newscast pulled up on your TV, you'll have the best of both worlds there in that.
We will try to. I will try to keep an eye on when Jamie forecasts, and we'll try to take his feed so that way you guys can get as much Jamie Warner as you want. John is saying sirens going off in the distance from Clever. That is not because of a tornado. I have heard from the emergency manager in Christian County. They said they're doing it for hail. I do not love that they're doing it for hail. I do not love that decision because there's probably a lot of people right now very scared, running into a basement, running into a closet, thinking it's a tornado. This is just for hail. The only threat we have right now throughout the entire Ozarks is thunderstorm, winds, hail. Nothing tornadic right now. And as I say that, let's do it a little double check. I want to go up and down this line.
Bailey Stroll saying she's just talked to the Lawrence County Emergency Management Office. No injuries there. Tree limbs down, though, but nothing major just yet in the Lawrence County area.
Okay.
And, Matt, you did mention that don't love the idea of the tornado sirens going off for hail. I guess, whatever helps people not be outdoors, I guess, is there's maybe some value in that for sure, but don't want to cry wolf. So I definitely understand where you're coming from with that.
I do wonder about Sarcoxy. We saw that picture of that telephone pole that was snapped. I wonder if people are without power. By the way, to the people in the comments, if you do lose power, let us know. Let us know through Facebook. Let us know.
Let's check out that Halltown camera one more time, Matt.
Okay.
I've got our buddy Spencer in Halltown. Has sent me a picture.
Good call.
He was seeing what looked to be quarter to maybe dime size hail, perhaps, but it's pretty ominous looking from this camera in Halltown, which technology is what it is. So,
Here we go.
and you can see it coming down. Normally rain, it would just be, you wouldn't see much rain. It would just.
I wonder if we're seeing hail.
That's what those white streaks kind of say to me. That's what I'm thinking when I see that there. And let me see if I can pull it up and we can kind of rig this up to where if you need to take my camera for me to show you what's on my screen here, because I've got a pretty decent feed that I'm seeing on my tablet that I have here. Just get my bearings about me for where all of that is. But yeah, that's what's passing through Halltown right now, north of Republic. So, and that is headed our way to Springfield. So be aware of that, folks. Not a ton of time to get the car in the garage, get your things in order there. But that's what we're waiting for here. So, and that was your Halltown camera.
Yeah.
So,
People saying hail in Brookline.
there.
Robert saying he ain't scared. Starting to sprinkle in Stratford, thunder in Springfield. Let's go back to kind of this radar. I do want to. There have been some people asking, "Hey, what's going to happen in Springfield? Am I going to see hail if I'm on this part of Springfield or that part of Springfield?" It looks like the core is going to go right on top of you, and this has been producing about baseball-sized hail, golf ball to baseball-sized hail has been very consistent on that.
North
really
of
picking up.
What are you
Republic.
seeing north of Springfield? I saw some new, a little bit more. I guess would that top right yellow box, is that a new one or is that the continuation of kind of what we've already been seeing?
I think that is
south
a
of
new
Buffalo.
one. This is so hard to track, but
You got 4 of them there that you're 4 boxes. So
Yeah, this is a new one. It's going to include all of Greene County. It looks like this thunderstorm's trying to go to the northeast. We have this thunderstorm that's in Republic trying to go northeast. Willard may be parting the Red Sea and kind of dodge a lot of this activity. They may be able to sneak out of this without getting hammered too bad.
Good for you,
I do
Willard.
want to check. Do we have any more pictures coming in? Hearing of some flooding in Lawrence County. Bailey said about 150 people in Lawrence County without power as well.
And we kind of saw, maybe why that was with that power line that was snapped. I mean, things like that causing those power outages. So wind, as we said, about 50 miles per hour, that storm moving with that speed. So
We're going to try to go
apparently-
to Jamie real quick. See if we can do
Yeah,
this.
he and Mike there.
Let's see, we're going to go. What do I got to hit? Got to hit this.
Just the beginning of this whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, right now, and we do continue to have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the Springfield area, all of the Springfield area. We've been tracking a severe warned storm that's been at times producing hail up to tennis ball size in areas to the west, areas south of I-44 near the Mount Vernon area, picking up hail that looked like it was close to tennis ball size. That's the storm that was responsible for that, and that is now moving across the Republic area. But notice there are quite a few severe warned storms from Dallas County. We've got a new one that's developed here northwest of Willard. We've got another one here to the southwest of Aurora in the Monette area. Every one of those thunderstorms has the capability of producing large hail up to at least quarter, if not golf ball size. And you can see this particular storm right now that is moving through Republic. That storm will continue to move east-northeast, and it looks like it will track across, especially the south side of Springfield, as it moves quickly off to the east-northeast at 50 miles per hour. The hail core, based on our hail tracker right now, appears to be centered right on top of Republic. So I would guess that we're getting hail maybe up to golf ball size in and around the Republic area. And that hail core will probably hold together, impact Battlefield, and then move across the south side of Springfield and then off to the east. So there's still some time. If your truck's sitting out in the driveway and you've got space in your garage, go ahead and just to play it safe, get your vehicle into a place that will keep it safe from the hail that may be impacting the south side of Springfield as we work through the next half an hour or so. Again, that storm, a fairly fast mover. Now, the cold front that's coming in is located right about in here. So the severe weather threat will end with the passage of that front. Right now, it looks like areas like Henry County and St. Clair County, I think we can give you guys the all clear in terms of severe weather for the remainder of this evening. But for the rest of the area, even areas off to the east and southeast, which are currently very quiet, there is an expectation of severe weather in those spots. Now, tornado watches are in effect for areas along and east of Highway 65 because as these storms move further east, they're going to get into a progressively more favorable environment for tornadoes. The storms right now are in a great environment for hail, but not necessarily tornadoes. As they move east, that tornado risk will likely go up as they get east of Highway 65, and especially as they get along and east of Highway 63. Now, in terms of timing this out, when are we done with the risk of severe weather? I think we're going to see those last storms exiting areas like Oregon County and Fulton County to our southeast at around 10 o'clock or so this evening. This is not going to be an overnight wave of severe weather like we had last night, but there is going to be some potential for more severe weather on Tuesday, especially along and south of Highway 60. I'll have more on that coming up. Mike?
Long evening ahead. Thank you, Jamie. Now for a live look of MoDOT's camera on I-44 near Halltown looking west. You can see right there traffic moving. Sky's pretty dark and the pavement pretty wet there as those showers have kind of passed over that area right there. All of that, of course, moving right into the Springfield area as folks are trying to get home from work, so it could make for a dicey commute for a lot of folks this evening leaving their work areas. Ozarks First has crews following the weather conditions. Here's some live video here in Springfield. Looks like in the downtown area. See a lot of raindrops on the windshield, meaning it's pouring here in Springfield just the same. I know a lot of folks there, as Jamie was mentioning, waiting for that potential hail to move across the southern part of the city. Now, right now, just some rain falling in downtown. Our reporter Michael McLaughlin is traveling down the roadway near Chestnut, just south of there on Main Street. And we're going to see what he can find out there as those storms roll in. Meantime, Ozarks' first Parker Paget is also on the roadway, stationed in Wright County in Mansfield to the east, where we're expecting those storms to really ramp up in a couple of hours. And Parker, what can you tell us about what you're seeing right there along? It looks like a Highway 60 there in Mansfield.
Yeah, I'm actually right next to the exit ramp from 60 to Highway 5. We are just inside the city limits of Mansfield, and nothing's going on right now. We're waiting for the storm to come to us, and so this is what we're seeing. You can see dark skies off into the distance. The wind has slightly picked up. There's been a little bit of a drop in the temperature, but there has been no precipitation at the moment. Just dark skies, just continuously getting a little darker as each minute passes. But we are stationed here in Wright County. We are ready to follow this storm as it makes its way into Wright County and through Wright County, and we'll bring you the latest as we learn it. But reporting live in Mansfield, Parker Paget, Ozarks First.
All right. That's been a couple of the updates. Jesse's zooming back in. Yeah, I mean, I'll let you. Your camera's going a little bit wild on you.
Wonky,
But we don't want to lose sight of what's going on. It's really those thunderstorms starting to develop right now. Things are starting to get more intense in Springfield as well. Let's go to our downtown camera. And
we just saw a live shot of right in that area, during our 5 o'clock newscast here. Hard to tell right here if it's just rain or if there is hail bouncing.
I think most of the hail, the worst of the hail, is going to be on the south side of Springfield.
Gotcha.
So I think everyone has a chance to see some of that hail, but it looks like the core of that is going to be on South Springfield. Let's try to get a little bit more road cameras. Spy pass. Trying to hunt for areas. People, let me know if you're watching, what you're seeing, if you lose power, anything like that. This is James River Freeway. Rain starting to pick up as well in Springfield. Mm-hmm. Trying to... I mean, it's just the reports. I'm looking at some of the reports that have been coming in, and people have been saying up to tennis ball size hail. It's just the second day of this. And for Tuesday, that's another day that we can see storms. I think today is going to be probably the nastiest, especially for areas that are east of Highway 65. That's where things are going to try to stay a little bit consistent on these hail totals as they start to move back in. Let's look at power outages, because I've heard some people are losing power. We're about 8,000 people without power. Most of those are along I-70 where that tornado warning was, but locally, Newton County, 600 without power, about 156 in Lawrence County without power as well.
Yeah, we've been hearing about some at Lawrence and Newton after the storm blew through that area. Just a handful of folks without power in those areas. Now, Matt, Springfield, we're starting to. This is kind of the active part of this for Springfield. Like, we're really getting into. This is Springfield's big game right now. Starting to get into that. How long do you think Springfield could be, I guess, under the gun per se for anything severe here, hail or heavy rain or wind wise?
Well, it's going to be the worst that we've seen. I mean, yesterday we completely dodged the threat in Springfield. Things really, that core is on the south side of Springfield. That's where things are really picking up the most. I want to look at velocity that's trying to take on a hook shape, but I don't see anything that screams tornadic, which is good. That's in Springfield. Let me kind of follow this.
From what I'm looking at, your
Don't
James River
see.
West bypass area could be seeing. It's pretty
James
good
River
stuff.
West bypass. Okay.
US 60, like the southwest corner of Springfield. If you can get into a camera there, you can see the rain coming down in waves in that area in the air.
Kansas in 60.
Yeah,
Look at that.
same
Look how
sorta area.
slow 60 is going.
Yeah, that diverging diamond coming to a folks not moving very quick, as they don't anyway on one of those diverging diamonds. But yeah, it's that part of you were talking about South Springfield really being in the line for the heaviest of the hail and the rain. All of Springfield going to be getting rained on here, of course, but more intense on the south side.
Yeah, and this is going to be a real quick, intense burst for about 10 to 15 minutes, and then we'll start to back up. The most intense of that burst right now is kind of by Battlefield, the southwest portion of Springfield. So think where the Academy is, where the Walmart is. Oh my gosh, look at that camera on 60. We can't even see.
Man.
We can't even see 60 now. We can't even see the highway. That's how hard it started to pour, and that's that intense burst that we're starting to talk about. This is the area that's getting probably hit the hardest right now. I imagine there's going to be hail that's thrown in here. I can't see any from this camera. If people are seeing some hail sizes,
Check
please
out
let
what's
us
on
know.
preview, Matt. On our preview screen over here, if you can take any
Okay,
of
yeah.
that would be from the Ozark ballpark there.
okay.
That's and you were looking at that camera a little bit earlier as everything was pretty far off, but that gives you, this is just a few minutes south of South Springfield in Ozark.
I'll go to that camera in a second. Let's stay on Kansas and US 60 because now we can't even see Kansas.
Wow.
I mean, this is wow. This is this very intense burst. It's going to be a very intense downpour for about 10 to 15 minutes. There's hail. There's going to be, look how much this camera is bouncing up and down.
Yeah.
This camera is getting shooken up, bouncing up and down, up and down, up and down. I do want to pull up our other camera in Ozark. That is the one that you're saying, look at this, because
And it's far off. I mean, you're seeing everything from a distance. You're right in it on that camera we just showed you. I mean, you're living in it right there. But from this camera we have from the Haven, or I'm sorry,
this is the ballpark camera.
Ballparks of America, I believe.
Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, what you're seeing that we just saw get dumped on Kansas is, and folks here in this area, I mean, you could see the people in the parking lot just going about their day, doing their thing, just got done playing some ball.
Jesse, there's a technical term for this cloud. We call it an SLC cloud. That's a scary
looking cloud?
That's a scary looking cloud.
Oh, man.
That is the most SLC cloud I have ever seen. That is a scary looking cloud. That is the leading edge.
I
Just
wanna
now
know-
starting to get into Ozark.
On that shot again.
Yeah, let's go back to it.
Green is kind of a color, maybe. You were alluding to, I wonder if anybody's seeing a green kind of sky out there. Are you?
That is,
No, it's kind of, I
it's
don't know.
whenever you get these really big hailers, these really big thunderstorms, a lot of times they have a green tint to the sky. And so it looks like we're picking that up from our tower camera. Guys, I have not looked outside a window in about
Yeah, that's all we got.
3 hours. So let's try to go at some more cameras because that camera on 60 in Kansas was just incredible. Get out of
Yeah,
this.
I mean, you're seeing nothing from, I mean, you're seeing a lot by seeing nothing. It's telling a pretty good story.
So
All right, right there.
see, here we're on National and James River Freeway. Look how this camera is just shaking, just rattling back. I'm trying to look for hail, and I'm not seeing. Granted, we're looking at a camera of 180p. Look how much this is bouncing back and forth.
And if you, I know I'm asking you to do a lot right now. We've got some video from North Springfield in the in our daily folder, Matt.
Okay.
I know you've got to do a lot to get to that, but there is some hail video that we have in that folder. But yeah, this is let's see here, Glenstone and James River Freeway. And I love what you're doing here, Matt. You're kind of just following along this storm, just moving camera to camera. In these areas here. So you're following the path of this storm using our cameras for this. So, and as Matt and Jamie mentioned, South Springfield going to be in the line of what we're seeing hail-wise for this. Looking at radar, it seems like the worst of it is passing through Central and South Springfield. And check this out. James River and Glenstone, somebody said, nah, fam, I'm good. We're pulling over.
They're not even trying to
Smart.
drive in that.
Playing this smart. I think you would be seeing a lot of this right now if you were out there on the road. Smart move by whoever that is, just letting it pass. They must not have anywhere to be anytime soon. So another one. This is the kind of rain and hail, Matt, that is literally bringing highway traffic to a standstill.
Look at two more cars.
Yeah.
Just said, nope, I'm done. And this has just drastically started to pick up. The intensity on this, look how slow that car in the fast lane's going.
Yeah.
He is fighting against it and saying, no.
This is coming straight into their face here on this, straight to them.
No. Are we about to lose the camera? No.
And I cannot say I'm surprised by if those cars are having to stop. I cannot imagine
Let's try to get a
camera
different
is
one.
holding up very well. So
But I mean, this is what we've been describing. It's a very intense burst. Thankfully, on top of Springfield, this does not look tornadic. The worst part is the south side of Springfield. That's the area that's getting hit the hardest. My camera went down. I'm going to try to find a little bit. No, all the cameras are going down.
It's like, I mean, I've got some. Looks like this is just rain, and I can. I mean, this is what
Here,
it
yeah.
looks like at the house right now.
Let me,
hold on. That's
I
my
got you.
wifey.
There you go.
Yeah, looks like we got hail coming. She's keeping me updated as we. Yeah, that's what we're looking at in South Springfield right now. If I can play that again. I know there's probably a better way to do this, but just the quickest way. You know. That's what it's like in South Springfield right now. Hail coming with it. So
US 60, another camera here. As soon as I go to it, it starts
yeah,
to
that's
load.
60 and 65 right there.
Yeah, Ashley asked, what time can we expect severe weather to be over in Springfield? If you're watching from probably Kansas Expressway, things are a whole lot calmer now. And you're not completely done for the day. Things are starting to pick back up with another thunderstorm moving back in. Jamie is going to forecast. So he's forecasting right now. I want to take his feed on that. We're going to lose some of these cool camera shots, but it'll answer a lot of questions people have about, hey, what can we expect?
There's some storms around earlier this afternoon, almost clear blue skies. And that's how quickly these storms are going to come in, and then they're going to move out. This is not going to be like last night where we just had storm after storm impacting some areas. Things have really started to line up, and it looks like this is going to be the primary line of thunderstorms, severe thunderstorms. And nearly every one of these storms that you see has already got a severe thunderstorm warning attached to it, with the risk of hail and also damaging wind gusts. I haven't seen a lot of reports of wind, but there have been a few sporadic reports of stronger winds also with these thunderstorms. And you can see this string of warnings that are attached to the thunderstorms that are moving across our area. Here in Springfield, severe storm continues to make its way, especially across the south side of town, across Galloway. We're probably looking at some hail with this still, maybe near and south of especially like the James River area. You can see that hail core. This is using our hail tracker right there. And this was underestimating the hail sizes. We may be looking at hail on the order of a quarter to golf ball size in places from about the Battlefield Mall south across James River, including the Galloway area, and just looks like we're trimming up that warning as that storm continues to progress off to the east at 50 miles per hour. So these are also fast-moving thunderstorms. And as I broaden out the view and we take a look at some of these other severe warned storms, we're going to keep that hail tracker product on there so that I can show you hail. Hail right there with that storm. We've got a couple different pockets of hail with two different storms east of Monette, impacting areas around Aurora. Also, severe warned storm getting into southwestern Berry County. Hail core with that. Looks like it's going to pass by just to the south of Cassville. And there's another severe warned storm that's currently in McDonald County that will tend to continue east right down the state line, maybe impacting areas around Eureka Springs. Now, looking at our watches, severe thunderstorm watch, areas east of Highway 65 under a tornado watch. Again, because the conditions are a little more conducive for tornado development with storms as they make their way east of Highway 65. These storms will continue to produce large to very large hail, but the risk for tornadoes with those storms will gradually increase, I think, over the next few hours as they progress east, especially in places along and east of Highway 63. The Storm Prediction Center today issued a very rare form of tornado watch. It's called a PDS watch. That's for southeast Missouri and northeast Arkansas. PDS stands for particularly dangerous situation. Those watches are only handed out under rare circumstances when the expectation is for quite a few tornadoes and tornadoes that could be very intense. So this is a dangerous combination of severe weather ingredients that we're seeing. And the focus for that really isn't over our area, it's just to the east of our area, but we're still contending with dangerous weather. Looks like a lot of what we see out of these storms this evening will come in the form of large to very large hail. Now, the cold front has already made its way through St. Clair County. It's actually located right about in here, and it will continue to progress off toward the southeast as we work through the evening hours. This is not going to be an overnight round of severe weather. I expect it to come to an end probably around 9 to 10 o'clock this evening when storms exit Oregon County and Fulton County. to our southeast. Now, one of the reasons why we've seen these storms explode over the last few hours is because there's a huge level of storm fuel over south central Missouri and northern Arkansas right now, that instability. Well, that cold front is going to usher in a much drier air mass by tomorrow morning. The problem is it looks like that front's going to try to back up a little bit up to maybe around the state line, and then we're going to have an area of low pressure moving east down that front during the afternoon and evening. And that's going to be a hot spot for additional strong to severe storms Tuesday afternoon into the evening hours. And severe weather is going to be a possibility. Notice we've got a 2 out of 5 threat level here for southernmost Missouri across northern Arkansas. And this does include a risk not only for large hail, which I think we will see some of, but also for the possibility of tornadoes. I think the setup for tomorrow is going to be a little bit more messy than the setup that we have for today, but if there is enough instability, we are going to see storms that will probably interact with that front that's trying to lift back to the north, and near that front is going to be a hot spot for potential tornadoes. Looking at our hour-by-hour forecast, taking you through this evening, this is where our line is currently, and it will continue to progress off to the east. 8 o'clock, we've still got storms impacting areas like Shannon County, Oregon County, probably Baxter, Fulton, maybe Howell County. And then from there, the storm should clear out. And the remainder of the night looks quiet. So we start tomorrow off, I think, with mostly clear to partly cloudy skies. But we'll quickly see showers and thunderstorms move back in from the southwest. And by noon, we're going to have storms across the area. And it looks like during the afternoon, we could have some severe weather unfolding, especially across south central Missouri and northern Arkansas. And then once that clears the area tomorrow evening, we are done for a while. In fact, Wednesday looks like it's going to be a nice day, just a little on the cool side. As for rainfall, looks like the heaviest of the rain that we will see will tend to be along and south of I-44 and along and east of Highway 65. There could be pockets in here that pick up several inches of rainfall. And so with that, there could be a localized flash flooding concern that develops as well. Temperatures by morning are going to be sharply colder. Looks like about 50 for a morning low in Springfield with an afternoon high of 66. Now notice the warmer temperatures off to the south and southeast, where there'll probably be some more instability and a higher risk for some severe weather in those zones. Looking at the rest of the week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
All right, that was the forecast with Jamie. I want to show a little bit more of these cameras. This is
Oh boy.
65 and 60.
Jeez.
65 and 60. That was what just moved through Springfield. Look at how aggressive that was bouncing around. We're actually seeing what happened a couple minutes ago. Then the camera's going to freeze back up. That's the last thing we saw on the camera before it gave out that signal. Let's do that.
Some Dramamine for that motion sickness. That's crazy.
One more
right there.
time. This is what it looked like at 65 and 60 in Springfield. This was a couple minutes ago before the camera froze and we ran out of some signal. So, wow. This
Unbelievable.
I want to get another peek at radar real quick because it looks like the worst of this storm system has moved out of Springfield. We're slowly pushing this out of Springfield. Now, we're not completely done. Things are picking back up in Republic again. The storms that are in Republic doesn't look as strong as what we've just experienced. Let's get one kind of quick peek at that radar for everyone because it has been a pretty good system that we had. Why is this? Yeah, I'm going to hit this button. I don't know what's going to happen. What's going to happen when I hit this button?
just a
Oh, let's
second.
see.
Of course, last night was also a
Live
very
in the
busy
newscast
night.
there. So Mike Landis doing a great job talking about some other storm damage from the last 24 hours here.
I didn't know what that button was going to do. I had to push it.
Just push the big red button. Can't fail. Okay.
Let's take a look at radar before I start digging back in. I'll answer some guys' questions. Jesse's doing a good job
Yeah,
trying to keep me honest on what people have been asking. But thunderstorms, I'm starting to lose my voice. I've been doing a lot of talking.
Can't do that yet.
Thunderstorms still developing. They're getting east of Highway 65. And what we've been saying consistently is as they get east of 65, the chances of them becoming tornadic starts to ramp back up. For most places, we've really only seen some powerful hailers, some fast winds, and downpours of rain. There is going to be another thunderstorm that moves back into the Springfield area. This is not going to be as intense as what we just experienced 15 minutes ago, but another powerful thunderstorm moving in through Springfield. So don't completely run outside because it's going to be moving back in.
Question here from somebody in Marshfield. Should I go park at the shelter in Marshfield and wait?
At Marshfield, it looks like kind of that worst of that hill is going to be to the south of Marshfield. But Marshfield will get a thunderstorm. And the big thing at this point, the concern in Marshfield is going to be hail damage to your car. If you care about making sure that you don't have dents in your car, and you don't have windshields, and you don't have a garage to go to, getting that car parked somewhere safe, yeah, I think that's a good move to do. So I think the bigger concern for Marshfield is going to be hail rather than a tornado threat right now.
Which that shelter, one of them in Marshfield, would be the LSO Jackson City Park. But again, like you said, hail is the
Look at
real.
you.
Hi there. Well,
Look at
doing
you.
what I can. And Matt, for folks who've been watching this stream with us since we started at 3 p.m., you mentioned something that resonated with me. If you could zoom out, and I can kind of just tee you up for this question I want to ask you. We've been talking about how these storms are going to go from severe thunderstorms to serious tornado potential the further east they go of 65. Well, right now, we're starting to cross over that Highway 65 threshold for a lot of these storms. Can you talk about why that is as we start to move
65.
east with all of that room, wide open space out there in the east?
There's a couple different things at play. Is one, it takes a while to get a very big thunderstorm. You can't just get one that pops up in 5 minutes, and they've been growing through. When we started this live stream at 4, they were kind of in their baby phase of these thunderstorms. Now they're not babies anymore. They're starting to fully develop. And as you get further east, there's more fuel for these thunderstorms to start to play off of. The conditions get a little bit more favorable. There's more juice that wants to have these tornadoes organized. The winds, as you go up in the atmosphere, they start to tilt rather than go in one consistent direction. If you have winds going this way and winds going that way, that's not good. Here's a little experiment I like to do. Kids, you can play along at home. Is I have a pin, and if you have winds that are going consistent, like if you have two hands that are going the same direction, the pin doesn't move. But if you have one hand, let's say winds at the surface, slowly going this way, and your other hand, winds up in the atmosphere, go faster, that causes something to rotate back and forth. That's what's going to happen in the atmosphere is as we get further to the east, we're going to see a lot of these winds that are quicker in the upper atmosphere than a little bit slower. And also, they're going to be going in different directions, which is going to help things not only spin, but organize into a tornado. So a lot of times when you're in 5th grade and you do your weather class and they say, how do you get a tornado? And it's like, you mix warm air and cold air, and you write that on your test, you get an A. But there's a lot more that goes into it. And some of the things happens well above the ground. And a lot of those conditions to get a tornado, the further east we go, we're seeing a lot more of those ingredients, and it's going to get into that environment.
Yeah, a lot of context that you guys do a great job of keeping tabs on. And you mentioned something else earlier to me that I wanted to bring up is the game tonight is really seeing how far east you can push these storms before they really ramp up and get to destructive, life-threatening, tornadic form.
Yeah, I'm going to try to pull up what the Storm Prediction Center has, because I was telling you guys earlier, there are going to be tornadoes that destroy people's homes. Mm-hmm. There are tornadoes that can take people's lives today. The question is that going to happen in the Ozarks, or is that going to happen closer to the Mississippi River? So these tornadoes, or I shouldn't say tornadoes, these thunderstorms that we have right now, as they go east, they're getting into an environment that will be more conducive of tornadoes, and it's a game of, can we get these thunderstorms out of here before they turn tornadic, before they get very bad? Mm-hmm. Here's kind of the, let me get that pulled up. I got the router still on. Mike Landis. We don't want that.
We love Mike Landis.
We do love Mike Landis.
Mike's going to be very busy tonight, no doubt about that, anchoring a lot of newscasts this evening.
So
As
here's
you're-
this
yeah.
tornado threat by the Storm Prediction Center, and I think it's doing a pretty good job. Where if you look areas west of Highway 65, we said, we're not too concerned about tornadoes. Yeah, you guys just got hammered with thunderstorms. It just poured down rain. People have sent in pictures of baseball-sized hail. But as you go further east, the risk starts to increase. And I think people that are watching along Highway 63 and east of Highway 63, that is when these storms are going to be fully grown up, fully mature, and in the environment that all the recipes for powerful tornadoes are going to be there. The question I had earlier, Jesse, is can we get these thunderstorms out of, Shannon County, Dent County, Phelps County, Texas County before they turn tornadic? Because I'm very confident we're going to see some big tornadoes today. It's just, is it in the Ozarks or is it along the Mississippi River?
Look at the if you can go back to the 65 US 60 US 65 camera.
Okay.
The southeast corner of Springfield. There are accidents now being reported in Springfield after this has passed through, and this is what it looks like from the camera view. It cannot be any better if you're actually out there driving. So, very dangerous situation out there if you're driving in any of this. So, and we saw people taking the absolute best move you could take earlier, just pulling off to the side of the road and letting this thing pass. We had a good shot earlier of 3 or 4 cars that had just pulled off onto the shoulder and said, "No way! I'm just going to let this thing go and get back on the road afterwards." So, we've started to, and what's crazy is, you can see 1 minute it looks like this, and then just a few minutes later, you got sunshine right behind it. So they're moving pretty quickly, and it's not like a widespread situation. It looks like from, we saw some damage earlier of a telephone pole that had snapped in half, and it just looked like a beautiful day out.
Yeah, in Circoxie. And so the nice part is you kind of have to get these line of storms through, and then once you do, things will generally start to wind back down. Another severe thunderstorm warning in Springfield. This one doesn't look as intense as what we just had, 20 minutes ago?
Mm-hmm.
But still another severe thunderstorm warning. Look at these. National Weather Service going with winds up to 70 miles per hour. Considerable tag on that. Hail, they're going half dollar size hail in Springfield as well. Ooh, this is a good hail core that's forming south of Lebanon. See if we can get a camera on that in just a second. I want to look at velocity. I want to quickly look, and right now I'm hunting to try to see is anything showing signs of being tornadic. This in southern Berry County, not tornadic yet, but if this kind of starts to hook back around, that is an area that we may have to watch for a tornado. And also, this earlier, Jesse, I'd like to watch for the southernmost storm. That's the storm that's going to have, basically, it's not competing for resources. That's one I'm going to watch for, see if that becomes tornadic. There's nothing yet.
We've got about 5,000 people in Springfield without power
wow.
now. Southeast especially, where we just, where we've been showing some of these really heavy pockets of rain and hail coming down. The city utilities map is showing a lot of power outages in the southeast corner of Springfield, which would be just to the east of the 65 and 60 interchange along Republic Road, James River Freeway, kind of near the Nature Center, just north of Lake Springfield. A lot of folks in that area without power. Looks like, about in one pocket, you've got about 2,200. Now it's climbing. We're now over 5,000 power outages reported in Springfield.
Wow.
From city utilities. That's going to kind of include some areas just to the southwest of town. It just went up again. So as this, and you can go if you want to try to pull this up, Matt. The
power outage map that I have is, I think it's starting to lag behind because it's not saying 5,000. It's saying about 3,000 in Springfield, that's really only getting reported from city utilities. About 400 from Ozark Electric, and then
let me give you an exact link here. I can just say it out loud. Outage and I realize this is kind of a long way around the block to do this, but outagemap.cityutilities.net will show you these power outages. And as it continues to refresh, more and more people are reporting outages. Looks like we're hovering right around this 5,000 number. So a lot of power outages. Yeah, there you go. And it's City Utilities has kind of updated and upgraded the way that they display their power outages here. But this, and if you can kind of zoom out just a bit and kind of get the as I call it, the grid of Springfield into view here. It is just very concentrated on that southeast part of town.
That's where the storms were the strongest. We're watching and we're picking tower cameras from the south side of town where things were really starting to bounce around as well. I do want to go out to Michael's shot. Michael is in Springfield, and you can start to see some type of flooding as well. Mm-hmm. Here is Michael's shot in Springfield. This looks like the storm tracker.
Yeah, he's got the baby.
He's got the baby tracker.
Yeah, it is the baby tracker, and I'm trying to figure out which park this would be at. It makes me think this could be over by. I'd hate to even venture a guess. I'm not sure.
We're playing.
Yeah, where in the world?
We're playing GeoGuessr in Springfield, Missouri.
Hard to do.
We do have the comments pulled up in this Facebook chat. People are asking if Red Robin is out of power. I do not know if Red Robin is without power in Springfield.
Well, it's in that area. They
Can
very well
anyone
could
let me
be.
know if Red Robin is without power in
Yeah,
Springfield?
please, someone call. I guess I wouldn't answer if they were.
They wouldn't answer.
Yeah, it's and Jamie Warner back in the building, folks. Everybody, give it up for Jamie. Jamie, we were just talking about the mass amount of power outages that are starting to come through from City Utilities, and I've got it pulled up right here.
We must have gotten some pretty good wind with that storm that came through. My wife called from the south side of Springfield, and I've got a bunch of limbs down.
As did mine.
Actually, a power outage.
At your
it looks
house.
like a limb on the line running to the house at my house. So
Oh, that's fun.
no,
we
it's
get a
not fun,
UGC?
Matt. It's,
Get a
it's going to
UGC
be an
from her.
evening, huh?
And right as you've done some renovations there,
Right.
we'll just add to the list.
Yeah, it just feels
yeah.
like we're going to be pulling out the old chainsaw again.
Jamie, I want to show you something.
Rev it up.
This is a camera, 65 and 60. This is old. This is back when it was going through. This is the last thing we saw on the camera at 65 and 60 until it went down.
Was
And
this
look
screen
how-
recording? Somebody screen record this?
No, it's just the camera went down, so now it's just a matter of it only shows us the
Oh,
last
That's not a
15
bad
seconds, and we lost the feed after that.
Yeah, we were watching that hail come in, and but the wind, and it looks like we've got some pretty intense wind moving across the Fordland area right now too. But just I can tell you this: my wife, we had a little video call about 5 minutes ago. She was showing me some of the damage in the backyard. There's quite a few big maple limbs that have come down, and it's more damage in my yard than I saw back on June 29.
Oh, last
When
year.
that huge wave of wind went through the south side of Springfield.
When
That one knocked
40,000
out.
40,000
Yeah.
people.
for a week at plus in a lot of places.
So yeah, you guys were talking about you're starting to see a big surge of power outages. I mean that makes sense. I've still got to.
Call her back,
Jesse,
Jamie.
what's your situation?
I'm gonna
Well,
say call her back and we'll.
yeah,
no, I'm
just trying to navigate the
Big
rest of
problem.
the evening, guys.
Yeah. You've got multiple fronts there that we're looking at. We've gotten some pictures, and I'm also in South Springfield, so I'll see what I can get from.
Yeah, let me show off some of
from
these
that
videos.
area.
I said I would, and then I never did.
A lot of things going on at once here.
Where'd that video go? Oh no.
I'll let it populate. And as I look at
Well,
radar in a very novice way that I am, it looks like another tornado warning in the Jefferson City area. Obviously not in our area, but there are a bunch of them on that line going from Jefferson City to the northeast. I mean, they're very busy up there in that area. It doesn't help us here. but-
Jesse, after today, we're going to decide if you get an honorary meteorology degree or not. So
Ooh, boy. Let's opt toward
yeah.
not. I won't be efforting it, but
I don't know if you guys have talked too much about this storm down in Berry County. That's probably one of the most organized looking storms right now, and that is like that southernmost storm. So
Jamie, we have your feet up if you want to try to show that off.
yeah, so we're looking at this storm it's located between really Seligman, Washburn. That's another supercell, looks very well developed. That's going to stay south of Cassville, but likely producing hail up to maybe golf ball size. I know, speaking of the hail, I don't know how many reports you guys had in here with the hail that came across the south side of Springfield, but I know Mike Landis had some really good footage.
He lives near the Galloway area, and it looked like hail of at least quarter size. He showed me the video, quarter to maybe golf ball size, cutting across that part of town.
Matt, were you able to see that video that I had thrown in the Teams chat? I don't know if it's working or not, but there's
Let's see if we can get it to load, because I went to it and then it was like, oh wait, hold on, I got to hit the button to turn on the video. Ladies and gentlemen, try it now. There we go.
And that would be in Halltown. Obviously, the camera's flipped the wrong way, but on the right side, you can see that would be the ground. Yeah, just tilt the head like you're eating a taco. And that's in Halltown. That was just before right around 5 o'clock, I think. I'd hate to even guess on the time, but that's not great. Great stuff there.
Here, let's flip this over. This is the video that Bailey sent in.
There we go. That would be in Northwest Springfield. I'm trying to keep up with the videos that we kind of a line of videos that we had in the queue.
Yeah, that would be like near the Brookline area.
Yeah,
And honestly, this is really light compared to how bad some places got hammered with hail.
I'm gonna guess that the south side of Springfield, down toward maybe before you get down.
Oh, there we
into
go.
Ozark and
There we
Nixa.
go. Now it's picking up. Look at that. There's a bigger hailstone down there. That one
Yeah.
looks at least quarter size. Little hail ASMR for you guys.
Yeah. I'll put you to sleep.
Make you have to go to the bathroom.
Not time to lull to sleep just yet, but
Okay. Getting a report. Republic got a wind gust of 67 miles per hour. Hail about 1 inch. Several trees down south of Elm Street. 2 trees down on Holmes.
Yeah,
So I'll put this out to Michael, and we'll see if we can get him in that area.
and that core of wind probably went right. Probably went through the Battlefield area, probably right down James River. And I'm gonna take this phone call, guys.
Okay.
Is that the wife?
yes.
Oh no.
Oh, boy.
Nobody's in trouble.
No.
She said, "You're talking about me on the live stream." No.
Yeah. Hey, that's when work and life literally intersect. Is how that goes. So, yeah, there. I mean, I want to go back and check on power outages because we were kind of on the leading edge of seeing that number start to grow on the city utilities outage map, and it's continued to hover right around 5,000. City utilities has it right now at 5,001. So everyone matters.
5,002 actually, Jesse.
5,002. There you go.
We're going up.
We love
Not the
to
right
see it.
direction.
Oh,
All
we're
of
not.
these are on the south side of town. Really
I mean,
southeast.
yeah, just like Jamie was saying, that line pushed right. That hail line, I think, is kind of that hail core he had mentioned was pushing pretty much riding down James River Freeway going east, and that's pretty consistent with what you're seeing here on the power outages, as how those have gone. So, yeah, and
We cannot confirm if Red Robin is without power at this time. I know people were asking, is Red Robin, do they have power or not? I cannot confirm. We do have someone saying no hail in Crane. Okay, so no hail in Crane yet. People are asking about Fair Grove. What other comments do we have? I'm curious, if anyone is without power, let us know if you are without power at this time. We'll provide you guys updates with that. Someone's saying hail in Lebanon. I imagine the hail core in Lebanon's really good, too. I want to try to get our in-house product.
Matt, you've got, as far as Facebook goes, you have your Facebook logged in over there.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, that may be the best way for you to send me something.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out is how to get you some of this good hail video I have from South Springfield that could have been responsible for some of these power outages here. So let me work on getting you that while you check out our in-house product you mentioned.
Yeah, I want to show a little bit of the hail off. Let's do this thing. We're going to keep that drive in Springfield on the baby tracker. I like how Jamie was here for a couple minutes, and he's like, guys,
I got to take this.
I'm getting in trouble with my wife.
Yeah.
We do not have power.
We hope we hope everything's okay with all of you out there. Power outages are no joke. I know we're sitting here trying to make sense of who is without power, where the most concentrated pockets of power outages are at. And it looks like, I mean, Matt, Lebanon, folks in Lebanon, I don't want to neglect you. Oh, okay. Time out. I'm all over the place. This white box here, what are we seeing with this?
That's a new thunderstorm warning that's just been
Okay.
issued. So let me, let's get us on screen here. Okay.
Will do. Thank you.
Thing is, I have this set up for Jamie to sit in the chair, and then Jamie's
Yeah.
like, "Oh, I gotta go. Let's get him out of there. Let's put me up real quick."
Yeah, man, there's a lot to keep track of thunderstorm wise right now. You've got
A lot of different areas, and
2, 3, 4, 5,
this is a
6,
time where people get mad at us, and they're like, "Why aren't you talking about this location?" It's like there's a lot going on right now.
A lot of
but
them.
the bigger takeaways, we're seeing this line of thunderstorms that are getting generally closer to Highway 65, or to the east of Highway 65 as well. So we'll zoom in here and kind of what you're seeing. All of these are severe thunderstorm warnings. Haven't seen anything tornadic yet. There has been some tornadoes over in Jefferson City. There has been some tornadoes in the St. Louis area. But for us, there's nothing screaming tornadic. Hopefully it can stay that way. But as these cells move to the east, there's a better chance that we'll start to see a tornado that can get formed. I want to check our hail product that we have in-house, because this is a good way to estimate just how heavy some of these hails have been. Yesterday, we used this all day long, and it was underestimating the hail. I mean, look at this. You can see that hail core that went right across Republic, Battlefield, Galloway, and then into Rogersville. That south part of Springfield, that's the same area, Jesse, that 5,000 people don't have power right now.
It literally rode through James River. I mean, going through town. I mean, it really did. It took the highway east. So, and it's still moving on that way right now. So,
And it looks like you follow it to Fordland, you follow it to Seymour. That's the next area that's going to get this kind of big old hail band that's going to stripe across. Other areas of hail is there was one that just went through Aurora. This one looks to be following a little bit more kind of the I-44 area. New severe thunderstorm warning over in Berry County. That was producing maybe golf ball sized hail in McDonald at times.
new thunderstorm warning, Matt.
That's a
in
new thunderstorm warning.
Shell Knob-ish area.
So that's going to
Right in
go,
there.
I think, south of Cassville, but closer to Roaring River, Shell Knob, Lebanon. I had someone in the comments section talking about the big old hail that they got in Lebanon. Our in-house product was saying golf ball size hail. I would almost expect that to be underestimating just how large this hail was. Another core that went into, where are we at? South of the lake, like the Ozarks. Another big, powerful hail core. This
Yeah.
is the one that also had a tornado warning on it as well. Someone's saying they're getting thunder. They're about 25 minutes from Lebanon. Okay.
Phillipsburg also looks like folks to the west of Lebanon on Phillipsburg, on I-44 in Phillipsburg, also dealing with that as well. Still sitting
All right.
around 5,000 power outages in Springfield, all of them again concentrated in that area there.
We're going to show, Jesse, I want to cut you off. I want to
Yeah, go
show you a
ahead.
picture that's happening. This is in Seymour right now. That, I'm looking at it, that does not look like a wall cloud to me.
What would indicate a wall cloud, Matt?
Well, you do want to see kind of a consistent lowering of the base. I think this is more, I wish I had, it's a lot easier to tell when you have a video rather than one image. But a lot of times you'll see a definite mesocyclone. You'll see, that's a fancy term for a very large, entire rotating platform in the atmosphere. And then from there, there's a lowering within that. That's your wall cloud. And then in the wall cloud, you have a further lowering. That would be your funnel cloud. That looks very, that's worth monitoring. I'll word it that way. It's not the time that I'm not ready to say, hey, there's going to be a tornado in Seymour this second, but that is something that is absolutely worth monitoring. I want to go back to,
It looks like it's, I don't know, a new thunderstorm warning issued for our location here from the Ozarks weather app. Whether or not that's kind of just repeating another one or not, I'm not sure, but you've got the radar pulled up in front of you there to know for sure.
yeah. This is just a continuation of thunderstorms. And it looks like this thunderstorm is really going to start to pick back up through Nixa, through Ozark, and then guess what? The same people that don't have power, you're going to
Buckle
get
up.
hit again.
Yeah.
See if we can
stay
hunt,
inside.
see if we can hunt some more of these cameras. I do want to say Seymour, Diggins, Fordland, Seymour. This is that, we showed that image earlier. Let me flip this back to the image of the dark skies and the clouds that we're getting into. This is the image that we just got from Seymour. This is what we're looking at on radar. And I want to flip this over to velocity, and I don't think I'm seeing anything. I'm not seeing anything that jumps out and screams tornadic. These winds are very fast, though. Let's get a scope on it. 50, 58 mile per hour winds, 58 mile per hour winds, 58.
That's a great tool there.
So not getting anything at 60, but yeah, there was one saying about 60 mile per hour winds right there in Seymour. So I'm not seeing anything tornadic. I know that picture just got sent in, and also more severe thunderstorms about to move into the Springfield area. Let's see if we can get another camera of that, Jesse.
I was looking at some of the Ozarks traffic cameras, which are a great resource, and yeah, I mean, there's that same area too. There's a wire down along Farm Road 31 and West State Highway 174, according to Ozarks traffic. That's going to be out, I believe, in the Republic. That's west of Republic, way west of Republic. So ignore that. It's kind of not where the action is at the moment. But yeah, I mean, there are multiple incident reports in South Springfield as well. National and Republic, a little bit of sun, gap of sun showing through in the National and Republic area, but you can see just how much rain has fallen for people traveling what would be north on National, trying to turn on to Public Road.
I got
going
Campbell
east, so
and 60
yeah, let's see
here.
it.
Jesse, if you want, you can slide over to Jamie's laptop.
Okay.
I was expecting him to be here, but
Oh,
he
baby.
slid out. If you pull stuff up on that laptop, I could show that off.
Okay.
So I'll let you kind of hunt on there, and whenever you find something that's worth showing, just let me know. Or you could even just drag the laptop over.
Sure.
And then you can start pulling up stuff over there. If you find something good, we'll show that off.
Yeah, that's maybe a good way for me to do it rather than barking orders. So
No, you're good. But man, the one thing that we really see on these is it's an intense downburst where the rain and the thunder and the hail picks up for about 10, 15 minutes, and then it lets off and you'll get some sunshine that comes back out. That's kind of the on and off, the push and pull that we're trying to get through with a lot of these storms. The nice part is no tornado warnings yet. I am looking closer to Waynesville, and that is an area that some really decent sized hail is forming. I would argue, from what I'm seeing over in Waynesville, maybe tennis ball to lime size hail. Let's try to get a camera in that area as well. It's just multiple thunderstorms. It's one after another after another. Just shot over Gasconade, shot over Lebanon. This is a good look. Here's a shot over Gasconade River right now. And you can start to see that storm that's approaching. You look out into the horizon, that's where the storm is, and it's going to start to slowly creep back in.
you know, I wanted to ask you. You mentioned Gasconade River there. Flooding. Where would you say? How does that rank as far as concerns go tonight for folks? We've not talked a lot about rain totals with this, I noticed.
No, we can dig into rain totals. And you're speaking of flooding, and Michael McLaughlin's in an area where it looks like he has some type of street flooding. Let me switch it.
Can you see what I have pulled up here, Matt?
Yeah, here we go.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. Oh,
This is Glenstone and Independence, so that southeast Springfield area continuing to get pelted. It's just really coming down in the southeast Springfield area right now. That has continued. I can kind of just whip around some of these different cameras in this area. Now, this is not far from there. National and Republic has been, it doesn't look nearly as bad.
no,
as
that's
it
a little
does
bit more
just
calm.
a mile east of there.
Looking on radar, you got to be either in Nixa or kind of the southeast portion of Springfield to see some of these stronger storms. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's a very intense burst where it comes down very hard for about 5-10 minutes, and then it'll start to wane off. It'll start to back up a bit. I want to get Michael's shot because I think you were talking about some of that street flooding. That was a question you asked. And then
Yeah.
here's Michael driving through. Last I heard, he was going through the Springfield area.
Is this a live picture or was this?
This is a live drive. He's driving right now. He's live. I don't know which road he's on.
Okay, so that wall that he was about to run into there, that is up against
that's
James River.
Yes.
So James River would be just on the other side of that wall. I know that because I shopped for houses in that area when we moved in. One of those houses right there was on the market a few years ago. But that is, and if this is live, it's kind of stunning to me that it's not it's not as heavy as we saw. Just
Well, I think he's on the. This is kind of that downburst of thunderstorms just moved out. And if we would have taken this shot 10 minutes ago, we would have seen a lot more. Even some sunshine is starting to work back in.
Matt, 65 in James River right now is just.
Okay. Let me pull up your
It
shot.
is just. This is not far from where we just saw Michael.
I think
this
that
is a
camera.
live picture. I think.
I don't know.
I
if
mean,
that's- yeah.
What would radar indicate in that area right now?
I don't think that's live. I don't think that one's live. I think it's having the same
Okay.
problem. If you click on my camera at 60 and 65, it's showing
with
the
you.
last
Okay.
thing that we had until it kind of.
Potentially unreliable situation with some of these cameras.
Well, some of
So
these
we'll do our
storms are so
best to-
strong, it knocked out a lot of the cameras, and now when we go to them, they're showing us the
That-
last thing
yeah.
before it quickly went away.
That makes a lot of sense then. So some of these cameras may be. But we'll try to keep that in mind when we're flipping around some of these cameras here.
Sasha's saying it was definitely. She definitely was though. We had hail. Cassandra's saying we had hail towards 125. Let's see what other comments. Make Chrome faster. I'm down for that. I live 3 miles from the Gasconade River. Yeah, and we have a shot of the Gasconade as well. So this is kind of another area that we're expecting thunderstorms to start to roll in. You can kind of see on that left side of the screen, that's where the thunderstorms are going to approach back in. And the big story with a lot of these is it's calm, and then there's a very intense ramp up where these storms really start to pick back up. There's going to be a heavy downpour. There's going to be consistent hail, and then they back off, and sunshine starts to come out. So it's that quick burst of very intense thunderstorms, and then things slowly back on up. Parker Pageant driving the storm tracker. Michael's also driving in Springfield. Let's get some more shots of these live drives. Looks like water's not too bad over the roadways.
Yeah, it looks like he is headed east on Primrose. That would be Cox
Yeah,
South
that's
on the
Cox.
right side there. People on the right side there looking mostly dry, walking across Kings Avenue here.
Stoplights have power.
Yeah.
Which about 5,000 people in Springfield were without power.
I mean, this is like right on the brink of that area of folks who are without power right now.
Hunter's saying small hail, heavy rain in Ozark right now off 65. Line tracker down 63. Line I'm not sure what you're trying to ask, Misty. If you can re-ask that question, I'm not sure what you're trying to tell me or get out of me. I do want to go back to radar. Just every once in a while, let's keep looking. Let's try to hunt for anything that is showing signs of going tornadic. And really the strongest thunderstorms I'm seeing right now, there's about 4 of them that are really catching my eye. The first one is going to approach into Hartsville, just north of Highway 60. This is a very consistent thunderstorm. National Weather Service is saying about 1/4-inch size hail. I would not be surprised if that becomes even stronger. Jessica's asking about Marshfield. I see your comment, and it looks like, thankfully, things in Marshfield are just sliding right under it. Look at this line I'm drawing in. Here's Stratford. Here's I-44. Most of these thunderstorms are sliding right under it. I know people in Willard and Fair Grove and Marshfield, it's been pretty quiet for you, where you have managed to just barely dodge a lot of these thunderstorms. I mean, south side of Springfield, there's 5,000 people without power. Most of these thunderstorms are going to fire up just south of Marshfield. Still expect you guys could get clipped with some thunderstorm activity, but I think the bulk of it is going to be just south of it. You could probably walk out your front door and see the thunderstorms and wave to them at Marshfield. Expecting you guys to get some rain and thunder, just the bulk of it will miss you. I'm going to start answering these questions. I'm seeing people ask about Grove Springs, asking about Kabul, asking about Mountain Grove. Let me talk about the areas that are the worst right now, and then I can start answering questions about people want to know where you're watching from. The worst areas that I'm seeing are further north. There's a pretty good thunderstorm that just went out of Phelps County. That's not into our viewing area. This is a good, consistent thunderstorm that is over in Crocker with the hail core. I want to try to see if there's any signs of tornadic thunderstorms, and not, but it does look at Fort Leonard Wood and St. Roberts. That's going to be another area that really starts to pick up on these hails, on the heavy rain, on the hail. Crocker, not seeing anything tornadic. Very fast winds about to hit Hartville, but not seeing anything tornadic as well. Nothing looks like a tight couplet, which is good. Let's answer some of these questions. A couple people asking about Branson. And in Branson, you guys are going to see your thunderstorms. I think the first one you can get is about 30 minutes from now. Really depends if you're asking for Branson West, if you're on the city of Branson and Forsyth. Here's this thunderstorm. It was severe warned throughout Berry County. That one is now sub-severe, but I still think you can get about marble to quarter-size hail. This is going to march west to east throughout the viewing area. Stone County thunderstorms just now starting to spill into Stone County. So in Branson, I'd say about a half hour at the earliest, but really within the hour, you should be getting some thunderstorms that move in. Someone's talking about Crane. Yeah, nothing looks too bad right now in Crane. Springfield, anything more for tonight? I think the worst of it in Springfield is what we had an hour ago when people started losing power. I think that's going to be the worst of it. I can't promise that we're completely done in Springfield, but things are definitely leaning towards that way where most of the active weather in Springfield is going to wrap up. Yeah, Hartville's the next area that's really going to see fast winds move in. Jesse, you seem to be like you're working on something.
Just looking around. You mentioned Branson earlier. I mean, folks in Shell Knob are probably getting rained on pretty hard right now. And as you said, that's moving to the east at the moment. So, folks in Lebanon, that's starting to move up. I'm just kind of going through, looking at kind of who, like you mentioned, who's kind of in the firing line of some of this at the moment here. Matt, I want to ask, as we go throughout, we're kind of starting to hit that window that you all told us about earlier today for Springfield, the 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Time frame. We're starting to, that's starting to kind of move out for Springfield, as you just mentioned, being, the worst of it is over for us. As we move east at this point, what are we looking at? Some of those areas east of us that could be, in the path of some of the worst of it potentially. I know it's hard to say right now because it kind of comes out of nowhere at the moment. But
I'll time that out. Before I time that out, I do want to show one picture. This is of a tree that got knocked down in Rogersville. Emergency manager in that area has already told me that this has been cleared out. But look at that. Rogersville, that was laying right over the side of the road. I don't have the exact location in Rogersville where that occurred at, but that has already been cleared. The road is back to running again. I don't want to lose sight of the question that you're asking, because you're basically saying, hey, you guys are saying once this gets east, these storms are going to get worse, and I'm still fully consistent on that message. That part really hasn't changed with the forecast. Let's get back into our graphics so I can kind of lay out how everything's happening. What you're seeing here, this is kind of the current radar view, where these yellow boxes are severe thunderstorm warnings. Orange boxes are severe thunderstorm warnings where the National Weather Service is saying, hey, we may have to drop a tornado warning on this pretty soon. So no tornado warnings in our area right now. There's severe thunderstorms. There's a line of severe thunderstorms that are also going to march further to the east. And the big thing is, as these storms move to the east, they're going to get into an environment which is more capable of producing thunderstorms. Here's the risk outlook. Notice if you're watching from Texas County, Phelps County, Dent County, Shannon County, that's where this higher risk is. That's that moderate, that 4 out of 5 risk. That's also the same area that has that particularly dangerous situation. I've been talking so much for the last 2 days. Hold on, I'm going to take a sip of water. But as these storms move east, there's going to be a better chance that they can develop into kind of more of these monsters that we've been warning about. It is one of the areas that's seeing kind of rain the hardest right now is Hartville. We have Parker Pageant driving through Hartville as well.
Oh, there you go. It's a good shot from our storm tracker.
And from what I'm seeing, winds are 60 miles per hour. That was the area earlier, Jesse. I was trying to get an estimate on the winds.
Yeah.
And 50 to 60 mile per hour winds, and he's going right through it in Hartville.
Yeah, he sure is. I know they're set up out east tonight just to try and catch some of these storms as they come through in the as safest way as possible out there. That's it's a pretty good shot from where they're at out there. Just checking in on power outages here in Springfield, 5,200. So that number continues to climb. Report those power outages directly to city utilities, folks. If you're watching us on your phone, that's about all you could do at the time right now. But I'm trying to look at some. Are you seeing any power outages from our other source there, Matt? Our AMIC. Let me see what I can.
Yeah, let me switch to the other one that we have.
We have a few different ways that we can see these. And they're kind of scattered throughout Missouri from what I have here. Looks like there's quite a few up at the Lake of the Ozarks area.
Yeah, my source
in
is saying
central Missouri.
5,500 in Greene County without power, about 300 in Lawrence, 500 in Newton County. I thought this was also interesting. If you look at the U.S., quarter of a million people, but most of those are in Michigan and Indiana.
Wow.
But yeah, power has been the issue as well. People starting to lose power. Philip is saying he doesn't have power in Southeast Springfield.
Yeah, that seems to be the case for a lot of folks at the moment here. And Matt, I was wondering if you were able to see any more videos that we had been able to get in from potentially the into the daily folder.
Let's see if I can get that.
If not, there should be some in the Teams chat that you could potentially pull up there.
Is there
from the
anyone
one
in particular you want me to go for?
Whatever you got.
Whatever I got.
Whatever you got. Smoke them if you got them, pal.
Got a Jesse New Hale video.
There you go. That would be it. Should be in the daily folder.
Let's show that one off, huh?
Yeah, this one would be.
Was this Lauren that got this?
Yes, it was. Yeah, this would be in South Springfield, if it's the one I'm thinking of. And it would be in the southeast part of town. Some pretty good hailstones coming down in that area with some pretty heavy rain that only lasted a few short minutes there before it. This is a pretty short video, but we're looking at probably dimes, maybe a couple, 2 or 3 nickels down there, but nothing.
Some pocket-sized change.
Yeah, something you'd find in the couch. So
I will say it's not as strong as what we saw yesterday. Yesterday was those baseball-sized hails. We had pictures of windshields just getting absolutely shattered, and now it's like, oh, it's hailing outside.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Kind of run-of-the-mill standard hail there. And as we sit here approaching the 6:10 p.m., Jamie will have his full forecast here in just a few minutes. So we can maybe tune into that, Matt, and give folks
Yeah, I think we're in the commercial break right now.
Hear it straight from him. So, right now it looks like they are tossing to commercial right now. Mike Landis anchoring our what is now our 6 p.m. newscast. So, checking in on kind of the timing of our show, our rundown there.
Also, I appreciate everyone that's sending in pictures. Let me show this off. Oh, get rid of that.
Parker Paget says hail in Hartville right now coming down. So that hail line coming down. Okay,
That is a tree over in Rogersville.
man. So they must have had some pretty good wind out there.
Yeah, I'd say so. That's the second tree that we've seen knocked down in Rogersville. That's the same wind that is now in Hartville.
That you measured that earlier, kind of between 50, maybe 60.
50 to 60. It looks like it's starting to. It was a very wide area of 50, 60 mile per hour winds, and now it's starting to spread out. Whenever it spreads out, it doesn't get as intense. Want to make sure still nothing tornadic in Hartville.
Yeah, maybe we can take a look at radar to let folks know, kind of see a wide picture of the radar and what you're seeing.
Yeah, I'll get that pulled up. Here's the shot in Hartville. Parker Paget's there, and also keep me honest when Jamie comes out of.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on things for the 6 o'clock. I've got eyes on their rundown here, so we'll have looks like that is queued up. So here in a couple minutes, Jamie will be giving his full forecast on our 6 p.m. newscast right now. So Matt, that one you're seeing there in Hartville, that's where Parker Paget is. He's in a great spot.
And also, you see how kind of like west of Hartville, things are starting to wrap up. It's east of Hartville that a lot of this activity is. You're still seeing this. Parker's kind of in that divide where you can see the daylight to the west. You can see the clouds trying to clear out. It's a beautiful shot, kind of matching what's happening on radar. These storms are starting to push out of the area. Kelly's asking about Forsyth. You're going to get a thunderstorm that moves into Forsyth probably within the hour. Storms are just now getting out of Berry County, moving into Stone and marching your way as well. We're waiting to come back from commercial. And old
Sight.
Jamie Warner,
He has assumed the position. He's
ready to go.
Ready to deliver a great forecast.
let's see, is this, nope, too soon. Pulled the trigger too soon.
Well, hey, it happens. I'm looking at some Lebanon. Got a pretty good dividing looking type picture as we do there in Hartville that you can see here. we go.
And here's the chief. Oh, where'd it go?
Conditions across the area. Storms have already blown through the downstream area. Blue skies there. Ozark, recent storms have moved out. Now we're finding blue skies there, but storm clouds showing up at Beaver Lake and also looking at severe warning storms now approaching the Rolla area where we've got stormy skies showing up on camera right now. Here's where storms are lined up from about Phelps County southwest into Benton County in Arkansas. Now the cold front is just now starting to enter northwestern Greene County. So it's not quite on this line of storms, but it's just behind it. And that front will continue to sweep through the area over the next several hours. Severe warned storms, quite a few of them still. We don't currently have any warnings for the storms here south of Highway 60, but north of Highway 60, much of this activity is severe warned. This is a storm that moved across the south side of Springfield, maybe an hour ago. Still severe warned, still producing very heavy rainfall, lots of lightning, strong winds. And that's something else that we saw here in Springfield with strong winds that has resulted in power outages, especially across the south side of town. This particular thunderstorm still producing hail. Looks like we've got hail of at least quarter size showing up south of Hartville right now, and that'll continue to track east. Also looking at severe warned storms here in parts of Marys County, getting into western Phelps County, stretching across Pulaski County and Laclede County, back into the Lebanon area. Many of these storms are producing strong wind gusts and also pockets of hail. We've got a pocket of hail here near Fort Leonard Wood. We've got a pocket of hail up around Dixon, probably up to at least quarter, maybe golf ball size there. And that's really been, I think, the biggest weather concern, the wind and the hail with these storms so far. But you see there is a tornado watch in effect for areas along and east of Highway 65. I think we're going to start seeing some of these northwestern counties get trimmed out of this watch as the severe weather threat has ended in those areas. But further east, the severe weather threat will be ramping up. Conditions for tornadoes are actually higher, more supportive of tornadoes here along and east of Highway 63. So as these storms move into that better environment, there may be a higher chance for them to become tornado warned and potentially produce tornadoes. Cold front, again, located here along I-44, will continue to drop off to the southeast. A lot of instability still out ahead of that front. So we're still expecting additional severe storms in places like West Plains and Eminence and Alton and the Mountain Home area here over the next few hours. The front will clear the area, it looks like toward 9, 10 o'clock. So our severe weather threat in places like Oregon County and Fulton County will come to an end at around 9 to 10 o'clock this evening. And then the rest of the night will be quiet, but we're not done with severe weather concerns at that point because it looks like that front will stall over Arkansas and it may try to lift back toward the north. Now, it's possible that there's a lot of thunderstorm activity north of the front and it kind of holds that frontal boundary off to the south. If the front is able to get further north up to, say, at least the state line, this will be a hot spot for additional severe weather, especially Tuesday afternoon into the Tuesday evening time frame. And there is a marginal to slight risk out for this area. It looks like primarily large hail, but near that front, if there's enough instability, can't rule out the possibility of a tornado. Again, this is going to be sort of an evolving situation that we're going to have to kind of fine-tune as we see what's going on Tuesday morning. Looking at our hour-by-hour forecast, again, storms lined up along I-44. They're going to continue to push off to the east. It looks like at 7 o'clock we're going to see storms into Dent County, Texas County. Should be impacting Ozark County into the Mountain Home area. And then at 8 o'clock, still impacting Shannon County, Oregon County, Fulton County. Maybe by 9 o'clock, the storms are really starting to move out. And the rest of the night looks quiet. That's good news there. This is not going to be an overnight severe weather concern, but then tomorrow we're going to be watching for waves of showers and thunderstorms to impact the area as we work through the afternoon and then into the evening hours. And we could see some heavy rainfall out of that. Taking a look at the 7-day forecast, we do have good news. After Tuesday, it'll be cooler, but it will be quiet. Looks like we're going to have highs in the 60s and overnight lows down in the 40s. A chilly start to the month of May. Looks like the next chance for showers, and they won't be severe, that could impact our area may come as soon as, say, Friday. It looks like a lot of that, though, is probably going to tend to stay off to the south. Mike?
All right, thank you, Jamie.
All right. Takeaway from that is still got storm chances, still got tornado chances, especially for areas east of Highway 65. And guess what? More storms possible for Tuesday. So that's the fun forecast that we're in. I do think in Springfield, the worst of it has passed. So it's really the focus now is areas in south central Missouri, north central Arkansas, along Highway 63, east of Highway 63. I do want to show Parker shot off as well because he's continuing to, he's in that Hartville area. And last I heard is he's going to be driving towards Kabul. And this is where that severe thunderstorm warning is into parts of Texas County and Wright County. Gotten some water on the lens on the storm tracker.
Oh, looks great.
But it's really, once you're ahead of kind of that thunderstorm, it's quiet. And then it's a very intense burst where it is. You'll get that downpour. You'll get the rain that starts to move in and caused 5,000 people in Springfield to be without power.
Yeah, that number has jumped up to about 5,500 now. So, well, okay, it's fluctuating, but yeah, between about 5,300. So it's, and all of them concentrated into this southeast part of town. Matt, I think it may be useful at this time if folks have any pictures that they can contribute to us to show us what you're seeing, especially in south and southeast Springfield. I'd like to see what kind of wind damage was dealt to that part of town right now. If we can pull up our website to let folks know, to get on the weather tab there, and you can submit your weather picture. That will give us permission to use it right into that, directly into that part of our website. That will make it a lot easier for you to do so. So
Ozarksfirst.com. Look at that. You can go to the weather tab, submit your weather pictures right there. Oh, we already have some hail pictures. This is from the 27th. Yeah, this is from today.
Yeah, as recently as 20 minutes ago or so. Some hail piling up on, beautiful rainbow. What do you know?
It's always a fun competition of who has the largest hail picture. And right now, let's see does this say who it is? No.
Thank you, Smouse.
I'd say this right now is the winner. Mount Vernon, courtesy of Hannah.
Yeah, you're looking at golf ball size there in that area.
Oh, look at their backyard, just absolutely covered. Whoa, okay. Here's the winner.
Yeah, that's
Biggest hailstone is Lebanon, courtesy of Gina Young.
Yeah, looking
Gina
at
Young, congratulations. You are the winner of Biggest Hailstone. If you would like to compete, just send your pictures into Ozarks First.
Yeah, and certainly we've seen the damage that hail can do in the last 24 hours. Certainly nothing compared to...
Really good picture.
I want to say nothing compared to last night, because I know a lot of people in the El Dorado Springs area didn't get that, they got golf ball size hail. Some of them did, but some were, baseball size hail in the El Dorado Springs area. But right now, concern being today, so Lebanon area looks like things are starting to pass through Lebanon and go east, maybe toward Rolla, Matt. So the northern part of this line of storm starting to push a little further out of our viewing area, heading toward the St. Louis area north. I'm looking at Lake of the Ozarks. They seem to be in the clear right now, radar wise. Springfield and east. Now, Matt, are these storms to you? Are they pushing more northeast, or are they kind of just going fairly due east?
Well, they've been generally going northeast, and then when they get stronger, they move to the east. So that's a sign of a storm starting to get a little bit more intense, and that brings our eyes over to Kabul. That brings our eyes over to Hartville, Mountain Grove, Houston. Anytime that these storms want to be more of a right-moving storm, that's a sign that's trying to gain strength, and it will start to pick back up. So these storms, as long as they continue to move to the northeast, look at what's moving back here and out of Barry County into parts of Stone County, those aren't as severe. It's when they start to get a little bit more east movement on it, like what we're seeing over in the cell that just moved out of Hartville. Those are a little bit more intense. I'm not seeing signs of rotation. The National Weather Service, they've said they are keeping an eye on it, but I'm not seeing any signs that says tornadic at this time, which is good. And we wanted to, what I said earlier, Jesse, it's a race between, there will be tornadoes today. It's just, can we get these storms out of our area before they go tornadic? And in Springfield, hey, we did that. We got those storms. We had the thunderstorm. We pushed it out. It wasn't a tornado. We're good in Springfield. It's for everyone else that's ahead of this kind of line of storms. I kind of circle the area. If you haven't experienced a thunderstorm yet, you have to get this line pushed out before it becomes tornadic. And the further east you go, the better chance of this storm producing a tornado. That's the game for today, is trying to get them out before they come tornadic, trying to push them through. And I think at Springfield we're clear. It's places that are further east. We still have to get that through.
Yeah. Looks like, a lot of there's some businesses in Southeast Springfield that are closing tonight with the power outages and the hail damage. Looks like one of those being the Bambinos, what I'm seeing in the Galloway area, is closing. Or at least things are slowing down there for sure. Just kind of going through social media, looking to see who has what going on. If you can get onto the Ozarks First Facebook page, that about 30 minutes ago, it was flat getting it down there in South Springfield and Galloway neighborhood earlier. So it's no wonder it's coming down. It was coming down pretty aggressively earlier in the Galloway area. Let's see here. Looks like this is in Mike Landis's neighborhood. I don't know if we showed that picture.
I don't think I have.
From earlier today, but it is posted on Ozarks First Facebook page, where a lot of you are probably watching us right now as we speak. So Any damage pictures from folks who are in Southeast Springfield who've had the chance to go assess the damage? Would love for you to send those to us and have our team send you a form so that we can show those. That's what I'd like to know. I mean, we've seen some downed trees in the Rogersville area, and I assume there's got to be some more of that in the Southeast Springfield area that has caused a lot of this damage.
Especially with a lot of people being without power.
Yeah, that's got to be what is causing a lot of this. It looks like it's southeast of Republic Road, east of the.
Oh, Bailey just said wire down in Greene County. That is
I think that one was east of Republic, 174 and Farm Road 31. I want to say I thought I saw that earlier, but that could be where that was. Looking into some of these pictures from, or trying to find some of these traffic cameras that may be able to tell us a bit of a story for kind of what's left behind. Looking to find. Looks like there is some. That could be from construction. Bear with me here, trying to piece this together live as I sit here now. So, go to the Ozarks traffic cameras here. Find
Yeah,
what we can.
camera pulled up over in Lebanon. You know, it's it looks like there's a thunderstorm that just went to the north of Lebanon. Things are starting to quiet down. Stronger thunderstorms moving into the Rolla area right now as well. Really, the two areas that I'm seeing most of this thunderstorm activity is in Wright County, just east of Hartville, about to move into Texas County, and in Rolla. Those are those two areas that look to be the most intense. There's still some thunderstorms happening in Christian County, in Douglas County, in Stone County, in Barry County, but none of that is jumping out and screaming, oh my gosh, this is really bad, which is pretty good. We want to continue to stay that way. So
Yeah.
really the areas of concern is Rolla right now and then parts of Texas County.
Yeah.
See, try to get a shot over in
This
Rolla.
is, yeah, and I'm these cameras that are in southeast Springfield where these power outages are, they're just showing. On one hand, it's good because they're showing kind of what caused it, but on the other hand, we don't have a great live picture because all of those cameras are down for the most part. A lot of them are. Let's see here. And that's kind of what we're doing here. It's kind of, we're kind of in a holding pattern of waiting for these thunderstorms to pop up into something that could potentially be tornadic. And at that point, Matt, I'd imagine, be running to the studio.
Yeah.
At that point. So
I mean, at this point, you're hoping nothing pushes that
Yeah.
way, but I think it's a matter of just time, and things are starting to get a little bit.
yeah, I'm going to get back into our chat here. I think this is a really good time to address some of the questions that people might have for us in this area. So let's see. Somebody saying wind really picking up in Forsyth.
Okay.
So that that'd be east of Branson.
Forsyth, east of Branson. Yeah, now's a good time to ask if you guys have questions about what you can expect from the forecast, if you want questions for us to answer. Grace is saying Monette is sunny right now, and yeah, I think for Monette, your chance for nasty weather, that is what has already pushed out. That's moved out of the general area.
Yeah, great time to go assess whatever damage you may have had right now.
I do want to kind of look at this hail tracker. So we
Yeah.
have, this product in-house that tells us roughly how big some of the hail is, and that's a good way to track where these big impactful storms have been. So I got it on the storm risk right now. We'll switch that over to how it's currently looking on radar. And it's really this line of thunderstorms moving west to east. Thankfully, most of them have been pushing through sub-severe, but things starting to ramp back up. Here's that cell I was talking about in Wright County. That's about to go into Texas County. I know we have a lot of people watching from Houston. That's an area that is really about to start to ramp back up. Someone's saying, how is Rolla looking within the next 2 hours? Well, Maddie, Rolla is getting a thunderstorm pretty well right now. the worst in Rolla is going to be what happens now, and for the next hour, things will start to taper off in Rolla, thankfully. Jess is asking about Dent County. Dent County is one of those areas that I tend to be more concerned about. I'm more concerned about Dent County. I'm more concerned about Shannon County. More concerned about Oregon County, because these thunderstorms are getting into an environment that's more capable of producing tornadoes. As they progress east, we're going to try to see these storms organize a little bit more into something that can produce and hopefully not touch down, but it's going to be more likely as they move that way. Someone saying Houston can see where is headed. Yeah, in Houston, here's your thunderstorm. This is the one that just went through Hartville, and let's switch it over to Parker Pageant because he's tracking your thunderstorm right now. So he's driving towards Kabul, but this is what's going to be moving into Houston, and this has been producing about quarter-size hail. Winds have been about 50 to 60 miles per hour. There has been some damages with this, but nothing too extreme. So this is the kind of the thunderstorm that's moving your way into Houston. I know in Springfield we're starting to get sunshine that's coming back out. In Houston, dark skies are starting to move back in. Here's where that leading edge. Parker said he's about 25 minutes from Kabul, so I would guess he's getting closer to the Mountain Grove area right now. Let's answer one more question, then we're going to go to Jamie's forecast for a second. Someone's asking about, let's get a good question. About Kabul. You're looking at Parker Pageant driving towards Kabul. Let's see, somewhere else. Houston. Yep, storm starting to pick up in Houston as well. Jamie's about to give us a real quick update on the forecast. I want to get Jamie's latest thoughts. We're going to go live to our newscast. Here we go. Oh, wrong button.
I do have a damage picture here, Matt. I mean, we can take Jamie whenever you want, but this is near Cherokee and Seminole.
On the phone. I did not expect the phone.
Yeah.
Here we go.
On the phone here. That's near Cherokee and Seminole. I understand I'd be scolded for showing this on the phone and not just pulling it full, which we can do, but I wanted to sneak that in before we went to Jamie, who is live right now, Matt.
Yeah, we're going to the chief.
Yeah.
Hail up to tennis ball size. Now, we didn't get that level of hail in the Springfield area, but hail up to maybe quarter or golf ball size in parts of the south side of Springfield. That particular thunderstorm continues to push east across now Webster County. And here in Dawson down to Mountain Grove, you can see we've still got an intense thunderstorm capable of producing strong winds, because that's something else that we've seen with that thunderstorm. Damaging winds across the south side of Springfield that's resulted in quite a few power outages and tree limbs down and trees down. Also, still producing hail, maybe up to quarter or golf ball size. You can see our little hail core right here between Mountain Grove and Dawson, and that storm tracking east at about 45 miles per hour. So this is a fast-moving thunderstorm, and that's going to bring it into Texas County here shortly, and then across Texas County into Shannon County. And we do expect that storm to likely hold together. Now, there are additional severe warning storms up in Phelps County. These also racing off to the east-northeast. And notice how the line extends back into northwest Arkansas. We will likely find a risk of strong to severe storms getting into areas that are currently quiet, places like Howell County and Marion and Baxter counties in north central Arkansas. It is quiet right now, but the risk of severe weather will be moving in over the next 1 to 2 hours as this cold front gradually clears the area. And that cold front currently is about to move across the Springfield area. And on the backside of that front, quieter weather. So this is going to be a short-lived severe weather event. We should see quiet weather moving in later tonight, but more severe weather possible for parts of the area on Tuesday. Mike?
All right, thank you, Jamie.
I saw our storm chaser, Brian Dupree, said he's in Sykeston. He's going to that PDS tornado watch. Pretty sure you're up closer to St. Louis earlier, and now you're starting to move back down. I want to show a couple pictures. This is the one that you teased earlier, Jesse.
Yeah, let's take a look at that once we get it pulled up here. So this is from one of our viewers. This is going to be between Cherokee and Seminole. Make sure I have the correct information for where this is at, but I mean, this is right next to a power line, so I would imagine this could have a potential impact on why there are so many power outages right now.
Look
in
on
South Springfield.
The left side of this image, when it's just left of the screen. That's where you can see where it got snapped at and fell over. That's a big boy.
Roanoke Avenue between Cherokee and Seminole. So this
Okay.
is not far from Bass Pro, I think. So I'd have to look again, but I mean, there's probably more of this in those areas. So we're asking you if it's safe to do so, get out and take some pictures and let us know what you're seeing out there as far as damage goes.
Sorry,
And
sorry,
there-
that was very loud.
There you hear it. I mean, this is in the Galloway area of southeast Springfield. So hail coming down heavy down in that area, just falling down in clumps, coming down. Looks like you've got some marble size hail there, just above, like maybe some quarter size at most.
Definitely hail sizes have come down, because when we started off, we were having baseball size hail. This is not that large compared to it.
Yeah.
Bailey saying that tree is in Roanoke Avenue between Cherokee and Seminole in Springfield. That photo is by Melinda Mullins.
Yes,
So-
thank you, Melinda. We appreciate you for that, no doubt. Yeah, so kind of in a holding pattern here, waiting for these things to kind of get, hopefully they do not get any more severe than they are right now. But just looking at the radar from 1,000-foot view, I mean, not literally, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
The number of thunderstorm warnings have decreased, it looks like. So you got a tornado warning popping up there, Matt. That's
Yeah,
in the
that
St.
is-
Louis area.
It looks like over in Festus. So over in
Okay.
Sullivan. Is this Brian? Nope.
They
here
have been
is-
busy in St. Louis today, I know.
We do have another severe thunderstorm warning. We used to just have one. This first severe thunderstorm warning. You're looking at Wright County as it crosses over into Texas County. We have another one issued for Douglas County. I want to flip this over. We have Parker in the storm tracker. So Parker has been kind of chasing this. He's driving, and if you guys have driven on that part of, well, it doesn't even look like he's on Highway 60 right now. It looks like he's gotten off of 60. I was told he was going to Kabul, and now he's trying to kind of chase this storm. This is that severe thunderstorm warning that is about to move into Texas County. So for the people that are watching, I know some people have been asking questions from Houston. They've been asking questions about Kabul, asking questions about Sargent. This is what it looks like in your area. He's trying to get ahead of that thunderstorm, but kind of the bulk of this hail is expected to kind of cut, I'd say, just south of Houston. Some of it will hit the town. So if you are watching from Houston, get the car in the garage. Find a way to get a blanket on those windshields so it's not going to completely shatter them or cause too much damage to it. But dark skies are starting to move back in, and that is a completely different situation from what we have in Springfield, where the sun's coming back out. Things have really started to quiet back down. I want to look at the radar, because the last time I looked, still not seeing anything tornadic in Texas County with the cell that's about to go towards Houston. Here's the view on it. Dark skies, looking ominous, will start to pick up, but nothing is screaming out, hey, we're about to have a tornado drop out of the sky right now. So that is a positive part on that view over in Texas County. Let's go back to the radar and look at the second severe thunderstorm warning. This one has just been issued by the National Weather Service, and this is for a really good hail core that is on top of Ava right now. That is where this kind of band of hail is. I think this one is going to be about quarter, maybe $50 size at the largest. But here's another hail core. This doesn't have that tornadic shape yet. You can kind of see this appendage that's hanging down. That's what I'm going to have to monitor for, where the winds are starting to come into the system. Winds are coming in this way. Winds are coming out that way. This would be a chance that we could see a tornado form. I just don't see it at this moment. Doesn't mean it can't happen, but at this moment, not seeing anything tornadic in Ava. Just the hail core is starting to pick up. Amanda's saying just now raining about 10 miles south of Rolla. Yep. You're looking at this cell. This is also a severe thunderstorm warning. This is a standard severe thunderstorm warning. Winds 60 mile per hour. You can get about quarter-sized hail with that as well. I do want to go back to Parker's shot when I can. Beautiful shot.
All right. That's,
Yeah, come on.
Joker.
There we go. Once again, this is Parker Pageant around Kabul. Last I heard, that's where he was headed. I'm not sure exactly if he's kind of diverted off that path.
Was in Hartville earlier. Looks like he's getting into the part of the country there where it's, the cell service isn't the greatest. But, Matt, I do have kind of a wide look at power outages across Missouri on Jamie's computer here.
Yep.
That we can take a peek at when you have a second. This is the Association of Missouri Electric Cooperatives map. This would be Greene County here. It doesn't, I do not believe this includes city utility. Obviously, it does not, but we know that city utilities is going through it right now with the amount of power outages they have. A lot of them in the central Missouri area here, Miller County, Pulaski County dealing with quite a few from the Gasco Sage Electric Cooperative. So this is kind of a wide look at who's been dealing with power outages. They're scattered throughout the state here today in the central part of the viewing area. But when you go to city utilities and you continue to look at this, it has not dipped below 5,000 in quite some time. So people here on a Monday night without power, in the time where folks are getting off work, headed home, maybe they're already at home, trying to figure things out. So, we can try to get an update from the city utilities here for you and see what they're dealing with, how long this may take, because I know that's the top question people want to know is how long will it take to get power back on. So let's work on getting that information from city utilities.
Yeah, I mean, that would be great if, I don't know if Bailey or...
folks in the newsroom who are working on that. They're trying to gather information, pictures, videos they're trying to gather. We can also put out a note to city utilities to see how long it could take before power comes back on. And I know that's a hard question for them to answer, but if they could at least kind of give us some sense of kind of what they're dealing with on this, as far as like maybe how many lines did trees fall onto lines? Did lines snap? Were there crashes into power lines? What's going on with that? So we'd like to know what's going on there. So
I believe it was Ashley. Yeah, Ashley just asked a question about Mansfield, and this is the area where you're kind of right in between two severe thunderstorm warnings, and it looks like the worst of it is there's going to be a thunderstorm that passes down to your south in Ava. We have people watching from Ava saying it is hailing really well. Winds are picking up. It's starting to get very nasty on that. Here you are in Mansfield.
yeah,
And you are just missing that thunderstorm. I imagine you are hearing the thunder. You're hearing the booms. You could probably walk outside and see it as well. There is going to be rain in a smaller thunderstorm. I don't want to call it a baby thunderstorm, but in comparison, that's what it is that will start to move in on Mansfield. Jamie is doing his full forecast right now. So I want to try to go back out to Jamie, get his longer thoughts on the forecast, the timing for everything for tonight.
It's over with for the Springfield area. It's over with for places like Monette, Stockton, up to Clinton, Warsaw, Camdenton. That's it for the evening hours. And I think even across Laclede County, I think we're done with the risk of severe weather this evening. But the risk does continue along and east of this line. Now, right now, we've got a couple of different severe warned storms impacting areas just to the east of Springfield. One is a storm that did impact Springfield shortly after 5 o'clock, still severe warned as it makes its way into Texas County. And we are looking at strong wind potential, maybe gusts up to 60 miles per hour, along with large hail. Our hail tracker has been great the last couple of days estimating these hail sizes. Right now it looks like maybe quarter to golf ball size with this thunderstorm south of Ben Davis, and it's moving east at about 45 miles per hour. Further south, we've got another severe warned storm impacting areas now east of Ava. It has quickly moved across the Ava area. There were reports in Ava of hail up to at least nickel size. That storm also appears to be moving east at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. Here's our hail core, likely some quarter to maybe golf ball size with that east of Ava. Further southwest, our friends down to the south, you do have showers and thunderstorms moving through. Currently nothing severe, but these storms still likely producing gusty winds, heavy rainfall, lightning, and maybe even some small hail. This line of storms will gradually make its way east across the rest of the area this evening. Now you can see tornado watches still remain in areas from I-44 and north, but I really think we can go ahead and trim out all of this part of the watch. In fact, we can also trim out a good chunk of this severe thunderstorm watch here in southwest Missouri. The severe weather threat, as I said, for areas along and east of where you see the line. And this afternoon, a rare PDS watch, a rare PDS tornado watch, particularly dangerous situation issued for southeast Missouri and northeast Arkansas. The anticipation is that as these storms move east, they move into a more favorable environment for severe weather, including tornadoes. And we could find large and destructive tornadoes in these spots here in southeast Missouri, southern Illinois, maybe even northeast Arkansas as the storms progress into that area. Plenty of storm fuel left out ahead of the front. That front will clear the area overnight tonight. The problem is it doesn't move far enough to the south. And it looks like it may try to wobble back to the north tomorrow morning, and it will bring that instability back to the north with it. Now, there's two scenarios that I'm looking at. One is we have a lot of thunderstorms throughout the day, and that tends to prevent that front from moving very far to the north. The other scenario is maybe we don't see a lot of thunderstorm activity in the morning hours, and the front wobbles north, and we get quite a bit of instability back into northern Arkansas and southernmost Missouri. And if that is the case, there will be additional severe storms tomorrow afternoon into the evening. And a slight risk for severe weather is present, and that's not just for hail, although I think hail will probably be the primary mode. There could be wind, destructive winds, and there could also be a risk of tornadoes, again, if that second scenario plays out. Here's our hour by hour for the rest of this evening. Storms continue to march east. That's 7 o'clock. At 8 o'clock, still have storms, the risk of severe weather in Shannon County, Oregon County, Fulton County. After that, the storms will move out, and we'll find kind of a clear and cool start to our day in many areas, but showers and thunderstorms will quickly spread back to the north and east during the morning and then also during the afternoon. So it may be a day where there are waves of showers and thunderstorms impacting the area, but it's the afternoon to evening time frame that we're concerned about some severe weather risk. As far as rainfall, looks like we could still see some big totals south of I-44 and east of Highway 65. Again, this does account for rain that may fall Tuesday into Tuesday night. Some areas could see maybe in excess of 2 to 3 inches of rainfall. About 50 for a morning low. Looking at highs tomorrow, running cooler. Today we made it into the 80s. It looks like 60s for highs to the north tomorrow, low 70s to the south. And I'm happy to say a quieter forecast for the back end of this week. Wednesday, becoming partly cloudy, about 66 and mostly cloudy on Thursday. A chance for showers mainly to the south on Friday. And that'll be a cool day with the cloud cover in place. It looks like low 60s for highs. Morning lows on Saturday in the low 40s. And it looks like a nice weekend. A little cool on Saturday, 65 for the high, but by Sunday, we're looking at mostly sunny skies and 70s.
Be nice to have some quiet, calm conditions for once.
Yeah, and it looks like after Tuesday evening, we're looking at an extended period of quiet weather that should continue into next week.
We'll enjoy that. All right, thank you, Jamie.
I kind of wish Jamie's forecast was longer because it was a snack break for me. I think that's the first break I've had in like the last 3 hours. But
burning it at both ends here. But honestly, Matt, like this is going pretty well as far as the conditions out there. I mean, I'm shocked we haven't had a tornado warning at any point yet. Because I know we were what you guys were watching for was once these storms pushed east of Highway 65, having all of that instability for them to fire up and potentially spin up into some tornadoes and cause some damage. That thankfully is held off for this time. So that's been good for a lot of folks.
Kelly's asking if we got pizza tonight.
Oh man,
no
Not
pizza
this
for
again.
tonight. But you are talking about, hey, once what we've been talking about, once this gets to the east, there's a better chance for tornadoes, and this is how it looks on radar, where we're starting to get some supercells breaking free, and this is what we have with the cell that's going to be moving into Houston, just north of Kabul. This is breaking free. This is starting to grow. The cell that just moved out of Ava, this one's breaking free, starting to grow as well. So earlier we had a line of thunderstorms, and we're starting to get some of these cells to get ahead of that pack, which is going to provide an opportunity for them to get ahead. Steve saying pea-size hail north of Ava, 8 miles U highway. Okay. Yeah, and what I was really stressing earlier today is it's going to be a race of. I'm extremely confident there's going to be some very large damaging tornadoes. The question is it going to be for us or is it going to be for people closer to the Mississippi River? And these storms have been moving very quickly, pushing out, pushing out, pushing out. There are a couple tornado warnings in St. Louis. I do want to see.
They've been busy today. I was watching our sister station, KTVI, earlier today before we started. And I know they were dealing with a couple of different tornado warnings around 2 o'clock today. I'm not sure how they progressed as they crossed over the river and got into Illinois, but I know they were busy tracking tornadoes. It seemed like mid-Missouri and in the St. Louis area and north of that has been where these storms have seemed to want to really fire up today.
Yeah. National Weather Service are going to change the hail size on this cell that just moved out of Ava. They had it at $half size. They're going to bump that up to 2-inch size hail. So this is starting to ramp back up again. The cell that's about to go into Houston, this is for 2-inch size hail. So that change just come in. Yep, here we go. Tennis ball sized hail with the cell that just moved out of Ava. I know, Steve, you're watching and you're around that area and you said, hey, I got about pea-sized hail. You got lucky because this cell just started to grow back up where they're getting now tennis ball sized hail. The cell over in Houston, this is starting to grow as well too. They're getting 2-inch size hail. So things expecting to start to ramp back up. I do want to show off Parker's shot in Houston. Actually, Michael has a really good shot. He's driving around just in Springfield, but things aren't active in Springfield. He just drove by Bass Pro, okay? So we're at that Chick-fil-A, that Bass Pro, the Raising Cane's that has that wraparound.
This one or the next.
Let's.
There we go.
They're trying to figure out where to go next. I can tell.
But look right above that stoplight. You can see that leading edge of that thunderstorm. We're looking at the top of the amble of this cumulonimbus cloud. There you go. There's some fancy terms for you. But those are the storms that Parker are now under. So you're looking very far away in Springfield. Things are quiet. The sun's starting to come back out. But look at Parker. He's the one that's under that cloud that where Michael is watching from. These are dark skies. I need to actually talk to Parker because he reached out to me and he said, hey, Matt, where should I go? Got the cell head into Houston, but I'll be bound in that area. There's only one. He said, so he's in Mountain Grove. That's where his shot is currently. And
got a shot for you in Rolla here.
Okay.
On this computer over here, Matt, which looks to be in the middle of, I believe, a thunderstorm warning. If my radar here is correct, would that be accurate? Is Rolla in the line right now? Are they?
They're one of these areas that are getting this kind of larger thunderstorm. They just had one move out. Let's go back to this radar. Rolla's kind of in between waves where they just had a powerful one move off to their southeast. They have another one that's off into the southwest. Thankfully, it looks like the next one that's about to come into Rolla doesn't look as strong as the one that they experienced earlier today. These hail sizes, 2.5 in Ava. 2-inch hail about to move really along Highway 63 right now. Kelly's saying she's hearing a lot of thunder in Forsyth. Is Ozark in the clear for the evening? For tornadoes, yeah. The chance to see a tornado in Ozark, that was a couple hours ago. That's moved out. So thankfully, Ozark is in the clear. Nix is in the clear. Springfield is in the clear as well.
Yeah, I'm seeing just minor sticks and limbs down in south, kind of near the Galloway area. That's what I've been told from people I know that are there. But still power outages to deal with. But these folks who we're keeping an eye on here.
Get your power outage pulled up.
Yeah, this is from a statewide view. This would be, let me get over to city utilities here. 5,555. So fives galore. I'm just doing a quick refresh here to see what we can what we can find. Takes a second. Got a nice new laptop here. Okay. Yeah, and this has kind of been the story for what we're watching in Springfield, and this is this shows kind of tells the story of where that hail moved through earlier, Matt. You had that track of where that hail went through earlier.
Yeah.
This is pretty consistent with where that was, going down James River Freeway moving east. So, let's see here. Outage percentage somehow over 100. 100.05% of customers in that area are without power. A lot of assessments being made, some tree work in progress. So, we did see a downed tree from a picture earlier. City Utilities trying to get out and assess a lot of this still with so many people without power. Now, this is nothing like what we saw in June of last year, and in April as well from last year. But trying to just get a grasp on what City Utilities is dealing with, if it's tree damage, if it's something else. If power lines snapped, we're not sure. We're here in the OBS studio, the Ozarks First Plus studios here. So we'd love for you out there, if you have pictures of any damage in Springfield or elsewhere, tell us. We want to know, because there's only so much we can see from here. We do rely on you folks to let us know what you're seeing in your area as far as pictures go. I'm not sure what kind of new images we've had recently. We've kind of been waiting for folks to be able to get out and assess some damage right now. But
yeah, City Utilities posted on Facebook, hey, we heard people without power. Go ahead and report it. So that's the best thing you can do if you don't have power right now. Report it so they know that they need to come your way. We are waiting to hear back from City Utilities. We're going to have our newsroom reach out to them and get some type of estimate for people. Are we expecting power to come back in an hour, or is this going to be like kind of what happened April 29th and June 29th, where people were without power for days?
yeah,
We'll get an estimate on that. We'll kind of get the latest word. So I'm sure right now City Utilities is at the point where they're scrambling to try to find out what's happening they're trying to find out the answer themselves before they can
right.
pass that out. But power outages, very consistent. The outage map I'm looking at says 6,000 in Greene County. Most of those
That would
being
make
City
sense.
Utilities.
Yeah, they've got it's the vast majority of those are from there. Yeah, and we're working on getting pictures. Matt, it may be worth showing that picture we had earlier from that tree down in Central Springfield, on
Yeah, I'll see if I can find that again. That was
Roanoke Avenue.
Oh, here we go.
Between Cherokee and Seminole.
This guy.
Yeah, that's the
Oh,
one. And
where'd
you
it go?
mentioned let's see here. We've got a statement from City Utilities. I can go ahead and read that here on the air for you. Thank you to Bailey for getting that to us here. Okay, it is pretty long, but I can give you the greatest hits of this. City Utilities responding to electric service outages caused by the severe storms that moved through the area this afternoon. About 5,000 customers, looks like 5,500 from their map right here, are currently without power. They provide the outage map link for folks. The City Utilities has activated its Electric Crisis Operations Center, and they're calling in all available assistance. So crews are working as quickly and safely as possible to restore service. To report an outage, you can do so through the My Account feature or by calling 888-863-9001. They tell folks, do not assume your outage has been reported. Submitting a report ensures your address is included in restoration efforts. And then they say, obviously, safety remains the top priority, and they're first addressing downed power lines due to the serious risk they pose. So
And we've heard about 3-4 down power lines, and that makes sense. Let's
Yeah.
get rid of the down power lines first, and then we'll start to get homes back on these powers. You said businesses have been without powers. Was it? it was the Italian restaurant. Was it Bellacino's?
No, it was
Bambino's?
yeah, Bambino's.
Bambino's is without
that was
power.
just something I saw from someone on Facebook. So don't take that too terribly face value there. But I mean, there's a good chance that a lot of those Galloway area businesses, or even southwest of there, could be, because it looks like a lot of these are going to be south of James River, south of Republic Road.
Okay.
There are most of these outages are concentrated in that area. So that's where a good majority of these are located right now. So just a heavy pocket of outages southwest of the 60-65 interchange, as Chief Meteorologist Jamie Warner is back with us. I've been playing with your toys over here, so there you are.
Jamie, let's give you a round of applause.
computer.
Last night, you did 6 hours of tornado coverage. You were 4 hours into it before you even took a sip of water.
No.
I've already had sips. I've already had sips of water.
Sipping and sipping.
I've already broken in.
What socks you have on? Those are pink. I can tell from the.
And a lot of people in a pickle right now in the Lake Springfield, Galloway, Lone Pine area. Those seem to be the main areas impacted.
We got that was a good transition.
right now. So, well, thanks. Jamie, since we have last seen you, we've kind of gotten a grasp on these power outages here. You've been on the air delivering the forecast. You had to take a call earlier.
Hold on, I gotta get centered up on the camera.
Yeah,
What
no,
we
I
gotta
understand
do?
that.
Okay.
I know you had to take a call earlier. How are things? What
So
have your people seen?
I live on South Campbell in the Parkrest Village neighborhood.
Okay.
And so I've got several large limbs down, I know, in the backyard. And one of those limbs is has fallen out of a tree in my neighbor's yard, but it's fallen into my yard, and it's basically resting on the power line.
Oh man.
So there's no power. I also have my internet, which is fiber, and we just got this put in back in January. It is a line. It's not in the ground. It's a line that runs underneath the power line. So it too is out.
Wow.
So there's some chores waiting for me.
Yeah.
And,
that's not.
yeah.
I'm sorry about that.
No, here's the thing. You know, we did this last June. We did this back in April of last spring. You know, it's
Twice.
Twice. April 29, June 29. And here we've had another, looks like a pretty big wind event across the south side of Springfield. I mean, I've got more tree damage with this round of wind in my yard than I had with the round that came through on June 29th.
And this is, should be mentioned that those storms last. I can't recall which one was worse. Would it have been the April one? One of them had upwards of 30,000-40,000 people without power.
I think they were Matt was here that morning of April 29. He was also here on June 20. Maybe you're the bad luck.
Dude,
You're the bad luck.
I think it's like, I called off another 29th. I'm like, I'm not coming to work.
Right.
I'm not.
It's today is the 27th, so we've missed
April
it by a couple of
29th
days.
was 50,000 people without power. June 29th was only 40,000 people without power. I think the April one was a little bit more. People took longer to get their power back.
And there were a bunch of little tornadoes too that were also associated with that line that came in on April 29. You wouldn't expect to have so many wind events back to back to back in a fairly small geographical area, but that's the way it's gone.
Yeah, I remember I came back from parental leave the day that happened. The next day, it was a Sunday going into a Monday. I'm pretty sure was the April one. So,
and with
first
the
day
one,
back.
the one in June, it's like I was down in Branson at the time, and it's like if you weren't here in Springfield, you wouldn't have known how bad it was.
Yeah.
Down there we got some gusty winds, but when I remember driving back the next day, and it was just, it was like a war zone across my part of town.
The northwest side was just
That was in
Yeah.
the April event. Both of them, though, you know, you had a lot of large trees that went down on houses. I mean, there is still, like, near my neighborhood, there is a home that had a big tree that fell on it, actually through it, and that house has not been touched since.
And
It's just sitting there, basically caved in,
wow.
and it hasn't been repaired. It's just sitting there like it was the day after the storm, minus the tree. The tree's been removed, but
Oh, well, a little something there. Yeah, and right now, I mean, folks who are in Springfield are in the clear, guys, for going forward. Obviously, the power outage remains for a lot of folks. East, though, is where it looks like there's only a couple of only a couple of thunderstorm warnings in play at the moment.
I do want to show this off. This is an update from National Weather Service. Mark, shout out. Watch has been canceled for Lawrence County, McDonald County, Newton County, Camden County, Dallas County, Greene County, Miller, and Polk County. So we're seeing some of these counties getting taken out of the tornado watch that's from National Weather Service. Lead forecaster there, Mark Birchfield. So letting us know. I think that's what they're currently working on right now, is trying to scrub out these counties from the watch. But Greene County, your chance to see a tornado has ended. A lot of these counties, it's really just areas to the east, that we have to push through.
yeah, I
So-
mean, you could just say basically where you see the line of thunderstorms, it's along and east of there. We still have a severe weather risk. This isn't going to be a night where you see things kind of fill in behind that initial line. That line is pretty much right on the front. So I would gauge we've got probably 2 to 3 more hours of severe weather risk, and then we should see those storms clear Oregon County and Fulton County. So we've still got some time to deal with here before these storms move out fully. But as you said, Matt, I mean, it looks like a lot of the area, at least along and north of the interstate, the severe weather risk has ended.
Couple new
for this
severe
evening.
thunderstorm warnings. First one's going to go along Highway 60, and the hail sizes of this is starting to ramp back up. 2-inch size hail along Highway 60. So this is going to be Willow Springs very shortly, Mountain View, Birch Tree as well, going to be under this tornado warning. The other one is that hail core just moved past Houston, east of Highway 63. That's going to be getting into Shannon County. So Eminence is going to be another area that gets impacted with this. I want to look at velocity. Let's look.
You can see a little bit of rotation there southeast of Van
What do we
Zandt.
got there? What do we got there?
It's a little bit southeast of Van Zandt. It's not, you're hitting the storm at about 3,300 feet off the ground. So, I mean, you're pretty close to the surface there. But, I mean,
Take your camera feed, Jamie, and
yeah, I mean, you see that little pocket right there. And then you can see on NROT, you can see we've got a little pocket of blue. That indicates
signs of rotation.
Yeah, that indicates that we've got some rotation with this storm here southeast of Van Zandt. The other storm that we were watching, it's moving across Texas County west of Summersville. Not seeing a lot of evidence at this point of rotation, but I mean you can see it's definitely a supercell. I mean, you can see it's got that sort of kidney bean shape. Bit of a hook echo right there to the west of Summersville. So both of these storms, these are the two big guys in our area right now. These are the two storms to watch at this moment. Both of them likely producing hail of in excess of golf ball size and also producing probably some strong winds. That was one thing with the Springfield storm, that first one that came through. I mean, we were counting on the hail, but the wind was a little bit of a surprise. I mean, a lot of times you have that risk of some wind with these severe storms, but a lot of times you'll have the severe thunderstorm warning and it'll come with that, it could get wind gusts of 60 miles per hour and then nothing happens. It happened this time across the south side of Springfield. But yeah, hail is still probably the primary severe weather risk, but now, and you were talking, Matt, about that storm near Van Zandt. I mean, hail sizes are coming up. It's estimating hail sizes 3.5 inches. Hail core south of Van Zandt, east of Gentryville. So, I mean, that's pretty. You're talking, maybe tennis ball size. And I think that warning actually called for, hail up to tennis ball size with that warning. And new warnings for both of those thunderstorms that we're watching. New
Out
warnings
east,
have come
yes,
out.
they're-
Shannon.
National Weather Service trying to get ahead of that, Jamie.
Yeah, Shannon County, Northern Howell, Southwest Shannon County. So you got two individual thunderstorms
Both of them tracking east at about 45. Both of them dangerous. Both of them likely producing large and destructive hail. And that cell that's in eastern Douglas County, I mean, we're seeing a little bit of rotation with it. So that'll be a storm that we'll watch closely to see if it tightens up. The environment that storm is moving into, especially now that it's getting close to Highway 63 and east of Highway 63, it's just more conducive in that area for tornado development with these thunderstorms.
That's what we've been saying all day long, and it wasn't a massive tornado threat for Springfield. You know, we weren't screaming from the rafters, Springfield's going to get nailed. What we were saying is it's the fringe of our viewing area. It's along Highway 63. It's east of Highway 63. This is the area that has that higher risk, and we were saying it today. Can we get these storms out? Can we push them out before they become tornadic? Because I really believe these cells that we're looking at right now that are in Texas County and Douglas County, they will produce tornadoes tonight, but hopefully it's not for the Ozarks. Hopefully it's for people, you know, on the other side of the Mississippi River. It's their problem rather than our problem, and we're just trying to get them through this area. Tornado watches, we showed that message earlier. They're starting to be cleared out by the National Weather Service. I wonder if our product has.
And while you're looking at that, there is a new severe warning storm further southwest into Taney County, just east of Forsyth. There's a severe thunderstorm, potentially golf ball size hail with that storm, strong winds, and it is moving east at 50 miles per hour. And that warning does extend into northwestern Ozark County.
Yeah, I know we had some people watching from Branson, watching from Forsyth. That thunderstorm just moved through you. It's now areas east. This one is going to hit Ozark and Douglas County once again. Golf ball size hail. So we have one thunderstorm warning for golf ball size hail. We have another that's going to be for
tennis ball and
size hail. I mean, this is picking back up, Jamie.
Yeah. So, earlier we said 2 storms. Now we have 3 severe warning storms. I mean, and these are all 3 of them have that supercell look to them. All 3 of them producing large, potentially destructive hail. All 3 of them moving pretty quickly off to the east at 45 to 50 miles per hour. And all 3 of them will be moving into an environment where we may see more and more of a risk that these things are going to start rotating in a way where we get concerned that there could be some tornado risk. Again, especially that one storm in Douglas County east of Van Zant, still seeing a little bit of rotation east-southeast of Van Zant with that particular thunderstorm. Checking the one back in Taney County, there's some very broad rotations.
Jamie, dig on that a little bit more. You said, signs of rotation. Is this not at the point that you think there needs to be a tornado? You're not saying that there's a tornado on the ground at this place, but it's hints of something trying to form.
So what you're looking at, okay, these storms, we know they're moving into an environment that's more supportive of tornadoes. They're individual in nature. They've been producing large hail. You can see that, and I'm kind of focused in on the Douglas County storm. You can see that they definitely are supercellular in nature, and now we're starting to see more in the way of low-level rotation. Like, it's weak, but there's low-level rotation showing up. That storm's getting ready to move across the county line into northwestern Howell County. It looks like it may stay just to the south of Willow Springs, but areas like Pomona, maybe a little north of Pomona, here along Highway 63, I'd watch that one. It's definitely gonna come through that area, and it'll probably come through with some hail, wind, and again, watching it closely for signs that it may start to rotate a little bit more. The other storm that we're watching, it's the newly severe warning storm. It's an eastern Taney. Good news for folks around Branson West. It looks like the severe weather threat has ended for you, but in eastern Taney County, we've got this severe storm likely producing hail up to golf ball size, and not seeing. There's some very, very broad, weak rotation west of Long Run, but not seeing anything that says, hey, this thing is about to produce something imminently. And then the other storm that we're watching is up in Texas County. That storm is moving across areas near and north of Summersville. That one, too, we just had a report. Let me check this guy out. We had a report of 2-inch hail
This was in Solo, south of Houston. Is this out of Texas? Yes.
I got that picture.
Okay, yeah. Let's see it.
This. There she is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Easily 2-inch hail.
Yeah, so here we are, second day in a row. Of course, hail size went up in the eastern Douglas County storm, so now up to 3 inches. That's tennis ball size. You know, here we are, second day in a row where we're tracking these storms that are producing not just hail, but very large hail. And I mean, just there's a large part of the area that's probably making insurance claims right now because of the amount of hail that we've seen with these storms. Hail size now up to 4 inches with that storm in eastern Douglas County, southeast of Van Zant. So, and that's an estimation. I mean, we don't have like somebody saying, hey, yeah, I measured a 4-inch hailstone. This is radar suggesting that based on all of the evidence, hail sizes with that thunderstorm could be up to 4 inches. And that hail core, it's southeast of Van Zant. Just County Road W-278, pretty close. County Road or Forest Road 112. That's in the vicinity of that hail core, where we're getting maybe 4-inch hail.
This is starting to ramp back up, you know, and this is at the point of the night where we have to watch is anything going to start becoming tornadic. And this is what we've been saying. We had to be patient, you know, because the last
Check your mic there,
last
Matt.
couple hours, me and Jesse were like, oh, all right, what's going on? And then, oh, my mic.
There you go.
My mic was down. I stopped to eat some Chex Mix, and I forgot to turn my mic back up.
That'll do it to you.
But yeah, we're reaching that point of the night where these storms are getting into that more favorable environment. They're going to try to produce tornadoes. The strength has really increased. For the last hour or two, we saw the hail sizes come down, where it started off with this baseball size hail, and then we're going, that's kind of nickel, that's quarter size. And now we're ramping back up where we're seeing these massive pictures, that 2-inch hailstone that came in from Soho. That is just
And where was that at?
Soho. Or
Solo.
Solo. Guys,
Solo. South
Hang
of
on there.
Houston.
Yeah.
I need sleep. I need sleep.
Oh.
Solo.
You know,
Solo.
Solo. You know, just kind of looking at that environment ahead of those storms too. You know, we're talking about it to be more conducive. I mean, that's we talked about. It's called helicity. We were talking about that earlier, kind of when we started this thing. And the values in that area are absolutely supportive of tornadoes. What helicity kind of highlights is the likelihood that these storms are going to ingest enough spin, low-level spin, to generate tornadoes. And the levels that you look for, we've got, and more, here along and east of Highway 63. So, like I said, Matt, I mean, now we're seeing these storms enter that more favorable environment, and we may see that increased likelihood for tornadoes as a result.
Here a report of a spotter in Lebanon, down power lines, about 2-foot tree down as well. That's 2 foot wide, not 2 feet tall. Yeah, it's really good. That hail core about to move into Willow Springs now, so I think that's the next area. Even this third. Let me go back to the radar that I have. We only had 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, and now we're up to 3. This third severe thunderstorm warning is also starting to get some distance. It's starting to really, it's not having to compete with resources as much, starting to take all the fuel around it. That is growing up. National Weather Service has this bumped up to 2-inch size hail. The one that's getting closer to Willow Springs, that's moving along Highway 60, that's 2-inch size hail. And the one further to the north. So all of these severe thunderstorm warnings, 2-inch size hail issued on them. I want to keep an eye on that velocity. There's signs of some rotation just to the southeast of Willow Springs.
There is a camera listed in Willow Springs, but it's not popping up. So I just wanted to make
Fast
you aware
winds.
of that.
So yeah, like you said, Matt, it looks like that area of rotation with that storm is now crossing over into Howell County. So, you know, while the severe weather threat is going to be diminishing across Douglas County, it's ramping up now in Howell County. And again, that area, that corridor between Willow Springs and Pomona, especially, that's going to be the area that particular severe warning storm is going to track through.
There is some weak rotation with it. There's some very large hail with it. I mean, hail size is estimated to be 4 1/3 inches, maximum hail size. So, I mean, you're talking baseball to softball potentially
Yeah.
in that pocket. And it's just about to the county line, and it'll start crossing over into Howell County here shortly. And Willow Springs, I'm guessing, they're getting thunder and lightning and rain. But the hail, the core of it is still off to the west and southwest. But Willow Springs residents, you guys may start getting some small hail here shortly. That storm is moving east at 45, so I mean it's clipping along pretty quickly. That stretch again from Willow Springs down to Pomona, that's just going to be that's right off the highway. That's going to be an area where there's quite a few people. That's where they live, and they're going to have to contend with this storm as it cuts across that area. The other storm down in Taney County, southeast of Bradleyville, that's just about ready to move into western Ozark. It looks like it is crossing into western Ozark. It looks like we've got some strong winds already into Long Run. Heavy rain, lightning, and hail will likely shortly follow. And we could see hail up to golf ball size. Maybe get into the Long Run area. Certainly Long Run up to Thornfield. That seems to be the corridor where hail it looks very likely here over the next say 15 minutes. And again, it could be up to golf ball size, possibly even a little larger than that.
Jamie, while you kind of focused in, I want to take a step back, look at the bigger picture on this. The big takeaways for really places that are north of I-44, your chance of tornadoes has ended. If you're along I-44, your chance of tornadoes has ended as well. We're starting to run out of real estate, which is a good problem, but these storms are really ramping up. This is the race that I mentioned. It's going to get closer to becoming tornadic as we're starting to push it out of our viewing area. And you can see Shannon County, Texas County, Howell County, Ozark Douglas County. Here's these 3 big thunderstorms sweeping across, gaining speed, gaining momentum, especially the one in Howell County. It's also showing signs of some rotation as it's trying to really organize, trying to produce that tornado threat. So that's the race is, can we push them out of the Ozarks before they become tornadic? More hail pictures getting sent in. I want to show that off. It's just, we're seeing this massive ramp up in the hail. I would argue that's baseball size, boys.
Yeah.
I would argue that's baseball size hail.
Yeah.
Some of the biggest we've seen today.
Yeah. And where's that out of?
That is out of Elk Creek. I'm getting tired.
Which storm is that one?
Elk Creek. They don't have an exact time of when that was dropped, but
Here, I can do it.
yeah, that's the Elk Creek storm. Pretty good size on that guy, and these storms are starting to. National Weather Service says, Jamie, they're going to up the hail size to 3 inches.
Mm-hmm.
That is going to trigger the wireless emergency alert. So people that are in Howell County, your cell phone's about to go off. You're about to get your cell phone's about to blare at you. It's going to sound like it's a tornado. This is not for a tornado. This is for 3-inch size hail that's going through the parts of northern Howell County right now. So 3-inch size hail up to in Howell County. This is very quickly starting to intensify, Jamie.
And Matt, you mentioned Elk Creek, that one picture that we had of what appears to be baseball size. That's what the storm that's already moving into Shannon County.
Okay.
Elk Creek is south of Houston. And that storm, just radar is estimating hail sizes up to over 3 inches. So that would put it in that baseball size range. So folks in Shannon County here, around Summersville, north of Summersville, up to Hartshorn, just, beast of a storm coming through that area right now with very likely hail of at least golf ball size, if not up to tennis ball size, maybe even baseball size. That storm will continue to track east. Looks like a lot of the core of that storm is going to stay just north of Highway. I guess that would be Highway. Just kind of looking at things here. It's well north of 60. Highway that runs through that area out of Summersville is
State Highway 106.
Let me show the wording off from the National Weather Service. You may have to zoom in, it's a little small, but this is a destructive storm for near Willow Springs and north of Pomona. 3-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Impact. People and animals outdoors will be severely injured. People and animals outdoors will be severely injured. Expect shattered windows. Expect extensive damage to roofs, siding, and vehicles. Destructive severe thunderstorm going into really Willow Springs right now. This is going to be north of West Plains. This is really ramping up, and this is just one out of the 3 thunderstorms that we have.
Yeah,
you can start to see the 3 of them. The largest right now is this middle one that's about to move into Willow Springs.
Just looking at some towns in the vicinity where that hail core is going through. Burnham. You mentioned again that area just between Willow Springs and Pomona, there along Highway 63. Hutton Valley is located south of 60, east of Highway 63, and that's going to be probably another area that's going to get hit by this destructive hailstorm. Matt, you showed off a lot of pictures last night of not only the hailstones that were up to tennis ball size, but also the damage that they did. I mean, literally puncturing holes through the glass in cars.
Yeah.
That's what we're looking at potentially with these storms. Really, all 3 of them, but especially that storm moving across northern Howell County, and also I would say with that storm that's coming into Shannon County. That again is north of that is 106, Highway 106. It looks like where most of that hail is. That hail core now northeast of Summersville, and it's going through a very rural area, thankfully. But still, I mean, it's producing. There's a little bit, also seeing a little bit of rotation finally with that storm. Of course, we're hitting it pretty high up in the storm, so we may be catching more of the low to mid levels as opposed to what's going on near the surface.
So National Weather Service upgraded the other thunderstorm, the one that's to the north. Let me go back to radar view. We're tracking 3 different thunderstorms at this time. The northernmost one, this is for parts that are going to be just barely north of imminence. This is for tennis ball sized hail, winds up to 70 miles per hour. Rain is going to be pouring down. Oh, we have a Case Stacy starting to hail in Willow Springs. Started off nickel size, but slowly getting bigger. Let me know how that goes, because this is what we're seeing. 3-inch size hail around Willow Springs. It looks like just south of Willow Springs is where that core of the largest hailstones are right now. Up to 3-inch size hail that can shatter some windows. That's that middle thunderstorm, and the one trailing behind it is moving into Ozark and Douglas County, only producing 2-inch size hail. I say only. That is still a massive storm.
Yeah, just trying to see some roads that are going to be in the vicinity of this. County Road 5500, I think.
Okay.
Not seeing it. I mean, that area in there between Pomona and Willow Springs, I mean, it's pretty rural, but right there along the highway, there's quite a few people that live in that area. Burnham is probably the one community that's very close to where we may be seeing, baseball-sized hail falling right now.
In the path of that later on, I mean, after this gets through Willow Springs, you've got places like Mountain View, Birch Tree,
Yep.
Along that line. I know that the school district posted earlier today, and that's what I've been sitting here looking for, is any update I can find, but they've canceled all of their games tonight due to the potential for severe weather. They would be playing right now had they not. So at least, taking some sort of action there to prevent people from being in the path of this. So and that's a good thing they did.
I mean, this is, you're right, it's going to ride down Highway 60. So the core right now is looking like it's going to be in, Jamie, I think you're right. It looks like it's going to be more in Burnham rather than Willow Springs, but Willow Springs probably getting good hail. It's pouring right now in Willow Springs. Pomona is another area. It looks like that core of hail, the focus of it, the heaviest hail that we're saying could be 2 to 3 inches, is right on top of 63 right now. That's where it's sitting. It's going to be pushing to the other side of 63 and kind of cross Highway 60.
I would guess that, that whole stretch in there from south of Willow Springs, south all the way to Pomona on 63 is just getting hammered right now with hail. Very likely at least golf ball size, and there's probably some stones in there, like we've said, approaching tennis, maybe baseball size.
But yeah, that hail core is smack dab on top of that area between Willow Springs and Pomona. If you're watching from West Plains, it looks like that severe storm is going to stay to your north.
Okay.
But areas like Whitechurch up to Mountain View, again, here's another highway, Highway 17 that runs north out of Whitechurch up to Mountain View. That stretch in there, if you live along that highway, get ready for some hail. Probably very large hail coming through here in the next probably 15 minutes.
I want to look, Jamie. I want to make sure, try to see signs of rotation. Nothing screaming at me.
Yeah,
we're seeing rotation with the thunderstorm south of Willow Springs, but that's more of the updraft rather than
you're
a tornado.
The rotation that we're seeing, and it's weak, but there's rotation right on top of 63. I mean, we're sampling that storm at about 5,000 feet, so that's pretty good ways up above the ground. But you know, that storm, it's a supercell, and it does bear watching. You know, that Taney County storm, it's now made its way into Ozark. It doesn't look as intense as it did when it was in eastern Taney County, but it's still probably producing a threat of hail up to maybe quarter or golf ball size. That hail core may try to sneak into the Gainesville area. It looks like a lot of it, though, is going to stay just north of Gainesville.
Okay.
Ozark County there being in the being the next move for that one. So
Couple people from Pomona. Philip's asking how Pomona's doing. John is asking, or rather telling, skies went from gray to yellow in Pomona.
Yeah,
This
and
is
they're about to
something that
get
we said-
about to get hammered. I mean, that hail core's coming in right now.
This is something we said earlier is a lot of times when you have these big hailstones, it will change the color of the sky. Most of the time, it's a green hue. John's kind of reporting and seeing a yellowish hue to the sky, but the sky can actually change its different color and tint once it starts to move in. And Pomona is the area where it's going to be pouring down. The worst it's going to be for you is pretty much right now. It does look like that hail core is just a couple miles north of Pomona.
Yeah.
So,
you know, I got a little story too about. I mean, I've seen some pretty good hailstorms. One of the most interesting things that I've seen, like in terms of just like thunderstorms and chasing thunderstorms. I was in college, and we were coming back from a storm chase across Mississippi, and it was nighttime, and there was a severe warning storm that had a pretty good hail core with it, and lightning was illuminating that hail shaft, and it was as emerald green as you can make the sky look. It was, like I said, I mean, it looked like an emerald, the way that lightning was interacting with that hail shaft. Beautiful to see, and that's the only time I've ever seen that. Of course, we do talk about how the sky can kind of take on that sort of sickly green look when you've got hail moving in with these thunderstorms. And really, that's been the big story the last 2 days. The last 2 days, it's been these supercells that have been producing just monster size hail. We sampled some of that here in the Springfield area. It looks like, just kind of judging some of the reports, it looks like the biggest hail that I can see reported was in the Republic area, maybe golf ball size there. Generally, though, it was kind of less than golf ball size, maybe around quarter, a little bit larger than quarter size, coming across the south side of Springfield with that particular thunderstorm. Looks like the wind that came through is probably going to be the bigger story, at least in the Springfield area. And off to the east, these storms, they also have that risk too. I mean, each one of these storms could be producing damaging winds as well. And that's going to be, we've got three supercells. One's cutting across very rural parts of northern Shannon County. Looks like it's going to stay generally north of 106, but it will cross 19 that runs north out of Eminence. The other storm is moving through northern Howell County, and it looks like the worst of it now crossing Highway 63. It will continue east. So areas along and south of Highway 60, that's going to be kind of the corridor that severe weather, hail, wind is going to be following along. And eventually, and that warning does extend into the Birch Tree area, eventually the storm will get into southwestern Shannon County.
So there's going to be 2 severe storms that impact Shannon County. And then there's the other severe warning storm in Ozark. Looks like the worst of it north of Gainesville, it too tracking east. All 3 of these storms clipping along at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. So this is, we've tried to hit this point too. This is going to be an evening where the storms blow in and then they blow out.
Yeah.
One of the things we were kind of highlighting during the newscast earlier was just, some of these areas that had severe weather were back to blue skies, including Springfield. Outside right now,
it's beautiful in
It's mostly
Springfield.
sunny. Yeah. So, this is a quick round of severe weather, but as the storms are coming through, they are going to pack a punch.
We had a comment from John. He said, I'm in between West Plains and Pomona watching for the storm coming through Oregon County. Yeah, that's the area right now. This hail core, National Weather Service has been warning of getting hail up to apple size, 3-inch size hail. That is just ridiculous. That is moving east of Highway 63. So this is going to miss West Plains. This activity is just too far north from West Plains. You're probably seeing it. You're probably hearing it from the distance, but not expecting this supercell to hit West Plains. It is going to march down Highway 60. So that's parts of Mountain View and Birch Tree are going to be impacted with this as well.
There is that third one, though. For West Plains residents, you still got that one back in Ozark County.
And that one isn't looking as strong right now, but it can tighten back up because West Plains is still in an environment that really hasn't been touched too much.
There's a little bit of weak rotation with it, just north of Gainesville.
With the third one?
Yeah, with that storm in Ozark County. So,
you're seeing fast winds.
All 3 of these storms, we're just going to have to watch real closely until they get out of our area. And that's going to be a few hours from now. It's going to take a little bit of time. Even though they are moving quickly, it's going to take a little bit of time for them to clear our area. The good news is there are many spots that we can say are in the clear. If you live along and north of I-44, the severe weather threat's over with. South of I-44 in southwest Missouri into Benton County, Arkansas, the severe weather threat is over for the evening. But along and east of that line, there's still going to be a risk of severe weather until we can clear it through.
Yeah, I'm with you, Jamie. I'm seeing looking at the velocity, I'm seeing areas of rotation, but we're so far from the radar. Don't think this is at the surface. I don't think we're looking at rotation on the ground. I do want to keep an eye on that, though, because...
And I was just checking weather chat. I don't see anything coming out of the Springfield office where they're overly concerned about that part of the severe weather equation. Their focus really still right now is on this incredibly large hail. And just, Matt, if you want to show off, looks like we got another photo that just came in. That's another example of at least tennis ball size, maybe baseball size hail.
What is this, marble size? Let's see.
That's out of Texas County, Highway 137 and H. So that's that storm that's in Shannon County now. Again, another example of tennis to baseball size hail.
It's just the warning for 3 inches by the National Weather Service. I think that is spot on and well deserved.
Mm-hmm.
And you said this was the one on Shannon County?
Yeah, the one that moved out of Houston into Shannon County.
So we still have other thunderstorms dropping in this area, producing some large hail. This is why we're telling people, get indoors, be careful of your vehicles. Very powerful thunderstorms dropping hail of that size, that magnitude. It is just remarkable.
Yeah.
To get something that large. I say this all the time, to get a hailstone, it's a game of catch that's being played in the atmosphere where you have an updraft in these storms. So you have the fuel that basically goes up and provides all the fresh air and the moisture and the fuel to the thunderstorms. That's in something called an updraft. And if you have moisture that tries to fall in that updraft, a lot of times it throws it back up. And how you get hail 3 inches is you have something that tries to fall in this updraft, and the winds in the atmosphere
blow it back up,
and they throw it back up. and it's a game of catch where they just keep throwing up hail again and again and again until it gets so heavy that the winds can't throw it up anymore and it just drops down to the people below. If you have a 3-inch hailstone, the way that you get that is you're playing a game of catch where the winds in the atmosphere are strong enough to throw up a 3-inch hailstone before deciding, all right, that's enough, and drops it. It is insane, the strength of these storms. It's a testament to how powerful they are. I know some people in the comments have been telling us, the amount of thunder that's been happening, the intense downpour of rain, the blinding conditions of how quickly this rain comes in. We've been seeing cars trying to drive through it, and they just can't. It's a very intense 10 to 15 minutes of a very powerful thunderstorm, and then it tapers off.
Yeah.
And then you get back to clear skies.
Yeah. Yeah, and and tonight we're going to see this cold front clear our area, and tomorrow morning is going to start off, and it's not going to feel like this morning. I mean, we're going to have overnight lows in the upper 40s and low 50s in our area, and so it's going to start off tomorrow feeling like severe weather's blown through and we're done with it, but maybe we're not done with it. There's going to be a chance that this could be we could go 3 straight days where we're tracking severe storms with very large hail. Now, I think tomorrow the severe weather risk is kind of conditional. The front that's going through tonight, it's going to stall in Arkansas, and then the question is, can it lift back to the north of the state line? Because that front's going to be a focal point for severe weather along and south of that front heading through the afternoon and evening hours. I was talking about in the newscast, there's really 2 scenarios. One is that you have a lot of thunderstorm activity that develops with the front as it's lifting north, and it really kind of causes that front to stay stalled to the south. And you just don't have enough instability, at least at the surface, to support a lot of severe weather risk. The second scenario is that there's not a lot of thunderstorm activity associated with the warm front, at least early on in the day, during the morning hours, maybe heading into the early afternoon. And then with that, there's no rain-cooled air to get in its way, and it lifts to the north into southern Missouri. And then we have this focus for storms to organize along. And, Matt, you and I talk about this all the time. I mean, one of the things when you're looking for, where's severe weather going to occur, you look for the boundaries. And that boundary could be a focus for severe weather tomorrow afternoon. Storm Prediction Center does have areas roughly along and south of Highway 60 under a slight risk. But it's going to be one of those scenarios that we kind of have to take a look at in the morning and see how things stand. We're kind of determining what the pieces on the board are going to be right now. And then tomorrow we'll see how that plays out. And, hopefully we can keep the severe weather threat well off to the south, but we may at the very least have to deal with some more hail for parts of northern Arkansas and southern Missouri again before we can get on the quieter side of this round of active weather.
I mean, here's the current instability. You're seeing that front that's stirring up these severe thunderstorms, and then still really good instability for the area that we said, as you go east, the better chance of getting tornadoes, the better chances starts to ramp up. Hopper Bluff is an area that you may have to be sleeping in the basement tonight. Jonesboro, Melbourne, St. Louis has already seen multiple tornadoes, but it's looking like the chance for St. Louis to get some tornadoes, get some nasty weather, that's starting to wrap up for them as well. So, and then the big thing you were saying, Jamie, is, all right, we're getting through tonight. This front goes to the south, and then it starts to rise back up, and that's a chance for active weather again. I think people that are north of I-44 should be a quiet day for you on Tuesday. This seems to be more of a focus into northern Arkansas, to places along and south of Highway 60. It really depends how far this front starts to rise back up, but the further south you live, the better chance that you'll have of seeing some active weather, seeing some of this nasty stuff that you really don't want to be seeing anymore.
Matt, I went ahead and I'm taking a look at the St. Louis radar. So these storms that are in Shannon County starting to get closer maybe to the St. Louis radar. Probably kind of splitting the difference between Springfield and St. Louis, but sometimes you get a different look from a different radar site. And the rotation with that Shannon County storm that's north of 106, it's a little stronger coming out of the St. Louis radar. I mean, we're still hitting that storm probably 5,000 feet off the surface, but
it is a little bit stronger, and it is located where you would expect rotation, closer to the ground, right there, kind of in that notch of that thunderstorm. That is right on top of the Angeline Conservation Area, just north of 106. So that is a storm that, it's been producing very large hail up to, it looks like baseball size, and that storm is going to get real close to areas like Eminence. So we're going to keep watching that one closely.
Yeah. Man, I haven't even looked at radar myself in a hot minute. Let me go back to it. Oh,
Rotation starting to pick up, I think, with that Howell County storm, too. It looks a little more intense in the scan. So that rotation currently is centered between Highway 63 and Highway 17, but it has definitely picked up in the last scan. And I don't know if that latest warning that's come in, I don't know if that is, may have to check that, Matt.
National Weather Service says they're watching that as well. So I don't think they're at the point that they want to issue a tornado warning on it, but
yeah,
they are definitely keeping an eye on it.
That rotation is centered just to the west-northwest of White Church, and it's definitely ramped up in the last scan. So, for residents here along Highway 17, especially near and north of White Church, just kind of keep tabs on this as we track this, because, again, we've been concerned that as these storms got further east that they could start developing
tornado warning. National Weather Service did issue a tornado warning for that. So this is a tornado warning. Jamie, you can go prepare to get on TV and let everyone know. I'm going to stay on this Facebook live stream until we can fully seamlessly pass you guys off from one to another. But we're looking at a tornado warning for really this is going to be south of Highway 60. This just moved past Highway 63. This is parts of southern Shannon County, parts of northern Oregon County. A tornado warning for Howell, Oregon, and Shannon County with very, very large hail as well. I know the threat right now. We're concerned about the tornado, but look at the hail that's occurring as well. This was in Texas County earlier, about a 3-inch size hailstone. That will cause damage to anything that gets hit by. That will cause damage to your windows. That will cause damage to your windshields. Massive hailstone, and of course the tornado warning has been issued as well. This is for really the White Church, Howell County area. I want to kind of look at that velocity, look at that rotation. It's really starting to tighten up. We're seeing signs of rotation, and there we go. You're really looking for areas that are just to the east of the Pomona airport, just to the east of the Pomona airport, to the west of White Church. This is where we're seeing the largest signs of a tornado warning. I want to look at the other severe thunderstorms because we do have 3 at this time. And the first one that is into northern Shannon County, still seeing fast winds with that. The rotation in there isn't as tight, but this tornado warning is going to last for at least the next hour. It is going east at 45 miles per hour. So really starting to pick back up. And this has just been producing the large hail. Look at this. The hail that's being dropped as well. So very large, destructive hail, and we're combining that with a tornado threat as well. This is going to be north of West Plains. So West Plains, you guys are not under this tornado warning. It is going to slide just to the north of you. Other areas that are going to be in this tornado warning, it looks like Birch Tree. It's going to be to the south of Birch Tree. It's going to be to the south of Mountain View. This is a very powerful damaging system. Here we go. Kind of that expected path of where this is going to lead over the next couple minutes. Jamie is getting ready to break in on live TV. He's going to be live on Colorton. He's going to be live on Fox. We're going to be live on KOZL. I'm going to go join him to help kind of provide information on these tornadoes. Once he goes live, we'll make sure to kind of have this seamless transition from one place to another. After the tornado warning has wrapped up, we'll be back and we can kind of conclude and provide some more thoughts and talk about other coverage. But right now, we are going to go to Jamie with severe weather coverage.
The storm very clearly right here. This is White Church, and the rotation located right about in here, very close to Highway 17. new warning coming out. Again, tornado warning for eastern sections of Howell County into southern Shannon County and northern Oregon County. You can see how it extends east all the way to Greer. And this warning is out till 8:45. We've seen the rotation within this storm kind of tighten up here in the last few scans, and it's now strong enough to warrant a tornado warning. So here's, we kind of scope this out. Here's Highway 17. This is the area that we're concerned about right here. That is east of Pomona. If you're watching from West Plains, this tornado threat is going to pass by to your north. It's going to continue to head east across northeastern Howell County and toward northwestern sections of Oregon and southwestern sections of Shannon County. So tornado warning now out for this storm in Howell County. In addition to the tornado threat, there's also very large hail that's been falling with this storm, upwards of tennis to maybe even baseball size. I'm going to go ahead and clear off this information. In fact, we're going to switch this back over to a different view. Hopefully I can get that up there. Okay, so what we're going to do is take a look at just the velocity, just the wind fields within this thunderstorm. And we'll kind of zoom in there. This storm is moving very quickly off to the east. In fact, all of the storms we've seen this afternoon have been moving very quickly. It's moving east at 45 miles per hour. So if you live around White Church, you got to be in your tornado safe space right now, because that tornado threat's going to be moving through momentarily. But further downstream, it looks like as this storm continues roughly along that path, it's going to stay over fairly rural areas of Howell County and Oregon County and Shannon County. But you can see the further east you get, we do run into some highways. In fact, I'm going to go to a different radar view that's off camera. Oh boy, and yeah, I mean, it looks like that circulation is really tightening up now, just north of White Church. Just want to give you some roads that look to be in the vicinity. Basically, the intersection of N and Highway 17 north of White Church, that's roughly where this circulation appears to be centered right now. So maybe just to the north of White Church, along Highway 17 at the intersection of N and Highway 17. That's pretty close to where it appears that we may have a developing tornado. Again, this tornado warning coming down about 5 minutes ago. It does run through 8:45 this evening. This storm has been a very, very strong thunderstorm. I mean, it's been a severe thunderstorm for, I think, probably an hour and a half or so. It's been producing very large hail. And now that it's getting into an environment more conducive for tornadoes, we've seen that rotation extend now all the way down, possibly to the surface. And that's what's prompting this tornado warning as the intensity of that rotation really ramps up. Matt Hefner is going to be joining us here shortly, but that rotation, again, currently centered near 17 and N, just north of White Church. We're going to go to a different radar view. Yep, and it's saying the same thing. Looks like we've got, again, strong rotation now just to the northwest of White Church, very close to Highway 17. If I had to kind of measure this out from where it's located in relation to White Church, it looks like it's located maybe a mile to mile and a half to the north of White Church, very close to Highway 17. That circulation is now, looks like it's now beginning to shift east of Highway 17. If you live in and around White Church over toward Peace Valley or north of either one of those locations, I mean, the tornado threat is ramping up quickly in both of those spots as the rotation quickly intensifies as that storm continues east at 45 miles per hour. I mean, we've really seen the rotation. I mean, it was weak maybe 15 minutes ago, and now as it has moved into maybe a more conducive environment for tornadoes, we've seen it quickly ramp up in intensity. Some folks that may be downstream from where the circulation is currently, I just want to kind of give you guys a heads up. We've got County Road 2000 that runs kind of northeast away from Peace Valley. That is going to be a road that this circulation is going to impact. W Highway is not too far to the east of where that circulation is currently. That's going to be another spot where, W Highway, let's see, I'm trying to find an intersection. I'd say maybe W Highway and County Road 2000, that intersection right there, that's going to kind of be in line of where this possible tornado is going to track.
Jamie, you're mentioning W Highway. You also mentioned Highway 17. There was a spotter in that area. They're reporting of a wall cloud. So it goes in line with everything we're saying. That's the location that we expect this best tornado chance to be. We're starting to see that rotation near White Church, around 17, around W Highway. We also have a spotter in that area that's saying they see a definite wall cloud. So thankfully, it's a report of a wall cloud and not a funnel cloud. It's a report of a wall cloud, not a tornado, but that's the first step you need to get this tornado, to get that funnel, to get that to organize. The wall cloud's being formed right now, which is going to lead it eventually, hopefully not, but could lead into a tornado. So right into that W Highway, Highway 17, signs of a wall cloud where this tightening is really starting to increase over White Church. And that comes with hail that's been about 3 inches in diameter. We had people's phones were going off earlier with that emergency alert just because of how destructive this hail was. And I've been seeing pictures. Absolutely, 3-inch hail has been occurring in these areas. I'll see if I can get those pictures off on air for you guys in just a second. But wall cloud has been reported in that area as well, Jamie.
Yeah, County Road 3810 runs kind of west-east, roughly where that circulation is centered right now. So that's the tornado threat appears to be now shifting east of Highway 17. It looks like the risk of a tornado is probably going to stay just north of Peace Valley, but it's pretty close. I'd put the circulation about 2 miles maybe to the north of Peace Valley, and it's heading east at 45 miles per hour. Again, I do want to reiterate, this is, I know, a very rural area, but I'm sure that there are some towns, or at least some homes along some of these highways, these county roads that we have in that area that could be impacted by this potentially developing tornado. I say potentially developing. We don't have any ground truth just yet. There are other ways that we can sometimes detect, and I'm going to check that out real quick to see if we've got any sign of a debris signature. I don't see any sign of a debris signature, but that doesn't mean that we don't have a tornado that's already on the ground or developing right now. Again, the rotation is centered a little north of Peace Valley. Latest scan that I'm getting in right now, looks like we've still got rotation showing up very close to Peace Valley. So it looks like maybe the storm is tracking a little bit south of east. We're going to go back to our other radar view, and I'm going to broaden this out a little bit. Let's kind of put that into motion so we can get a feel for how this storm is tracking. And you can see how it made its way across Highway 63, now crossing Highway 17. The circulation really tightening up once it got east of Highway 63 and started to cross Highway 17. Looks like it is tracking the storm itself almost due east, or maybe a little bit of a jog toward the east-southeast here in the last scan. And that would kind of make sense. We've seen a little bit of a jog with that circulation closer to Peace Valley. It looks like, I mean, it's either near or maybe a mile or less northeast of Peace Valley in eastern sections of Howell County. And, along with the risk of a tornado, I mean, we've seen some monster-sized hail with that particular thunderstorm. I mean, we could show you the hail core with that. We're probably looking at, I would guess, maybe tennis ball-size hail that has impacted the White Church area and will be impacting Peace Valley as well. That hail core is also going to be extremely dangerous. I mean, we've seen hail punching out windows with the storms over the last couple of days. And that hail core is going to make its way east with the storm into northwestern Oregon and southwestern Shannon County. You know, if you're watching from Birch Tree or Winona, it looks like this storm will track hopefully just to your south, but it'll be a close call. You're not under the tornado warning, but again, sometimes you have to watch these things. Sometimes they can have a little bit of a jog north or south. Right now, it looks like it's heading almost due east at about 45 miles per hour, and that will bring it into northwestern Oregon County and southwestern sections of Shannon County. I'm going to go back over to our wind field so we can take a look at what the winds look like at this stage of the game. You know, it's been really kind of interesting just how quickly we were saying all day long, you know, Highway 63 and east, that was going to be the zone that had the highest chance for a potential tornado with these thunderstorms this afternoon. And I mean, that storm hit Highway 63 and boom, we've seen the rotation take off with it. Rotation still very, very apparent. Of course, you can see it here. Just to the east of Highway 17, Peace Valley located probably about in there. So here's White Church, Peace Valley right about in there. That rotation continues to track roughly like that. And you know, it's a rural area. There's County Road 2000 kind of runs west-east, northeast of Peace Valley. That's the one road that I can see that is going to be very close to where this possible tornado is located. And another scan coming in, looks like it's still, that circulation still located between County Road 2000 and W Highway. So we'll zoom in a little bit. And you can see W Highway right there. That kind of pops in right there. Here's W right here. Highway, the County Road 2000 is located a little bit further north. I'd put it kind of jogs down toward the southwest like that, kind of toward the Peace Valley area. Looks like that circulation is located right about in there. So it's in the vicinity of Peace Valley, and it will continue to track off to the east. As far as kind of tracking this, it looks like it's going to make its way out of Howell County. In fact, we just got another scan in there, so I'm going to clear that out. Looks like it will be making its way out of Howell County here shortly. So it's moving east, and I don't have enough room there, so we're going to have to broaden out that view just a touch more. But it's moving east at about 45 miles per hour. So these have been fast-moving thunderstorms. I mean, that's the good news, is they don't stick around. They don't hang around very long before they move on. But it looks like for residents north of Thomasville, I would say that you guys are going to be under the gun there, you know, in about, I would say about 10 minutes from now. That's Highway 99 that runs north out of Thomasville. Looks like it will be crossing Highway 99 here in about 10 minutes, maybe just over 10 minutes. Still, it looks like, go ahead,
take
Matt.
that radar view up to the northern portion of Shannon County. That thunderstorm warning now has a tornado possible tag on it. It actually just went tornado warned at this exact moment. So another area of rotation. This is just to the northeast of Eminence. I think if you are in Eminence, it's raining right now. It's pouring, lightning's going off, but this is not where that circulation is located. It's to the east of you in Eminence, really often to the northeast. So 2 tornado warnings right now. This is what we've been saying all day. It's once it gets to the east, these tornadoes are going to start to form. They're starting to really fire up 2 warnings at this moment.
Yeah, Matt, trying to get some, that is, again, Shannon County is rural anyway, but this is a very rural part of Shannon County. We do have the Current River kind of in the vicinity of where that circulation is. Tip Top Mountain is in the vicinity of where that circulation is. It looks like it's a little north of Jerktail Landing. One town that is showing up in that area, or community at least, I think was Gang, and that is to the east southeast. Looks like it's to the, we'll say southeast by about 4.5 miles. So the circulation is showing up about 4.5 miles to the northwest of Gang, and that one I believe is moving east at what, 50 miles per hour, Matt?
Sorry, which one, Jamie? The
northern? The Shannon County tornado warning.
I'll get that for you. East at 40.
East at 40 miles per hour. So let's go ahead and, I mean, I know this is going to stay over a very rural part of Shannon County, but we'll go ahead and track that. This is basically the corridor that it's going to go. And with that, we should see it exit Shannon County in about 10 minutes. So it's not going to be in the county very long, but here it looks like it will stay north of 106. So it's going to be folks north of 106 that, especially as 106 kind of starts to enter or exit Shannon County, that's about where it looks like the circulation may exit Shannon County, just to the north of 106. Otherwise, again, so we've got 2 tornado warned storms, one in Shannon, one now getting into northwestern Oregon County. I will clear that information out. We'll check that out again. The Oregon County tornado warned storm, and you can see the circulation with it right there, east of White Church, south of Chapel. So here it is. This is our circulation. White Church, that circulation really ramped up at about this spot right here west of 17. So we've had a fairly strong circulation here for the last, I would say, 5 to 15 minutes as it's moved east of Highway 17. And that circulation, that storm in particular, is moving east at 45. Looks like it's going to continue along that trajectory, and that is going to bring it across mainly northern sections. The warning does extend into southern Shannon, but it looks like it's going to, most of that circulation should stay along and south of the county line. So it looks like it's really going to be more of an impact for northern sections of Oregon County. Highway 99 running north out of Thomasville, that circulation should cross that location in under 10 minutes. So again, 2 tornado-warned storms. And Matt, while I'm saying that, if you want to kind of take a look at that other storm that was further west.
You're talking about the third severe thunderstorm. There is signs of rotation, but it's not at the scale of the other 2. So I don't think it's at a point that we need to have 3 tornado warnings, but that third severe thunderstorm that's about to move into Howell County, this is going to be just south of West Plains, that's also showing signs of wanting to become tornadic. It's not there yet, but it's wanting to get there, Jamie.
You know, in Highway 63, that's kind of been the magic line. It's been that bridge that once these storms cross that bridge, that's where the tornadic aspect of these thunderstorms really takes off. So both of the storms that are currently tornado warned, the one that's getting into northern Oregon County right now and the one that's moving through east central Shannon County, the low-level rotation was very weak up until it got to about either one of those storms, up until they got to about Highway 63. And then once they got on the other side of Highway 63, they took off. And they've since become tornado warned. And it's because that environment east of Highway 63 is more conducive for tornadoes. And then the concern is that we're going to find these thunderstorms, so our friends in southeast Missouri, northeast Arkansas, these storms are going to be moving into that area. And our concern is that we're going to see tornadoes that could be large and destructive out of these thunderstorms that are supercells, that are now tornado warned. They're going to be moving out of our area, but they're going to be moving into areas of southeast Missouri here shortly.
Really starting to pick up steam, Jamie. And one of the big areas, too, is just the hail. I know we're focusing right now on the tornado threat because that's the threat that really needs to get people in these areas into shelter, but we cannot disregard the hail size. Somewhere between 2 to 3 inch size hail. We have seen pictures of that. I've sent them into kind of my control room. If they have those pictures, we can show them off now. If not, we can come back to them at a later time. But there's one of these pictures. These were in Texas County before these storms became tornadic. So these storms are almost expected to produce larger hail than what we're currently seeing right now. That looks like a 2.5 inch hailstone. That's easily baseball, if not tennis ball sized hail with these systems. I believe we should have one more picture if we can go to that. That one, roughly another baseball to tennis ball sized hail. So you have the tornado warning, you have the lightning, you have the thunder, you have the fast winds with these monster hailstones that's going to be shattering windows and shattering windshields across the area. It's a lot of threats at once, Jamie.
Yeah, and you know, because these storms are now tornado warned, you know, offices to our east are now starting to pick up on these storms too, and we just got a new tornado warning for Reynolds County. So east of the tornado warned storm in Shannon County, the one near Eminence, we now have a new tornado warning that was just issued for southern sections of Reynolds County, as it looks like that tornado threat is going to continue east with that thunderstorm even after it exits Shannon County. Further south, we still have the tornado warned storm that is now in northwestern Oregon County. Looks like the risk of a tornado with that, and I mean the last scan, I mean I'm still looking at a pretty tight circulation with it. The risk of a tornado with that particular thunderstorm looks like it will pass to the north of Thomasville. So if you're watching from Thomasville, it looks like the tornado risk, you're under tornado warning, but it looks like the worst of that risk is going to stay just to your north. But it will be crossing Highway 99. And we tracked this out earlier. We'll do it again. That particular circulation is moving east at 45. So that's going to bring it across Highway 99 here in under 5 minutes. So, you know, for folks that might be, you know, traveling up and down that highway, very dangerous time as that severe storm with a possible tornado crosses Highway 99. In addition to the tornado threat, likely some very strong winds. And in addition to that, very likely some hail, possibly up to tennis ball size. That is something we have seen a lot of this afternoon, a lot of very large hail. Just going to take a quick peek at the hail sizes with the storm moving in Oregon County. I mean, it still looks like we've got hail of at least golf ball size, if not up to tennis ball size. And that hail core extends from Highway 17 all the way to Highway 99 running north out of Thomasville. So it's a big area that's being impacted by hail with that thunderstorm. And then further north, the hail core with that one runs basically, it's north of 106. But that core extends from basically just north of Eminence east all the way to the county line. And that's an area also where we're probably still looking at hail of golf ball to maybe tennis ball size. Both of these thunderstorms are supercells. That's not the only storm that we're watching. It's not tornado warned, but it's another supercell thunderstorm located further southwest. That one is moving into southwestern Howell County. Looks like a lot of hail with that one too. Looks like that hail core is situated between Caulfield and Bakersfield. And it looks like that hail core is going to impact areas from Moody to South Fork.
I have these hail cores on Max 2 if we can show them off because it's just disgusting to look at. Our in-house product, we've been using it all day yesterday, and it was underestimating how large the hail is. So keep that in mind. Yesterday we tested this system. People were sending in pictures to us. When it was saying quarter, it was probably golf ball. When it was saying golf ball, a lot of times it was tennis ball sized hail. And we have these 3 massive stripes of hail cores. Where it's saying quarter, I would argue that is underestimating just how large this hail is. In some places, it's probably getting closer to golf and tennis ball size hail. The 3 massive kind of swaths of those hail cores that are pushing across. First one in Howell County, another one in Shannon County, that tornado warning getting out of Howell County at this time. National Weather Service continuing with that rotation, mostly in Oregon County. But then, of course, you're seeing those 3 big tracks of hail as they're continuing to sweep across. Powerful thunderstorms, Jamie. I mean, these are some powerful beasts, and this is what's intimidating about them is now they're trying to produce tornadoes, and the tornado threat is not going to be a quick spin-up tornado. This is going to be a very damaging tornado if it gets down to the ground.
Yeah, and just looking at these 2 storms, I mean, the rotation still very apparent. I'll put it back on velocity here, and they are trimming out, like, so here's the Shannon County tornado warned storm. Eminence, you guys here along Highway 19, north out of Eminence, around Eminence, the severe weather threat has ended for your area, but here north of 106 as it's hitting the county line, that's our area of rotation right there, and they've since trimmed up that tornado warning, but it does remain in effect. And then now there's an extension to that tornado warning into Reynolds County. Also, you can see this tornado warned storm has exited Howell County, so the tornado threat has ended in Whitechurch and Peace Valley, but we are now finding that tornado threat entering Northwest County, and that will be crossing Highway 99 in, I would say, under 5 minutes. I mean, looking at where that rotation is right now, it looks like it's just west of Highway 99. And it's still north of Thomasville, but just west of Highway 99. If I had to kind of guesstimate just how close to Thomasville this is, it looks like it's about 4 miles, maybe about 3 to 4 miles, we'll say, to the north of Thomasville, just about ready to cross Highway 99. Should be doing that here momentarily, if not right at this moment that I'm talking about it. After Highway 99, just kind of looking further east, this is a very rural area, trying to get some roads that are going to be in the vicinity of where this potential tornado is tracking. County Road 430. Let's see if I can get something else to kind of show up for us. County Road 430 is the one road that I could get to pop in right there, but that's very close to, you know, that's east of Highway 99. That's very close to where that circulation is located. And I'm going to go ahead and, the radar image that I'm showing you on television, it is running a little bit behind where we are. The circulation that I can see on a different radar image still is fairly intense, and it looks like it is now moving over Highway 99 north of Thomasville. So the tornado threat is now passing just to the north of Thomasville, crossing Highway 99, and it looks like it will continue across northeastern sections of Oregon County. And that warning that we see in northern Oregon County, that runs all the way through, let's see here, I'm trying to get that information to show up for me. That warning runs, Matt, you may have to look it up. It's getting a little confused here, but that warning runs, I believe, for Let's see.
Are you wanting the speed or how much longer it runs
just
for?
how
Jamie?
much longer that's going to run until
That's gonna
8:45.
yeah.
So that warning runs for another 30 minutes across northern sections of Oregon County. The storm is moving fairly quickly east at 45, and the rotation is still showing up very strongly on radar. Looks like it's centered right on top of Highway 99 north of Thomasville. Looks like, again, about 3.5, 4 miles north of Thomasville, and that will continue to track east. The next highway that it looks like it would cross would be Highway 19. So with that, let's go ahead and kind of track that. That would put it over Highway 19 in about 12 minutes. So I think that's going to be the next area where you may have some more people that could be potentially impacted. Greer is a town that's located on Highway 19 east of Thomasville. I think that the tornado threat is going to pass just to the north of Greer. Looks like that would occur again about 11 or 12 minutes from now as that storm tracks off to the east. So for folks in northern Oregon County that may live near Highway 19 north of Greer, it looks like that tornado threat will be moving through in roughly the next 10 to 15 minutes. And then it will eventually exit out of Oregon County in probably about 20 to 25 minutes from now. Now, that's one of the tornado warned storms. There's another tornado warned storm further north that is now exiting Shannon County. So that storm, that potential tornado looks like it is crossing 106 right now. It is just exited Shannon County and is now moving into the Reynolds County area. Warning is in effect for Reynolds County for areas including Ellington. That tornado tornadic circulation has now made its way into Reynolds County. So with that, we're going to kind of focus our attention back to the south. Across
Jamie,
Oregon
I also
County.
want to pay attention to West Plains. Thunderstorms really starting to pick up. About 350 lightning strikes in West Plains, or not in West Plains, but in this area, the South Central Missouri. About 350 lightning strikes in the last 10 minutes. The hail core is starting to get closer to the West Plains area. This is not a tornado warning. I'm not seeing anything this second that says that there's a tornado on the ground in West Plains, but the rotation is starting to pick up. This supercell is trying to produce a tornado, and it is going to really be dropping hail as well. Things expected to ramp up in West Plains. I know we have a lot of people watching from that area. You're going to see the rain pick up, the winds pick up, the hail that could be somewhere, I'd say about tennis ball to baseball size hail going to move through the city as well. And we're still watching for some slight rotation. This is trying to produce a tornado, but it's not enough to issue a tornado warning. So
it's kind of a messy spot too, because I mean we've had that very distinct supercell that passed north of West Plains.
Yeah.
But now it looks like we've got a couple of different thunderstorms, one on top of West Plains and then another one back in the Bakersfield area. And like you said, Matt, both of these, I mean, they're going to have to be watched because both of these we could see a circulation ramp up. And I can see some evidence south of South Fork, northeast of Moody.
There's some hints of rotation.
Some rotation,
yes.
yeah. So that's a spot. You mentioned the West Plains area. That looks like that could be east of West Plains, a spot that needs to be watched closely. So, we've got the tornado warned storm in northern Oregon County that's now passing northeast of Thomasville. Looks like it will track north of Greer. And now we've got two other storms in central and southern Howell County that are severe warned and are very likely, in the West Plains area, the hail sizes don't look overly impressive, but the radar has been underestimating how large these hailstones actually are. So we may be getting some hail up to quarter size in West Plains. But around Bakersfield, there is a big pocket of hail impacting Bakersfield right now. And I would guess it's golf ball to maybe tennis ball size. And that area of hail is going to continue to track east, and it's going to impact Moody, already is, I think. And then eventually it could impact Lanton. And then for our friends further east toward Koshkonong and Thayer and Mammoth Spring, this storm is going to be tracking in your direction. So there is a possibility that there could be some hail getting into southwestern Oregon County, impacting Brandsville, Koshkonong, and Thayer, maybe in about 20 to 30 minutes from now. The tornadic thunderstorm to the north in northern Oregon County, it's still chugging along. There's still a very distinct circulation. I'm going to go ahead and swap out one of these different radar views. I don't see any sign of a debris signature. So we have a product called correlation coefficient. And what we look for is this thing called a CC drop. And because that's indicative that there is probably some debris showing up on radar caused by a tornado if it's also tied in with that circulation. I don't see that right now. But the risk of a tornado is still there across northern sections of Oregon County. Areas west of Highway 99, certainly the Thomasville area, but areas west of Highway 99, the tornado threat has moved east of you. I think the severe weather threat is, for the most part, done. I think you're still kind of in line to get some more heavy rain and possibly some small hail, but it looks like maybe the tornado threat is now shoving off to the east. That circulation currently, in the image that I've got up right now, it's a little bit old, but that circulation appears to be located right about in here now. So east of Highway 99, here's Highway 19 further east. Looks like it will cross Highway 19 in about 10 minutes, maybe a little under 10 minutes. Notice Greer is located to the east-southeast of where that circulation is showing up. So I think we may be able to keep the most of the danger of a tornado just north of Greer as the storm is tracking almost due east across northern sections of Oregon County. Aside from that, for our folks up in, I'm going to go ahead and swap this out for a different radar image. For the folks up in Shannon County, kind of broadening this out, it looks like the tornadic concerns that we had with this particular thunderstorm, that's now exited into Reynolds County. So we've still got a sliver of a tornado warning here in eastern Shannon County, but I think that the tornado threat has ended for this area. But it is continuing across Reynolds County. Further south toward the Eminence area, still getting maybe a little bit of light rain. The severe thunderstorm to your south is going to continue to track east. So it's going to stay south of Eminence. It's going to tend to stay south of Highway 60 and areas like Van Buren as it continues east across northern sections of Oregon County. In addition to, again, that tornado threat, we've still got, and we'll go ahead and pop the hail concerns up there for you. I mean, Matt was talking about this earlier. I mean, we've got, you can see these hail stripes. This is where we're likely finding hail right now with that storm. Large hail here, northwest of Alton. Another big pocket of hail here. That's back near the Bakersfield area. That's what I was saying could track toward Thayer and Mammoth Springs, possibly getting into Koshkonong. But both of these, or all three of these, are severe storms that are going to continue to track off to the east at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. Haven't seen a lot of reports of damaging winds, but we did have that earlier with one of the thunderstorms that crossed the Springfield area. So it's possible that we've also got some damaging winds with each one of those thunderstorms, winds that could be topping 60 miles per hour. As far as the tornadic circulation, we're still finding that here over northern Oregon County, northern Oregon County. It's located between Highway 99 and Highway 19. It looks a little bit, of course, it's a long way away from the radar. From the Springfield radar, it's about 8,000 feet that we're hitting the storm at about 8,000 feet. So we're not really able to sample what's going on closer to the surface, but we can still see the circulation. So here's Thomasville, Highway 99, east of Highway 99. That's where the tornado threat is now. It will be crossing Highway 19. I would put it maybe by about 8:30 this evening. We should see that tornado risk crossing Highway 19. It will stay north of Greer. For folks further east toward, we've got some smaller communities there, New Liberty, Turner's Mill, Wilderness. I think Wilderness and Turner's Mill, I think we're going to be able to keep that circulation north of you guys, but it looks like the New Liberty area may be more in line, because here's the circulation back here. It's tracking east. That may bring it very close to New Liberty in under 15 minutes before it would then make its way east toward Carter County or Ripley County. It looks like it may come into both of those counties kind of right there along the county line.
Jamie, so that storm is impacting northern Oregon County, kind of north of Alton. Another severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued. This is going to include Howell County and the southern portion of Oregon County, and that does come with a tornado possible tag. There's signs of rotation. This is what we've been talking about for the last 15 minutes, is this cell the kind of other thunderstorm is trying to produce a tornado as well. Signs of rotation just to the west of Highway 17, kind of northwest of Langton. That's going to continue to move to the east. That's going to get closer to Koshkonong. So this is the next area that we're tracking that could have a tornado warning. So the warning issued right now for northern Oregon County, a severe thunderstorm warning, but the National Weather Service saying, hey, there's a tornado possible here. They're also seeing the same type of rotation that we're seeing right now. This may be another tornado warning in the next couple minutes, especially if that rotation tends to tighten back up. There's signs of it, but it's not tight enough to the point that they're comfortable issuing that warning.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, that circulation northwest of Lanton, I mean, it's definitely started to ramp up. That's southeast to South Fork. Still, as you said, a little west of 17. Looks like it's about 3 miles or so just to the west of 17, north of Highway 142 by about 3 miles as well. So that's tracking east. You know, for our friends over in Koshkonong, Koshkonong and maybe a little south, like Globe would be a town that would be kind of in the track of where that circulation is going to move through. And then beyond that, it gets into southwestern Oregon County. It looks like that stretch of Highway 63 between Koshkonong and Thayer, that's going to be roughly where that circulation is going to track. So just sort of a heads up, not a tornado warned storm at this time, but just want to give you guys a heads up that we're watching that storm closely over in southern Howell County, and it bears watching because with a couple of other severe storms, we've seen those circulations ramp up very, very quickly once they make it to about Highway 63, and it looks like that circulation may be starting to take off. The circulation up in northern Oregon County, you can still see it, and I'm going to go back over to that one. There it is right there. It is located roughly, and this image is just a hair old, but it looks like it's located roughly between Highway 99 and 19, so right about in here. That is, again, a very rural stretch of Oregon County, which also like Shannon County, very rural, but there may be some homes in the vicinity of that. And again, if you live in that area, you need to be in your tornado safe space as this storm continues to track east. It will be crossing Highway 19 in under 10 minutes. And for folks north of Greer, you need to be getting into your tornado safe space. You need to be finalizing those preps with this possible tornado moving through in less than 10 minutes. It looks like that would be happening as we work through 8:35 this evening. Again, for our folks further north in Shannon County, it looks like the severe weather threat is really winding down in that area. The severe weather that we were tracking north of Eminence is now moved into Reynolds County. You have that severe warned storm or tornado warned storm in northern Oregon County. Looks like most of that's going to stay just south of Shannon County. Certainly looks like it'll stay south of Highway 60 as it tracks east. And then we have the other severe warned storm back in southern Howell that we've been watching very closely as the circulation with that becomes a little bit more focused.
I do want to say ahead of this, once this gets out of Howell County and into Oregon County, it looks like Thayer is going to be one of the areas that this expected rotation could impact. The shelters in Thayer, the First Baptist Church, that's on 112 North, 3rd Street in Thayer, that is going to be open. So if you are in Thayer, you're looking for a place to take shelter, the First Baptist Church is a place that you can go to. Not a tornado warning yet, but in that latest scan, the rotation looks even tighter, Jamie. So,
and it looks like this Weather Service did go ahead and issue a new severe thunderstorm warning for southern Oregon that does have the tornado possible tag.
Yeah.
So it's that next step as we watch this severe thunderstorm track east. It's that next step where we're saying, okay, we're kind of giving you that heads up, and now the Weather Service is saying this is even more of a heads up. As that circulation becomes more and more apparent, they may have to pull the trigger on a tornado warning for southern sections of Oregon County. Right now, we've still got a tornado warning for northern portions of the county. Looks like that circulation is now crossing Highway 19. I'm going to go to a different radar view, but it looks like it's basically, it should be crossing Highway 19 shortly. The circulation is just a little northwest of Greer. So I'm going to go to, I'm looking at a different product here. Looking at this, it looks like it is northwest of Greer by about we'll say about 4.5 miles. So it looks like it's going to stay safely to the north of Greer. Looks like it is crossing Highway 19 right now. The next community or communities that might be kind of in the vicinity of where this storm will be tracking, or at least the part of the storm that might have a tornado, that's going to be New Liberty and Brawley. It looks like that circulation is probably going to move fairly close to both of those communities, and those communities are located roughly about in here. So circulation is here, it's crossing Highway 19, and it looks like it will be making its way very close to Brawley and New Liberty over the next 5 to 10 minutes. This particular thunderstorm, I believe, is moving east at 45 miles per hour. In addition to that, again, still tracking a circulation further southwest with this storm near Lanton. And we'll swap that back out for our wind field so we can take a look and see if there's anything else we can highlight. And you can see here in this scan, Matt, you were talking about this.
It's getting stronger.
It is getting
stronger.
So that's the circulation. I don't even know if I have to point that out, but so here's Lanton, here's Highway 17, 142, just northeast of Lanton. That appears to be a tightening circulation with that thunderstorm that is tracking across southern Howell County. Again, we mentioned a heads up for folks downstream. I think that storm is moving east at about, we'll say 45. I mean, that's roughly been the speed that these storms have been moving. So let's go ahead and track that out. If you live in Thayer, looks like that circulation may be very close to you in about 20 minutes, roughly 8:47 this evening. Up toward Koshkonong, it looks like it may stay just to your south, but roughly about 15 to 20 minutes from now. Looks like that circulation will pass maybe near or just to the south of Koshkonong, and then maybe through the Thayer area at about 8:47 this evening. So roughly 17 minutes from now. So that, again, not tornado warning. I don't want to say that they did.
They just
went
issued it. Just
Okay.
issued that tornado warning, Jamie.
Okay, so we've gone ahead and kind of tracked that out. Matt, what was this? Go ahead and look up
East
the
at 40.
East at 40.
At
So
40.
a little bit slower than I was tracking. So let's do that again. That circulation too, by the way, if you are in Lanton right now, I mean, that circulation is just, looks like it's just to your northeast, and you need to be in your tornado safe space. Hopefully you've been watching and you're kind of getting ready for this possibility. It's a new tornado warning just issued. This is for southeastern Howell County into southern sections, I think it's southwestern sections of Oregon County. This does include Koshkonong and Thayer, all the way down to Mammoth Spring. Tracking out that circulation at 40 miles per hour. That puts it in the Thayer area in about 20 minutes, roughly 8:50 this evening. Koshkonong's located right about in here, so that would put it very close to Koshkonong, maybe a little south, in about 15 to 20 minutes from now. So if you are watching from southeastern Howell County, it looks like that circulation very close to Globe. It is now just east of 142, north of Highway 17. It will be approaching PP Highway. It will make its way out of southeastern Howell County, and there are going to be, again, a host of communities that could be impacted by this possible tornado. Anywhere from Koshkonong south to Thayer, that appears to be kind of the threat area along Highway 63. A couple of other spots that would be roughly in line for where the circulation may track through in about 15 to 20 minutes, Sloan Ford and Allen Ford.
Jamie, I do want to stress about 20 minutes until this tornado gets into Thayer, the First Baptist Church in Thayer is open for a shelter. If you're in Thayer and you need a place to go, First Baptist Church in Thayer is open. You got less than 20 minutes to get there. So if it's a long drive or if you're not ready to go right now, kind of find other options to take shelter. But
And
kind of on the other side,
a new tornado warning
that's going to
just
kind of
issued.
match this because it looks like that circulation's wanting to ride the county, or rather the state line. That's kind of giving it in case this kind of goes into Arkansas as well. So
Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and loop this image, and it may be a little fast, but you can see that primary circulation that we're watching right there, making its way maybe a little south of due east. So with that, here's Highway 142 running from Lanton east over toward Thayer. It looks like for a time at least, that circulation is going to be paralleling, running right along Highway 142. And it looks like, again, areas, it looks like especially around Thayer and Mammoth Springs, based on its current trajectory, that may be kind of the focused corridor for where we may see a tornado out of this thunderstorm. And again, that's not the only one that we're watching. I mean, we've got several severe warned storms, and then we've got a couple of tornado warned storms. We've still got the tornado warned storm, and I'll stop this. We've still got the tornado warned storm to the north, up in northern Oregon County. That circulation crossing Highway 19, looks like right now. Yep, it is. It's crossing Highway 19 right now, north of Greer. So here's Greer, Highway 19. Looks like that circulation crossing right there. It will continue east, and as far as like communities that might be impacted, New Liberty was one of the communities that we could see that might be kind of in the path of that possible tornado. Brawley also is another community that might be roughly in the path of where that circulation is going to pass through. For our friends in Wilderness and Turner's Mill, it looks like the tornado threat will tend to stay just to your north. This circulation is tracking roughly like this. So I think we're going to be able to keep it certainly north of Greer and potentially north of the Wilderness area. But if you live in Wilderness, you are under a tornado warning. Out of precaution, just get into your tornado safe space until this storm passes. But it looks like maybe the worst of it stays just to your north. The tornado warned storm that we've been talking about here recently is the one that is in Howell County, southeastern Howell County. This is just to the northeast of Lanton. That circulation, this is Highway 142, that circulation located right here, just northeast of Lanton, and it's tracking roughly like this. So it looks like it may parallel the highway, so that's going to be a dangerous drive for folks between Lanton and Thayer, as there may be a tornado developing and then tracking right down that highway. As far as when that storm may arrive in the Thayer and Mammoth Spring area, it should get there in about
Less
looks
than
like
15 minutes?
Yeah, well, less than 20, absolutely.
Yeah.
So we'll
Yeah.
say 15 to 20 minutes. This scan is, I think, probably a little bit old. I'm going to check it off of a different radar image. And yeah, the circulation now appears to be pretty close to PP Highway. So I think we could probably scoot this down to roughly here. And with that, that does put it into Thayer in about 15 minutes, 8:50 this evening. The circulation, it appears that it may stay south of Koshkonong. So here, Koshkonong is kind of on the northern edge of the tornado warning. That's the northern edge of it. Looks like that circulation may pass just to your south. It'll continue to kind of parallel Highway 142. That stretch, you know, I know that run from Koshkonong south into Thayer. I know that there are some homes along that stretch. So please, folks, be in your tornado safe space, as the risk of a tornado is going to be increasing from your west. And in fact, it looks like that risk should peak probably in about 10 to 15 minutes from now. So you have not a lot of time to get prepared, to get into your tornado safe space, as we find a risk of a tornado crossing Highway 63 in probably about 10 to 15 minutes. And that may be very close to Thayer. Some other areas that are going to be...
This looks like it's kind of on PP Highway, just west of the Thayer Airport over there. So this is in a rural place right now, but it's getting closer to Thayer. It's getting closer to a much populated area. So the latest scan from that rotation, it's still there. It's still very strong. Mm-hmm. So this is absolutely, take this seriously.
And yeah, I know that what we can show you on air, it's running a little bit behind. But that circulation currently is located right about here. So this is where the circulation, this is where I can see it on radar right now. It's right here. So it's right there at the southeastern edge of Howell County, and it should be making its way into southwesternmost Oregon County in under 10 minutes. And then from there, it'll probably stay just north of 142. New scan coming in, and as you said, Matt, it looks like it's that circulation right on top of PP Highway. It's still located north of 142. It looks like it may pass Koshkonong.
I think it's going to go to the south of Koshkonong. It's
Yeah.
going to be close, but it should go to the south.
It looks like it'll stay about 4 miles to the south, maybe 3.5 to 4 miles to the south of Koshkonong. Again, it doesn't mean that you don't need to take precaution and be just ready for a possible tornado in the Koshkonong area. It just, based on what we're seeing on radar, it looks like the worst of this storm may stay just to your south. I say worst because we are also still finding some very large hail with this particular thunderstorm kind of swapping that out. I'm going to take a look. Yeah, there's still Matt, if you want to go over that, the hail core with that thing.
Yeah.
That hail core is located just to the southwest of Koshkonong, and I think that is going to clip the Koshkonong area.
Yeah, I have the hail tracks up, and over throughout Howell County, this was really intense. In parts of Ozark County, our kind of in-house products estimating up to tennis ball size hail. You see the hail core that went through southern Howell County. You see another stripe of that hail core that went through parts of northern Howell County. That's continuing to roll into Oregon County throughout this time. Our in-house product has been underestimating this. The largest that you're seeing in Howell County is golf ball sized hail. But look at some of the images that have been sent in. If we can go to those hailstone pictures that have started to move in, they have been some giant stones that have been dropped. I got 2 pictures of hailstones, both in Howell County. One was northwest Plains, the other one was southwest Plains. There's 2 quarters for your kind of estimate right there. I don't know, what is that, 2.5-inch size hail? And look at that gnarly hail shape right there, where it's very bubbly, not as smooth as well. Both of these have moved into Howell County. So not only do people in Oregon County have the tornado threat, you also have the large hail threat on top of that. So this is continuing to persist. It's a sign of how powerful and strong these storms are. The updraft to support this hail is what is going to be fueling these possible tornadoes as well. So I'm hoping we do not see anything touch down, but if we do, the size and power of these storms will do some massive damage throughout these areas. It is looking like this latest rotation south of Koshkonong by just a couple miles and west of Thayer and heading towards Thayer.
And Matt, you were talking about that hailstone right there. I mean, we see hailstones that come in pictures, just a variety of different shapes. A lot of times, I mean, if you get a real spiky hailstone, that means that hailstone is coming through an environment where it's not allowed to melt as much. The reason why you got to get these very lumpy looking hailstones is those spikes start to melt. And so you get more of a ball as opposed to a ball with spikes on it. But it looked like in that one case there, I mean, you could still see the spikes on that hailstone. And the spikes are caused by that hailstone spinning through the air, kind of slinging off some of the water that it's collected on the surface, and that causes these little spikes to develop on the stone. Getting back to our 2, we've got 2 tornado warned areas. One is in northeastern Howell County. It looks like that tornado threat will pass to the north of Wilderness. So it looks like it's going to pass just south of New Liberty, south of Brawley, and will pass just to the north of Wilderness. The other circulation that we're watching right now is further south, getting into southwestern Oregon County, and you can see it right there. It's in this radar image is it's a little bit slow, but that circulation, I can tell you, looking at a different radar image, that circulation is now here. So the circulation is now crossing out of Howell County. It looks like it is very close to Highway 142. I think it's a little north, but not by much. I mean, if we had to kind of gauge just how far north of 142 it is, I mean, it might be a mile or mile and a half. So very close to the highway there. And that will, I mean, it's making a beeline. It looks like it's headed right for the community of Thayer. It will stay south of Koshkonong, but it looks like it will maybe pass directly over Thayer. So looking at this, I'd put it, we're under 15 minutes from now. In fact, I need to adjust that because that is an old image right there. So let's go ahead and kind of move that downstream.
It's already in Oregon County right now.
Yeah, so it looks like Thayer 10 minutes from now. I think that circulation that we're tracking is going to be moving through your community in 10 minutes. So please remain in your tornado safe space. If you're not there yet, get into it. We are looking at a possible tornado with this thunderstorm, and it will move through Thayer in about 10 minutes. From there, you can see further east over toward Jeff. Looks like about 25 minutes from now. And then it may get pretty close to Garfield, although I think it'll pass to the south. That would be a little after 9 o'clock this evening. These are the last storms that we're going to have to contend with this evening. So I'm going to go back over to our radar image here. And you can see as I kind of broaden that out, we've got our 2 severe thunderstorms producing hail and possible tornadoes moving through Oregon County. Actually, both of them now moving through Oregon County. And then we've got a string of thunderstorms that are not severe, that extends back into north central Arkansas. For folks that are watching north of that area, the severe weather threat has ended across most of our area. I mean, the severe weather threat really is tied to these storms that you see moving across south central Missouri and north central Arkansas. And those should exit our area by, I would say, 9:30 to 10 o'clock this evening. So the severe weather threat tonight, it's not going to be a night like we had last night where it goes well past midnight. This one should wrap up over the next couple of hours, and then we're done for this evening. But there will be a risk for severe weather again tomorrow afternoon, especially closer to the state line and south of the state line, where we could see another round of hail in some of these thunderstorms. As for what we got right now, again, circulation is now located just a little north of 142. It's in southwestern Oregon County. Looks like that circulation kind of positioned between W Highway and 142, moving across southwestern Oregon County, and it's approaching Thayer. Should be moving through Thayer in less than 10 minutes. And then further southwest, you can see we've still got this string of thunderstorms back into the Mountain Home area, Jasper. Those storms are not currently severe warned, but there's still some chance that we could see them try to ramp up as they continue to track off to the east. These storms have been moving pretty quickly, generally 45 to 50 miles per hour. Certainly in the case of these two storms that we're tracking in Oregon County, both of these moving east at about 40 to 50 miles per hour. So that's going to get them out of Oregon County in probably about 30 to 45 minutes.
Storm's pretty consistent. Jamie, we do have a camera in this area. If we can pull up the camera over in Mammoth Springs, so this is just a little bit south of there. It's relatively quiet right now. I want to keep an eye on this camera as it's just now getting to Thayer, just now getting to Mammoth Springs. You can see the lightning, the big flashes and boom. Unfortunately, this camera points to the south, and I wish it was pointing to the north. It would be probably a little bit better of a light show. We're going to compare what we're seeing right now to what we see in about 5 minutes from now, when this system really starts to get on top of Mammoth Springs, where this circulation really starts to move back in. Relatively calm, but it's about to get into that area. So that's that RDOT camera right on the border on Mammoth Springs, just south of there. Big flashes of lightning.
And Matt, you know, it's a great camera right there to show off, and you can see the frequent lightning strikes. I do want to say that the tornado warned storm that was moving across northeastern Oregon County, looks like that warning has, I think maybe it ran through 8:45. It's since been lifted. I don't see a downstream warning for areas to the east. It looks like, and we can still see a circulation. It looks like that circulation, though, is passing north of Wilderness and just about ready to exit Oregon County. So with that, I think we're going to kind of focus our attention on the Thayer storm. That circulation not too far to the west. This image that we're able to show you on air is a little bit slow updating. It looks like that circulation is now located roughly about, I could put it maybe 2.5 to 3 miles west of Thayer. It's moving east at 40, so that's going to bring it into Thayer in probably the next 5 minutes or so. And if I, just kind of pointing this out here for folks, this is where I see that circulation right now. It looks like it's located right about in there. So again, not very far to the west of Thayer. It looks like it will track directly over Thayer and will probably stay just north of Mammoth Spring, and it will stay to the south of Koshkonong. In fact, right now, that circulation is almost due south of Koshkonong and is safely passing that community. As far as let me see if I can get some roads to kind of show up for us. It is starting to get into a more populated area. As Matt mentioned earlier, there's the Thayer Memorial Airport. It looks like that circulation is going to go right over the top of the airport. It's roughly between, because you have W Highway coming in from the northwest, you've got 142 coming in from the west, and right there between both of those highways, that's where the circulation is. Looks like it again is coming into the airport, so it'll be interesting to see what kind of report they make on what they see. And then from there, that circulation should get into the west side of Thayer. Just trying to find some businesses, some roads that are going to be kind of in the vicinity of the track of the circulation: Nichols Lane, Tower Road, Pine Street, Spruce Street. Walnut Street, Sunset.
I mean, that's the Dairy Queen, the Farm and Supply, the Casey's. That's the general area of where this is going to eventually track into. Jamie, the National Weather Service did extend that tornado warning in northern Oregon County, so they're going to have that spilling into the county over as well. So they're not wanting to fully give up on that. And I think once it's starting to cross this county line, that rotation is actually starting to get a little bit tighter over in Wilderness. But that is eventually going to spill into Cape Girardeau's coverage area. We don't have jurisdiction there, so we're really trying to focus on what's happening in Oregon County and parts of northern Fulton County. Really, Thayer and Mammoth Springs is the main focus point.
So for that tornado warning that you were talking about near Wilderness, it looks like that circulation is just to the north of Wilderness. Looks like it's right on top of K Highway that runs north out of Wilderness. Looks like it's not quite to J Highway, but just to the west of it. I think the next town that may be impacted by that circulation would be Handy. It looks like that would be the next town kind of right in line for where that part of the storm is going to be crossing. And this image that we've got that we're showing you on air, it's a little bit old, but that circulation appears to be located right about in here. So off to the east, you can see Handy. This is Wilderness. So right in here is where the circulation is. It should continue to track right across that northeasternmost part of Oregon County. And as Matt said, I mean, I just got a new scan in. This is our kind of our off-camera radar image that we can look at, and that circulation is really tightened up. Really tightened up here. It looks like it's right on top of the county line. If I had to kind of, right there at that intersection of J Highway and K Highway, just east of that intersection is where that circulation appears to be tightening up. And that is just to the west of Handy. So for folks between Wilderness and Handy, especially over toward Handy, this is an area that does need to continue to be very cautious about this storm, be in that tornado safe space. This storm will quickly move through, should be exiting Oregon County over the next, I would say in less than 5 minutes, we should see that circulation exit off to the east. Again, as Matt mentioned, we've got another tornado warning that was issued for parts of Ripley County and Carter County in anticipation of that tornado kind of, or at least possible tornado holding together as it tracks east with that thunderstorm. The other circulation that we were watching is down near Thayer.
Getting really close to the town.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically right there. Should be over the airport. This image is a little bit old, but looks like that circulation is located. I'm going to go to a different image. That circulation is located basically right over
pretty much
town.
right on top of the airport. Yeah. Looking at the Casey's, the Dairy Queen in town, maybe south part of there, if anything. The Walmart's another great example of where this rotation, the high school, another great example of where this rotation is going to be moving on top of in there. I hope people are in your shelter. Jamie, I do want to say some good news right now is the National Weather Service said once we get these storms out of Oregon County, they're going to cancel all the tornado watches. So we just have to push out this last little bit, and then everyone should be done for today. We still have more tornado chances for Tuesday, still more storm chances then, but just getting this out of Oregon County, and then we're going to be done. Tornado watches will be canceled, but in that process, it's really that circulation tight and pretty much on top of Thayer.
Yeah, it's right there. So the worst that we're going to see with this storm in the Thayer area is happening right now. That will continue to pass on off to the east. You're likely going to start getting some hail too, and the hail size is coming in with that storm. Looking west back towards Lanton and Sturkey, I mean, we've still got some pretty good hail cores that are probably in excess of golf ball size. So I think, once the hail starts to get into Thayer, we may see some intermittent periods of hail, and we may see some stones up to quarter or golf ball size in the Thayer area. Just got a new scan in, and you can see this is the circulation that we're tracking. So it looks like it's now starting to push east out of Thayer, moving east out of the community of Thayer. Still looks like it's going to be tracking right down Highway 142. I mean, it's been sort of making that beeline right down the highway.
If we can, let's go to the camera in Mammoth Springs. We showed you this about 5-10 minutes ago. Things have really started to ramp up in this area. This is the area where we're expecting that rotation. If anything, it's just north of Mammoth Springs. The rain is pouring down. I'm trying to look. I'm not seeing hail in this image, but you're seeing the rain. You're seeing the trees starting to whip back and forth, and every once in a while, very powerful, blinding flashes of lightning. There was one right there. Look at that car trying to drive through it and the water getting kicked up as well. Big transition. This is going to be a very intense downburst of rain. The thunder, the lightning, even the hail, very strong for the next 10 to 15 minutes, and then you're going to be done for tonight. We're watching out for that circulation. I think this tornado, Jamie, would be just north of this camera, and this camera is also pointing to the south, so not as active on it.
This is out of Mammoth Springs?
This is Mammoth Springs. We're looking south in Mammoth Springs.
Okay, so Mammoth Spring is, again, a little south on 63, south of Thayer. That circulation is probably a little northeast of Mammoth Spring right now. So like what Matt's showing us is the very heavy rainfall, the likelihood of some strong winds at the very least. The circulation right now in regard to Mammoth Spring is about a couple of miles. Looks like it's a couple of miles north of the spring. It's located just east of Thayer now. Looks like it's going to go between Allen Ford and Shelby. And generally, I mean, if you had to kind of like pinpoint it to a road, Highway 142. It looks like it's going to continue to track right down Highway 142 as it moves east at about 40 miles per hour. The other storm that we were watching up in northeastern Oregon County, and kind of zooming back in on that, you can see Wilderness. That circulation, you can still see it. So here's Wilderness. That circulation, you can see it, but it is now making its way into Carter and Ripley County. So it looks like it's now exiting northeastern Oregon County. So what's probably going to happen here shortly is we'll see the tornado warning that's in effect for the Wilderness area get lifted as that circulation now starts to move out of Oregon County fully. The circulation further south that's currently located in the Thayer area is now east of Thayer. It did pass to the north of Mammoth Spring. It's only passing north of Mammoth Spring by maybe 1.5 miles, 2 miles. Again, it looks like that circulation is now east of Thayer, still pretty close to Walnut Street, which is 142 running east out of Thayer, trying to get some other roads that might be in the vicinity there. Oregon County Road 266, County Road 270. Those are a couple of roads that are very close to 142 where that circulation is still showing up on radar. You know, this whole time, Matt, I don't know that have we gotten any reports of funnel clouds or?
I have not. I've not gotten reports of funnel clouds, not gotten reports of damages. I've gotten a lot of hail reports, and they're still good size, still producing at least golf ball size hail in a lot of these locations. I haven't heard of damage or wall clouds, but you got to keep in mind, it's 9 o'clock at night, it's dark, you're not going to see a lot of these things. You almost have to wait for the flashes of lightning to illuminate the clouds. So haven't heard of any wall clouds, but the rotation's still matching on radar. That's still present.
Yeah, and that circulation that we've been tracking through Thayer is now through Thayer. It's on 142. And I think like the next communities that we would have to kind of be concerned about would be Jeff and Myrtle. So we'll track this again. I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right spot. It's moving east at about 40. Let's see if we have just enough real estate. That's close enough. Jeff, looks like it'll be near the community of Jeff by about 9:06 this evening. Looks like it may be near or just to the north of Myrtle by about 9:17 this evening. So over the next 20 minutes. Billmore, another community, a little further east down 142. That's going to be about 25 minutes from now. So we've still got this trackable circulation. You know, it went right through Thayer. So I got to believe if we've got anything remotely, you know, near developing or on the ground, we should know about it. We should be getting some reports from that area. Outside of that, we've got still this string of thunderstorms, and they're kind of lined up now, more of a line, not these individual storms that we've been tracking. You can see how they extend west across Fulton County down into the Mountain Home area. These are not severe, but they're still producing heavy rain and lots of lightning. And I think we've still got some pockets of hail in there too. I mean, our hail tracker still indicating some pockets back across Sturkey. There we go. We'll zoom in on that. And you can see these areas of hail that extend from Mammoth Spring all the way through Sturkey and into Viola. It looks like a lot of this for the time being north of Salem, but wherever you see these yellows, I mean, you can see our legend right here. We're probably looking, and our hail tracker's been underestimating a little bit. We're probably looking at quarter to maybe even golf ball size, as at least the biggest stones. That's going to be mixed in with some smaller stones. But this whole stretch in here, south of 142, this whole stretch in here is getting hail right now. Probably, I would say anywhere from maybe nickel to maybe as large as golf ball size. And that stretches from Viola to Sturkey all the way into the Mammoth Spring area where we've had that tornado scare.
Let's go back to that camera at Mammoth Springs too, because this is the area that's starting to get impacted. And in this camera, you can start to see some water that's ponding in the roadways. It is still coming down very consistently as well. I can't see hail in this camera shot, but I mean, our in-house product is saying that there's hail. There's people in this area that are submitting their hail pictures to us. I appreciate that. We'll try to show as much of those that we can off on air, but very powerful flashes of lightning. It is starting to, I would argue this isn't as intense as what it was 5 minutes ago, Jamie. So we've seen this whole evolution where it was calm in Mammoth Springs, it's picked up, and now it's still very consistent. But I'd say that kind of brunt of it, the worst of it, seems to be wanting to ease off a bit. But this thunderstorm still ongoing, the trees whipping back and forth, water starting to pond in a couple places. And thankfully, most of these cars are off the road as well. People aren't trying to drive out throughout all this mess.
Matt, earlier we were talking about the tornado warning in northeastern Oregon County. It has been lifted. It's
okay,
done.
Good.
That tornado threat has moved now into Ripley and Carter counties, just off to the east. So really the focus right now is going to be still with that circulation that continues to move down 142. It is east of Mammoth Spring. Looks like it's almost maybe on top of 142. Very close to Jeff. It looks like in relation to Jeff, maybe about a little over 2 miles. Looks like we just got a new tornado warning. Kind of focusing in on where that circulation is right now and where it's projected to go. And that new warning does impact areas of easternmost Fulton County. And then that extends off to the
That circulation is
southeast.
just, it's straddling the state line. If anything, maybe it's favoring the Arkansas side,
Yeah.
but it is right on top of that state line. That's why we're seeing that tornado warning into Fulton County and eventually further to the east.
Yeah, it looks like they've kind of extended that warning off to the east into Randolph County and north central Arkansas. Yeah, I'll kind of broaden that out. So I think they're kind of banking on this thing making maybe a little bit more of a east-southeast jog versus east. If we want to track it that way, again, it's pretty close to Jeff. So with that, we'll kind of track it like this. It's moving about 35 miles per hour. I think it was a little bit slower than.
Yeah, they have it east at 40, but
East at
it
40.
almost has a little more, just a slight southerly component to it.
Yeah, and as you said, I mean, it looks like it's, looking at radar right now, it looks like the circulation itself is right on top of the state line. So I'm going to go ahead and clear this out, and let's go to, this is what it looks like when we're taking a look at the wind fields. And you can see, this image is pretty updated, I think. There it is right there, east of Mammoth Spring. So, earlier we were kind of like, hey, it's tracking right down 142. It looks like it's made a little bit of a jog now to the south of 142. So here's Thayer, Mammoth Spring. By the way, for residents in Thayer and Mammoth Spring, the tornado threat has ended for your area. It's moved off to the east. Here's the circulation. Here's Jeff. New tornado warning downstream from there across Randolph County. So it looks like that circulation is trying to clip northeastern Fulton County. It's right there, as Matt said, straddling the state line. It's right on top of the southeastern edge of Oregon and northeastern edge of Fulton. And it looks like it may be dipping into northwestern Randolph County. Just got a new scan on radar, and it looks like that circulation looks like that circulation is starting to get into northwestern Randolph County. We're going to stay with this, though, a little bit longer until we can get it fully out of Fulton and Oregon County, because we're kind of waiting to see if maybe a tornado warning gets issued for the Myrtle area. But right now, it looks like that circulation may pass just to the south across Randolph County. And that really right now, folks, is about it. Looks like the severe weather threat that we've got this evening, we're kind of on the tail end of it. And it looks like it will be winding down by about 10 o'clock this evening. Yes, we've still got some thunderstorms off to the west across western Fulton, and these are probably producing some hail, maybe up to quarter size. At least that's what our hail tracker is saying. We've got also some showers and thunderstorms near Yellville, Harrison, Marshall. None of that activity is currently severe warned. Doesn't appear to be terribly strong, and it doesn't appear to be in any hurry to organize. Right now, it looks like the severe weather threat is really kind of focused with this activity that is moving out of Oregon County right now. We had the more northerly tornado warned storm. That tornado threat has exited northeastern Oregon and is now into Ripley and Carter. This was a tornado warned storm that passed just to the north of Eminence. It continues to head east. And then we've got the tornado warned storm that is currently situated right on top of maybe northeast Fulton and south central parts of Oregon. Looks like that's trying to slip south of the state line, may clip the northern section of Sharp County, and then get into northwestern sections of Randolph. Just looking at radar, it's right there. I mean, it's located. You can see this point where county lines come together. It's right there. That's where the circulation is, and so it looks like it will stay just to the south of, looks like it's going to stay just to the south. It got very close, I think, to Jeff. Looks fairly close to Farewell, which is right there on the state line. Looks like it's a little north of Worth and just to the west of Myrtle. I mean, here's what's interesting is like that circulation appears to be just east of this tornado warning right here. So it looks like it's located right about in there. And there's a section in there that is not tornado warned, but it's pretty close to that circulation just to the west of the Myrtle area. Looks like it is now fully south of 142. Very close to V Highway that kind of runs east out of Farewell. That's pretty close to where that circulation is right now. And that circulation it looks like it's tracking a little south of due east. So it's, it seems like with every scan, it's starting to get a little bit further south, kind of getting south of the state line, and looks like it should be making its way maybe into northern Randolph County. Areas further west, still looking at some severe potential into Viola and Salem, where we have the risk of hail with those thunderstorms. We see nothing on radar right now that would suggest that they're going to go tornadic. The tornado risk in our area really, again, is tied only to that storm that is moving east of Thayer, out of the Thayer area, approaching Myrtle, impacting Jeff right now, and starting to get into northwestern Randolph County.
And Jamie, to stress that point, the National Weather Service has canceled every single tornado watch in Missouri, or I should say in the Ozarks, except the one in Oregon County. So it's just Oregon County is the only county left with a tornado watch. This is still going to move closer into the Boot Hill. As it does move into the Boot Hill, still going to have that possibility of producing some more powerful tornadoes. But yeah, it is, the front is, we're on the backside of that cold front. We have to wait for it to rise back up for tomorrow for another storm chance that's going to wait on Tuesday.
Yeah, you were talking about the Boot Hill area. Just kind of looking further east, this is what's happening with this line in other areas. You can see it extends from Illinois back across southeast Missouri into northeast Arkansas. So this is a line of severe thunderstorms, and you can see quite a few of these thunderstorms are currently tornado warned. Matt, if you want to check, I mean, I don't know that there have been any confirmed tornadoes, but there have been a lot of tornado warnings today with the storms that we've seen move across Missouri and into Illinois, and now we're starting to see them getting into northeast Arkansas
I mean, there's tornadoes all the way from Indiana across Illinois and then, of course, into Missouri and Arkansas. I don't think any are confirmed at this exact second, any confirmed tornadoes, but St. Louis, I mean, I started looking at weather at noon today, and St. Louis already had tornado warnings then, and it's been a very active day for them. So it's a matter of pushing this line through, and then the front's going to want to raise back up for tomorrow, which means we have storm chances again for tomorrow. But I do think most of those storm chances are going to be limited for areas mostly in northern Missouri, kind of along and south of Highway 60. So I don't think everyone will have the tornado chance for tomorrow.
And Matt, right now, I went ahead and pulled up the storm reports. This is from the last 24 hours. And I mean, look at all of the reports of hail across the area. And a lot of these reports, it's not small hail, it's very large hail. We've had numerous reports of hail of golf ball to tennis ball size over the last couple of days. And it's a lot of ground that has been impacted by the severe weather from the past couple of days. And a lot of it has been centered on the state of Missouri. You can see in the St. Louis area, look at this clustering of wind and hail reports in and around the St. Louis area. We've got one more day of potential severe weather, and that risk, I can pull up the day 2, that risk is going to be especially for areas south of Highway 160. You can see even an enhanced risk once you get down to the Little Rock area, an enhanced risk. But this area right here, it's kind of conditional. But if that front can wobble back to the north and we can get some warmer air back into those communities later in the afternoon, going into the evening, there's going to be another round of severe weather with wind, hail, and maybe even a tornado risk. Now, this will be the last day. After that, we will find quieter weather for the rest of the week through this upcoming weekend. And the good news for tonight is that the severe weather threat is wrapping up. So what we're going to find is once these storms clear out of north central Arkansas and south central Missouri, basically clear out of Fulton County and Oregon County, looks like the severe weather threat is over with for our area for this evening. So we're not going to have to go into the night worried about more severe weather happening when we're trying to go to bed.
Jamie, the National Weather Service in Springfield, their office said they're going to let this tornado warning expire in 5 minutes. With how it looks right now, they don't have any plans to issue another tornado warning. They're going to see how this plays out for obviously the next 5 minutes. But I do want to go back to that Mammoth Spring camera one more time. This is the area that's really getting impacted with those thunderstorms. It's still coming down. You still have that very powerful lightning strikes, and I don't quite know if hail's happening in this area, or models in the in-house products are saying somewhere about quarter-size hail is occurring.
There could be some small hail in the Mammoth Spring area.
I mean, it's still pouring down. It's still getting those fast winds and the lightning strikes as well. This camera seems to be jiggling just a little bit too. But positive part about that is they're going to let this tornado warning expire in just about 4 or 5 minutes, and hopefully we can let you guys go back to regular programming and we can start to get prepared for that third and final day of tornado warnings for tomorrow.
And we've kind of gotten into the newscast time frame on the Fox side of things. So if you're watching on Fox 49 here shortly, we are going to go into that newscast, and then at 10 o'clock we'll go in on the CBS side, kind of recapping the severe weather that we've seen today and expectations as we go into the next day. Again, really the story today has once again been hail, lots of it. But the difference today versus yesterday is that while we've also had large hail, we've had some strong winds. I mean, there have been some impactful rounds of wind that have come through, especially like the south side of Springfield. Quite a few reports of some wind damage, trees down, limbs down, power outages, and I'm sure the city utilities crews even right now, are working hard to try to get the power back on for residents, especially across the south side of Springfield. That appears to be where the worst of the power outages occurred. And that was with a storm that came through between 5 and 5:30. Now, the storm that is in southern sections of Oregon County, it looks like that circulation, and I'll go ahead and pop that back in, that circulation is now in Randolph County. So this image is a little bit old, but this is the area that we've been tracking right here. And it looks like that circulation is now located roughly right in here. So folks up in the control room, I think we're going to be going to break. I think we're going to be wrapping up our severe weather coverage, as it looks like, at least for this moment, it looks like the tornado threat has exited our area. So with that, again, like for this evening, I think we're probably done with severe weather in our area. We'll watch it for another hour or so. And if you want, you can stay with us on Fox 49 as we go into the newscast.